this experience just completely shattered me open. And it also woke me up. It made me realize, I'm at rock bottom, and that rock bottom was my rebirth. And I realized I had lost who I was. I no longer knew myself at all. And so I moved out, and I moved in with my family, my parents, and obviously not the most ideal thing, but I move in and I'm in a new environment now. And so I'm at a rock bottom place. I don't know where to go. I don't even know what I like anymore or who I am. So I just start reading some books. And one of the first books that I read was The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. Has anybody read that? So it's a book that speaks about we all have this voice in our head. And this voice just doesn't stop. And it just keeps going and going and going with those 60,000 thoughts. Well, not all of those thoughts are true. And all of those thoughts are not you. You are the awareness behind those thoughts. So I took the advice and I just started observing my thoughts. And I'm like, whoo, all of my thoughts are about my ex-partner. And I don't want to think about this, and I do not want to feel like this anymore. So I needed to start shifting. And so I started just being the observer for a few weeks of my thoughts. And I started realizing, okay, there's like loops here. They keep showing up. So I'm going to write them down. And I'm going to start to reframe them. And so I started doing this exercise for just a couple weeks. And then I read a book through this period called The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. And it speaks about being present in the moment. And I just didn't understand what that meant at the time. Most of us spend all of our time in the past, constantly thinking about the past, writing stories about the past. However, in this book, it says the past is an illusion. It no longer exists. You can't change it. And if you continue to think about your past, then you're just going to keep reliving your past. And on the flip side of that, if we live too far in the future and we keep creating stories in the future, then we're not in the present. And in the present is where transformation happens. So when I was reading this book, I started realizing I was spending a lot of my time thinking about the past. And it wasn't present in the moment. So I started to implement being present in the moment. I would focus on an object, or I would focus on my breath. And so it was these little intentional changes over time. So as I decided to continue shaping who I wanted to become, who did I want to become? I started recognizing that the thoughts I was writing down in my journal, I was waking up and thinking. All of a sudden, those thoughts were fading about my past, about my relationship. Now I was waking up, I'm a wealthy, healthy, grateful woman. I am capable. I am worthy. I got this. And I'm waking up and I'm feeling different. And now because I'm feeling different, I'm motivated. I want to do different things. So now I'm going to read another book. So who in here has read Atomic Habits by James Clear? Yes, such a life-changing book. So we all just want to get 1% better each day. And one of the things that James Clear mentioned in the book was habit stack. So we all have our habits and our systems each day. So one thing that I hope we all do each day is brush our teeth for 2 minutes. It's a recommended amount. So I thought, while I'm brushing my teeth, I'm gonna practice gratitude for 2 minutes. And so I started doing this, and I was feeling just incredible after. So I'm waking up, now I'm thinking affirmations, the second thing I'm doing is brushing my teeth, and all of a sudden I'm releasing oxytocin, the feel-good chemical. And I'm just feeling electric. I'm feeling ready to go. So I'm like, I'm gonna start jogging every day. I'm gonna start exercising. Now, little did I know, when we exercise, we get that hit of dopamine and we release endorphins in the body. So now my entire morning is just putting me in a state for the whole rest of my day to be a great day. So then I'm like, all right, what else can I add in here? So when I come back, obviously I have ADHD and I get overstimulated and overwhelmed, and I keep hearing about meditation. Well, how am I supposed to just sit there and have no thoughts and be in stillness? But all these successful people meditate. All right, well, I'll try it. Like James Clear said, I can start with 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, something I can commit to. So the first week was like, this is crazy, this is so tough. The second week, I just started focusing on an object and then my breath. And by the third week, I was completely calm and my whole entire nervous system was regulated. And I was never that calm of a person. I was always overstimulated and overwhelmed and overcommitting. And I just felt this connection to myself and this calmness. And that led to a whole new me. I was thinking different, I was feeling different, I was having different beliefs about myself, and I was behaving different. And those behaviors then led to intentional actions each day. And those actions reprogrammed my entire subconscious and my identity. So, we've all had a moment that broke us, a betrayal, a business failure, but what do we do after that moment? That determines our future and who we become. So, let's talk about the science of you. So the science of you is the power of the paradigm. So the paradigm is how we perceive, understand, and interact with the world around us. So, as we talked about, we have 60,000 thoughts. Those thoughts create feelings. And those feelings and emotions create a chemical reaction. That chemical reaction drives what we believe. And those beliefs influence how we behave and how we show up. And those actions and behaviors create habits. And habits shape our identity. So, something I work with a lot of different sales teams, and something I hear so often is, these leads suck. And when I hear that, I recognize that when somebody says these leads suck, what does that lead to? A feeling of what? Frustration, lack, scarcity, imposter syndrome. And that feeling is going to produce what in your body? Cortisol, the stress hormone. How do you think you're going to feel walking into your appointment? You think you're going to be at a high vibration? I don't think so. And here's the other thing. You can feel someone's energy. You ever been around someone and after you walk away from, I'm exhausted. That was not enjoyable. Or you hang out with someone and you're like, whoa, I feel recharged. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling inspired. Guess what? When you're going in the home, the homeowner can feel that energy. So what type of energy are you bringing in to their home? So we have a thought, these leads suck. This is a scarcity mindset. This is imposter syndrome. Now we can shift and reframe that with an abundant mindset. An abundant mindset sounds like these leads are a gift. These leads are another opportunity to serve, grow, and learn. And when I'm having thoughts like that, I'm driving around, I'm feeling good. Well, guess what? I'm feeling real confident. I'm feeling really connected. And what's going to happen? I'm going to release the chemical known as dopamine. Yes. We're going to get a hit of dopamine. I'm also, since I'm practicing a little bit of gratitude, I'm going to release oxytocin. So it is that feel good chemical, and I'm going to bring that energy into the home. Now, my belief about myself and the company and the leads is going to shift. And it's going to lead to better behavior in the home. Now, that behavior is going to create a habit. And that habit is going to create your identity. So, what identity do you want to have? Do you want to focus on lack? Or do you want to focus on the abundance and all the opportunities out there? So, let's get into neuroplasticity of the brain. Dr. James Doty, Stanford neuroscience and author of Into the Magic Shop, teaches your brain's neuroplasticity can form new neural connections by consciously activating through these steps. So I didn't learn this till later, but this was a big way that I was able to recreate my identity and step into my greatest self. So number one, we want to identify the thought that we are having that is no longer serving us. And we want to reframe that thought. So these leads suck, we're reframing it with these leads are a gift. Now we want to set our intention. What do we want to feel like each day? Do you want to feel motivated? What do you guys want to feel like in your day? It's up to you. You are the co-creator of how you feel. Now, the next piece of this is to write it down. And this is so important because when we write it down, we activate our sensory organs. And when we do that, we actually shift our neuroplasticity much quicker than any other way. Then we want to speak it silently in the mind. We want to start rewiring. These leads are a gift. It's giving you an opportunity to serve, grow, and learn. And then we want to speak it out loud. Give it power. Like Dom showed us yesterday with the rice and the water, your words have so much power. And one experiment that I have seen is, and I've personally done, is I have two money trees and I'll put them out, and one money tree I'll speak to with kindness and love and gratitude. The other money tree, I tell it that I don't like it, it's no good, it's not worthy. Well, what do you think happened? My money tree that I spoke to with abundance is huge. It takes up most of my living room. The money tree over here died. Didn't last very long. So again, just knowing that your words, when you're speaking to yourself or others, they have significant power. Then you want to visualize your future self. What do you want to look like? What do you want to feel like? And you want to train the brain to expect success. So Dom spoke a little bit about this yesterday. The brain doesn't know the difference between what is real and what is imagined. So imagine all day long, what do you want your reality to look like? Bring it in. The choice is up to you. Now, if you repeat this, this neuroplasticity every day for just 21 days, you're gonna start to rewire. And by 66 days, you are gonna be subconsciously reprogrammed. So commit to what you want and step into it. So, according to the European Journal of Social Psychology, the average time it takes to form a new habit that becomes automatic is 66 days. You are 66 days away from having a new subconscious programming and a new identity. However, significant neurology change can begin as early as 21 days of consistent repetition. So something I do all the time, if I want to shift something like that no longer serves me. I'll just challenge myself. 21 days. I can commit to that. What do you want to change over the next 21 days? Because here's the great part. It gets easier after 21 days, and by 66 days, you no longer have to think about it. You're reprogrammed subconsciously. So you're just operating in that way. So if you want to bring in a new habit, a new way of thinking, challenge yourself. Now, going all the way back to 1949, Hebb's Law, neurons that fire together wire together. So repetition of a new thought or behavior literally changes the brain's rewiring. And Harvard Medical School reported 8 weeks of mindfulness and self-directed neuroplasticity can thicken the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus, awareness, and conscious decision-making. A study published in the Psychiatric Research found that consistent mindfulness and visualization increased gray matter in the hippocampus, improving emotional regulation and learning. So I want to share a case study with you guys with a client that I had, and his name was Nick, and he came to me and he was in a scarcity mindset. He was extremely experiencing imposter syndrome. And he's a really good guy. He had a great purpose. He wanted to help so many homeowners transform their home, to grow into more beautiful spaces, connect, and thrive. He was really struggling with his net-to-net close rate at 20%, and he just felt helpless. Like there was no other way. Each week, he was struggling to make it by with cash flow and payroll. And he was always paying Peter to rob Paul, or whatever that this statement is. There you go. So when I met him, it was very clear that he was going through that, and he had never really understood what imposter syndrome was. And 70% of the top leaders in the world experience imposter syndrome. And it's the feeling that you're just not good enough, and that little voice that comes in that tells you, do you really deserve that title? Should you be doing that? And it gets in the way. However, when we experience imposter syndrome, because most of us do, we have to learn that that voice isn't the truth. It's just a voice, it's just a thought. Let it just breeze on by like a cloud. So, his thought that he had on repeat that just endlessly looped was, I can't keep up. There's never enough money. I'm always behind. His feeling was he's anxious, he was ashamed, he was defeated. And that led to the chemical reaction, as we know it, constant cortisol spike, which puts him at an extremely low frequency, feeling like poor sleep, shattered focus, reactive decisions. And everyone in his organization could feel that energy. And the belief that he formed was he's not a real business owner. And he's just an imposter waiting to fail. Now, his habit was he just checked his cash flow and his bank account just relentlessly. And it was just a habit subconsciously that he just kept looking at. And he just really identified with, I'm just a small guy scraping by. I can't afford to think bigger. And just after 2 months of working on him, we didn't even touch the business. We worked on him. Nick invested in mindset coaching and shifted from imposter syndrome and scarcity to abundant mindset. So he started to think, there's more than enough for me. My ideal clients are looking for someone just like me. His new feeling became confident, calm, motivated, worthy, and his nervous system was calming down because the chemicals being released were a little bit of dopamine and serotonin. And this allowed for him to be more creative and connected to everyone around him. And the belief was, I deliver exceptional value and deserve premium rates. My business creates abundance for my team, my clients, myself, and my community. Now, this new behavior led to raising prices, investing in lead generation, following up proactively. He hired 2 new salespeople to keep up demand. And his new habit was a daily mindset priming of gratitude. And he was gratitude journaling. He was celebrating the wins. He was mentoring his sales team with confidence and clarity. And his new identity became, I am an abundant leader. I attract more than enough, empower my people, and grow a business that changes lives. So the result of this, of just a simple shift, there's never enough. This was his mindset. 2, there's more than enough to go around. And this shift resulted in so many incredible ways for him. He went from 20% closed to 32% net to net issued closed, and consistent flow of high quality leads, more than enough, hired 2 new salespeople, and revenue and profit margins grew. So did his fulfillment and his purpose. So, 5 habits that we can all implement to becoming the happiest, most successful version of ourselves. And this is backed by Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. And I took a course in this on the psychology of positivity. And these were the 5 habits, when they studied this for decades, that showed up to these people and what they all had in common. So the first one, journaling. Awareness equals power. Most of us struggle to process how we feel and our emotions. When we write it down, we're activating those sensory organs. And we're able to really process what it is that we truly want. And when you write it down, you give it power. Number 2, gratitude and affirmations. So we spoke a little bit about this, but gratitude is going to automatically, no matter what type of mood you're in, because we all get moods, no matter what type of mood you're in, it's going to elevate you. Just think of 10 things you're grateful for, and you're going to feel like a different version of you. And following that with affirmations. It is the best way for you to be able to rewire from scarcity to an abundant mindset. Scarcity is just focused on that lack, and abundance says there's enough to go around for everyone. The third one is exercise. Exercise is so important. When we actually exercise, it helps our brain grow and it helps our neuroplasticity realign, creating new neural pathways. The fourth one, meditation and visualization. So I shared with you guys, meditation completely transformed my life, and now I'm regulated. My nervous system is calm, I'm connected, and I'm clear. Whereas before, my heart would be out of my chest, it'd be overstimulated. Meditation, if you have not tried it, I highly recommend. Don't judge yourself. Give yourself grace and ease into it. Meditation can absolutely change your life. And as we talked about, visualization. So the brain doesn't know the difference between what's real and imagined. So train it to expect success. What does success look like to you? Even if it's 2 minutes a day that you're just sitting with yourself, like, I see it, I am it. And the fifth one conscious act of kindness. When we do something kind for someone else, it releases oxytocin within us and the person receiving the kindness. And this has a ripple effect on everyone else around us. So, every time you choose an empowering thought, you're laying down new wiring, new neural pathways, a new script, and you're becoming a person who closes with confidence, leads with heart, and lives with purpose. So, I'm going to ask each of you to pull out your phone and open up your notes app. And I want you to write at the top, the greatest version of me. What do I want my dominant thought to be when I wake up? What do you want that first thought to be when you wake up? Write it down, you're given it power. And what thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors would I let go of that no longer serve me? What's getting in the way? And what new empowering thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors will I create? And what do I want to believe about my worth, work, and my future? You are the co-creator. You get to decide, no one else. What do you want your future to look like? All right, next, we talked about the 5 people closest to you that have a high impact on you. So think about 5 people that bring out the greatest version of you. They make you feel good, inspired, empowered. And think of them like your figurative board of advisors. They don't get equity in your company, they get equity in your growth. Write their names down. Now I want you to take one of those 5 people and I want you to send them a text, that one conscious act of kindness. Tell them how much you value them. Tell them how grateful you are to have them in your life. All right, now I'm going to ask each of you to do something a little uncomfortable with me. And Dom talked about this yesterday. When we're comfortable, we're not growing. I want each of you to grow here in this present extraordinary moment with me. I'd like to walk each of you through a guided meditation. And I'm going to ask each of you to leave your ego outside. And the thought might pop in, what is everybody else thinking? I want you to just trust me with this. I want to help each of you regulate your nervous system and step into the greatest version of you. So I'm going to ask each of you to just gently close your eyes. Get comfortable. And I want you to focus on your breath. And take a deep breath in through the nose. And slowly exhale through your mouth. And let your body begin to soften. Let your shoulders drop. And let your breath anchor you into this present moment. Now I want you to imagine it's 1 year from today, July 8th, 2026. You've done the inner work. You've rewired the old patterns. You've stepped fully into the greatest version of yourself. Allow that version of you to come forward now. Activate your senses. What do you see? What do you feel? What sounds do you hear around you? Laughter, celebration, joy. Feel into it. What does it feel like in this new body? What is your dominant thought every morning? How do you feel? What limiting beliefs have you let go of? What behaviors have you implemented? And what intentional actions have you committed to? Who are the people surrounding you? And I want you to bring your focus back to your breath. Take a deep breath in through your nose. And exhale out your mouth. I want you to wiggle your fingers and your toes. And gently open your eyes. Thank you so much for trusting me in that. How do we feel? Yeah, do we feel any different? Awesome. So think about it this way. You just hit Control-Alt-Delete on your old mindset. We're no longer settling for that. You've cleared the glitch. You've deleted the virus. The mind virus is gone. You've shut down the stories that no longer serve the greatest version of you. And you're not running on the past anymore. You're running on power. You're back online with a new identity. So, what are you going to build with it? Who are you going to become with it? And what are you going to close because of it? Here's the truth. You are not your past. You are not your patterns. You are not broken. You're just being rebuilt. Your mindset, That's your ultimate sales system. Your energy, that's your strategy. Your identity, that's your competitive edge. You don't need more hustle. You need more alignment. Alignment with who you really are, who you've always been beneath all of that programming, and who you're finally ready to become. Now walk out of this room today, not just fired up, but locked in to your greatness. You are the co-creator to your calling. Because greatness isn't out there. It's already within you. And when you start to think like it, feel like it, and speak like it, and act like it, you don't just change your business. You don't just change your revenue. You change your entire reality. Thank you so much for showing up today and participating with me. Now go out and ignite the greatness within you. Thank you so much for having me.
Can I get everyone to stand up for that? Stand up, give a round of applause. That was incredible. Thank you so much. Life-changing information. All right. So we got a breakout that's going to be coming soon, but I want everybody to leave this masterful presentation by Brianna Hetherington on a high note. So I want everyone to stand up, and I want everyone to shout as loud as they can, "I am the greatest." Okay? Muhammad Ali affirmation. Okay? Y'all deserve it. So we're going to make sure everyone leaves on a high note, and after that, we're going to go ahead and break out. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna hand the microphone over and you're gonna scream as loud as you can. I am the greatest. Ready? Here we go. One more time. All right, give yourselves a hand. I believe you, but do you believe it? You better believe it. Okay, I'm gonna take my cell phone here, but what we're gonna do, those of you sales warriors, you are in for a content-rich, action-packed day of training and role-playing with world-class sales trainer Daniel Coonsberry. Everyone enjoying Daniel Coonsberry's training, you sales warriors? Very proud of what he's doing. And then those of you in the Spanish room, you're also going to be receiving legendary sales training for the modern world by the woman, the myth, the legend, Senorita Wendy Harmeyer. How's that going? Okay. So we're going to have a competition between the two rooms at some point here. See who can be the loudest, most obnoxious. But then all you owners and executives, you're welcome to join us in the Hall of Ideas ballroom as well. We got an absolute action-packed day of some of the brightest minds I have ever had the privilege of knowing in terms of growing and scaling a profitable business from top to bottom. So make sure you do not miss out. We're kicking off the Profits for Sanity Breakout with Chad Hellman, who's a dear friend of ours at Grouse University, the owner and founder of Bath R Us and Window City Pros. Built a $35 million business in just over 5 years. And he's going to show you how to own your numbers, to own your business, to kickstart the Profits for Sanity Breakout. How's everybody feeling? All right, let's take 10 minutes. Everyone get to their respective places. Spanish sales training, Profits for Sanity, English sales training, and then we're going to get kickstarted day 2. Thanks again, Brianna Hetherington. Masterful presentation, so incredible. Thank you.
What time does the next one start? 9 minutes now. Figure it out. It's gonna be good.
Welcome closers and contractors to the Profits for Sanity podcast. I'm your host, Dominic Caminada, CEO of Grosso University and industry leading sales trainer. In the world of business, as you already know, we firmly believe that volume is for vanity and profit is for sanity. And the goal of this show is very simple. We're going to bring on the brightest minds in the home improvement industry. They can educate you exactly how to grow and scale a more profitable business. And today is absolutely no exception. We have an extraordinary guest that I've had the honor of knowing since 2019. Her name is Sheila Hibble. She's the owner of Exterior Pros, located right next door here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and her journey has been very inspiring for me to watch as she has become an absolute powerhouse in the home improvement industry. She's very well known by many people that I respect, and she has made quite a name for herself in this industry. And she's going to share some of the lessons learned in her journey in owning a home improvement business, and ultimately how you can grow and scale a more profitable company. So Sheila, I just want to thank you, of course, for driving from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. If there wasn't too much traffic here.
No, it's thanks so much for having me.
Just over an hour away. So Sheila, a lot of people do know you, but for those watching this podcast and have never heard of Sheila Hibble before, I guess explain, how did we get here to owning a home improvement business? What did that journey start like? Because from my experience, as we talked about earlier, a lot of people I talked to seem to have stumbled upon this by accident.
Exactly, that's exactly how it happened to me as well. My background is in finance and insurance. And I used to field calls from my clients that had suffered damage to their homes from storm-related claims like wind and damage. And through those experiences with working with my clients, with the insurance company, claims department process, and as well as very subpar contractors out in the market, I could see there was a real need in the storm restoration part of the business for someone to help customers with both claims process and also find quality contractors. So in 2012, Exterior Pros started as a storm restoration company, and through hiring sales reps and making connections, we then evolved into in-home sales as well, which we call our retail division now, and we expanded products and added another division of sales reps that do in-home consultation with owners.
That's crazy how far advanced you were in that capacity, because it seems to me like a good percentage of the industry now is kind of waking up and seeing that the storm business is, I don't want to say it's dying, but it's definitely struggling, especially with insurance companies and laying claims. And we get a lot of companies now that come to us trying to convert from storm restoration to retail sales. But you made this decision a long time ago to really pursue both. So you can obviously farm when business is good and do the insurance work, but you can also start hunting for your business to be more self-sustainable in that retail capacity. How do you feel that decision was clear to you in the beginning? Was it just because of the lack of professionalism you saw and experience from your previous career? I guess, what was that turning point moment where you're like, getting into retail sounded like a really smart idea?
Well, it was more about people that I met that were doing in-home, but they didn't know what the storm side was. They just knew how to go in and present a product and pitch it and sell it to customers. So really just with brainstorming, starting two different divisions just was sort of a natural conclusion, because you're right, storm related work is storm dependent. So, you know, you're relying on weather related events. So it's kind of more of like something we could do year round, no matter what, and add products like windows, because windows are never really part of a storm restoration project. But there's a huge need for windows.
Okay, now you started primarily in roofing and now exterior pros. What are all the different product verticals you specialize in now?
Yes, roofing, siding, gutters, gutter protection, and then windows, doors, and, wet space bath.
And then what percentage of your business now is roofing compared to windows, compared to like baths?
So roofing and windows are dollar for dollar, pretty even, and our top two products, we do more window projects, but the average ticket is smaller. Followed by siding, and then baths, and then our gutters protection, or gutter protection are.
This is a funny question just popped in my head, but I always like to know, like, what inspired the whole theme of exterior pros? Was it again going back to all the poor, like, professionalism and craftsmanship you saw from your time in insurance? Like, I want to bring some professionalism to the industry. Was that kind of what inspired that name?
Yeah, it was really just, the homeowners that we were working with that had this damage and needed it replaced, and working with the insurance companies. And, you know, seeing some of them, the way they were mistreated through the claims process, not treated fairly, so there was that part of it, like wanting to help them get what they deserve and what they've been paying insurance premiums for. And then there was this other side, once they were approved, to hire a contractor of their choice, and not knowing who to turn to. Do they just go on Craigslist at that time, which many of them did and ended up getting burned? So it's really just about having more of being the middleman that can help them facilitate, you know, the claim process with the insurance company and educate them on that part, and then also find and vet qualified contractors that can do the work and not.
Yeah, because I just think the whole name exterior pros is just a very strong name. And obviously that brand is now being recognized amongst the industry, so you've done a great job there. And of course, with any business, you have multiple pillars to success. Of course, we have marketing, we have sales, we have operations, you have a lot of moving parts. And that only gets more complex as the company grows and scales, and we experience a lot of growth and success since 2012. So kind of starting off with marketing, you know, the thing I like about this show is, again, people that are actually active in the business, in the trenches. Again, we don't have to share everything, but sharing some of the things that are working for them. And of course, as we know, every market or territory can be different. You know, I talk to some companies and they swear by direct mail. Some companies swear by television, or social media, or Facebook. Some swear by canvassing. I was just talking to a company the other day, they do 7 million a month in canvassing. It's like, holy God. So you never know, but just curious, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, exterior pros, what you're involved in, what are some of the marketing strategies that you see working for you? And what are some of the things you see absolutely not working?
Well, this year, our marketing team has put a tremendous focus on the digital space. Things such as short videos, reels, as they call them, blogs, before and after posts, things like that, Facebook, Instagram, I think we're on Twitter, I don't really know that. TikTok, I saw us on the other day, so it's pretty cool to see those things.
Do people still call Twitter the X now? I mean,
I don't even know.
is it still called a tweet?
Right, my marketing people are a lot younger than I am, so that's good. So those efforts this year have grown our organic social media traffic and the leads that come from that tremendously. So that's been the main focus, and we've definitely been seeing a return on investment in those efforts. Other things that work for us, we do still purchase leads from lead aggregators. We have events, you know, we try to be at as many events with our events team. We do all home shows, of course, and
Do you do like a lot of fairs and festivals, anything of that nature, like rock concerts and stuff?
no rock concerts, but that's a good idea. We do fairs, festivals, farmers markets, of course, all home shows and the big county fairs and things like that. Some sporting events.
Was there any event that surprised you where it's like, you know, you just entertain this for and see what happens and all of a sudden, you know, like a big influx of events, right?
Bacon Fest.
Bacon Fest?
Bacon Fest, I think it's in Elkhorn, but it was surprisingly a huge success for us. It didn't
I
cost
haven't
very
been
much.
to Bacon Fest, and Elkhorn is like an hour and a half from me.
So funny story about Bacon Fest is we had a woman approach our booth and we were handing out scratch off tickets. And it was for her daughter that needed windows, so she scratched up the ticket. Then her husband approached me and was like, yeah, we need windows, let me those scratches. And then she was like, no, we're setting this for her daughter. So they ended up scratching one as well. So we ended up selling to the mother and the daughter, 2 separate households full of windows. And at the time, I was actually in the market for a new vehicle, and the woman that we sold, the woman, the windows to, was selling her vehicle that I liked in it.
See, that's why you should all attend Bacon Fest, your local Bacon Fest in the area. But, you know, the whole point, I talk about this a lot, like at Taylor Week here in Mid City, here at 630 events in a year. And there's so much opportunity there face to face, and you never know, like when you meet someone face to face, what could transpire in those relationships. And clearly that's a good case of where you have multiple projects and they end up being somebody that you buy the car from or whatever. But it's always interesting to me. And you know, in terms of marketing, that's the biggest thing that I keep hearing, because I try to look for patterns and what's working, what's not working. And one of the things that seems to be separating companies that are really doing well and companies that are still trying to ramp things up is content creation. A lot of companies are investing in content, whether it be YouTube channel, whether it be social media, filming jobs, taking customers along the journey. Look at what happened to HGTV. People love watching the transformation occur. They like seeing the behind the scenes of what's happening. And of course, content's gonna benefit you in every capacity. If you want really good content for your website, if you want content for your in-home presentation for your sales post to show up to them. Because every customer ultimately needs to be able to play that movie in their mind of all the things that are gonna happen when they finally call it share pros, get you in the home to actually start tearing the house apart and moving together. The more content I have out there in all the different channels, regardless of what you do, content matters. And I've seen companies that have podcasts like this, companies where they have no radio talk show, and they become almost like a trusted expert. The whole world is story is, I think, investing in quality content, especially if you're digital. It's really at this point non-negotiable. It's like you want people to see you and you want to. It's important that you start documenting projects, you start getting that content out there and leverage all this. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for organic marketing and related costs. You just got the upfront investment, you investing in content.
100%. We invested in some drones, we invested in some GoPro cameras, and we have our marketing team that's on site, doing those things, editing them and making the short videos, and it's been a huge success.
Yes. So in terms of marketing, it's one of the most unique things the industry. You know, took advantage of the latest surveys, generated better results than you initially anticipated.
Our marketing team does a great job. We also did. Our team does a really good job of trying to come up with promotions that are going to different people.
So obviously,
What's up? It did indeed. We got another minute. You know what I love about today is instead of kicking this off me talking, get to kick it off with all you guys talking. Yeah, opportunity to earn some points this morning. I got my luggage. Yeah, round of applause for American Airlines, huh? Only took them 36 hours to get 2 bags, 90 miles. Well done. How's everybody feeling this morning? Holy shit, you guys are better than me, I'll tell you that. I'm a bit wounded, so I'm gonna lean on you. So this morning, I was sitting down in a restaurant in the lobby of the hotel. And I was looking at my wounds from last night. Thank you to those of you who helped. And I was listening to people role playing while they're eating breakfast, which always makes me smile. So I was like, damn, you guys are taking this seriously. So round of applause for you if you were working your asses off that night and this morning. I heard it. The repetition over and over again doing the introduction. Now, it's an opportunity for you guys to get a bunch of points this morning. The whole reason we're here is not only to get better, but I'm a competitive guy. There's 3 checks up here on stage. And whoever has the most points at the end of this thing leaves with $5,000. Who the hell wants to win $5,000? Yeah. All right. Who thinks they know the introduction script well enough? They will come up on stage. All right, that's the first hand I saw. All right, come on up. We're gonna do the full intro at the front door, transition to the kitchen table, and then the full introduction at the kitchen table. And I want you guys to pick out what you like. We're gonna be focusing on everything. It's not just script adherence, it's tonality, it's pacing. For those of you who've been running leads for a long time, you tell me if this is a good way to get into the house and set the tone for the deployment, all right? Oh,
Dan?
yeah.
Hey, Dan, my name's Sean, I'm with Reader Cabinets.
Hey, how are you?
Doing great, thanks for inviting us out. I'm here for a 10 o'clock appointment, do you mind if I come in?
Yeah, come on in. Thanks for being on time.
Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it. You don't have to worry about that.
Leaving me my mother would absolutely about that, right there, and smack me upside the head, she never saw I wore shoes into somebody's house.
Mine's the same.
Just absolutely way it goes. Well, obviously I'm here to take a look at the kitchen, I obviously need to get an inspection, now before that, I just need a little bit of information to be efficient with your time, better serve you while I'm here, I get into the kitchen, we can sit down there.
Yeah, right this way.
Perfect.
We're gonna pretend to sit at the table here because I got no chairs here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely beautiful home, I appreciate it once again for the invite. And thank you for inviting us out, we appreciate the opportunity. Now, as you can imagine, obviously, we would love to run your business while we're here. I just want to be clear, that's not the main purpose of this visit.
Okay.
The main purpose of this visit is just to give you and your wife information about the products and services we offer and get information about what you're looking for in a contractor and your kitchen project.
Okay.
So, we're not going to discourage you, we're going to make sure that you're well informed, that you have all the information you need, we're going to give you a price that's guaranteed for 30 days. And also relax and make sure we're well armed with information. I'm also gonna make you aware of any special promotions we got going on, so if and when you're ready to move ahead with your kitchen projects, you'll be well armed with knowledge and confident whatever decision you end up making.
Sounds good.
It's a better way of doing business, I think you'd agree, right?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, then how can I help you, Dan?
Wonderful. Give him a round of applause. Well done. Thanks for doing that. We get a 100-point stamp out there. So what stood out to you guys? Tonality. You sound confident? Comfortable? Professional? Only talking in front of mouth.
Dan, for the next guys, can you give them?
Yeah, absolutely. That was awesome. So that's one of the things I focus on. So if somebody comes up to your house and they introduce themselves that way, do you feel like you're dealing with a competent professional? That's always what we're trying to do. Did he set the tone for what was about to take place? Who feels like they can top it? Yeah? All right, Daniel, get up here.
Give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
We're gonna hear the quiver in the voice.
Sir? Yeah.
Little counter talk, no, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Hey there, Dan.
yeah.
Hey, Dan, I'm Dan as well,
That's
with
it.
Universal Windows Direct. Thanks for having us out to your home today.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Do you mind if I come in?
Uh,
That 10 o'clock window appointment?
Why don't we start on the outside of the house? I want to show you something real quick.
Oh, sure, I mean, come on now, I can, just if you got something.
It's called a curveball, ladies and gentlemen. They're happy.
Well, you know, we can check out anything we need to out here, but, really, Yeah, I came out to maybe throw me a big curveball here.
I know, first thing in the morning, dude.
You know. Just so I can better serve you and gather a little bit more information, do you have a kitchen table or something that we could set up to?
Yeah, sorry, come on. Appreciate it.
Kitchen table.
Come on in, man, sit down.
Well, again, thanks for having us out to your home today. It's really a lovely home. Just to kind of give you an idea of what we do, we come out to the house. First off, I'm doing it in the country. You know what I'm doing. Well,
You got this, dude. Come on.
well, again, thanks for having us out. Just to give you an idea while I'm here, I'm gonna make you aware of all the services we offer. Just whenever you're ready. I'll also give you peace of mind with a price is good for 30 days, so you can relax. Also, while I'm here, I'll make you aware of any of the promotions that we have going on.
Okay.
Just so if and when you make a decision on this project, you have all the information you need to feel confident with your decision. We just think it's fair.
Yeah, sounds great, man. It's not fair, I think I'm Daniel all the time, and it's because he's really good. This guy put up over $400,000 a month, so he knows his shit. Is it easy to do this on stage? Hell no, in front of your peers, but if you can do this and you get out of your comfort zone, you can do anything. Just keep in mind the homeowner has no idea what you're supposed to say, so you literally cannot screw them. But thinking on your feet's important, how do you do? He got a curveball in front of people who know what he's supposed to say and he rolled with the punches. You do not have to get flustered. If somebody asks you to go outside and take a look at something, is it okay to do that? Hell yeah, it is. It's a pay by number system. Go with the flow. Our number one priority is to gain entry into the house, but in order to do that in a way that's effective, we have to make sure the homeowner is feeling confident and comfortable. It's their home. So I don't care if I throw you guys a curveball, roll with it, you know? I'll try to be nice to the rest of you. It's like, you know. All right, who wants to do it again? I want to hear one more. Yep, yes, sir. You have to help me with names because as I said yesterday, it's something that I am striving to be better at. That's right.
Throwing 2 curveballs.
Knock him out. The hell out of my porch.
Dan?
Yeah,
Hey Dan, I'm Jake with Border Home Improvement. Here for our 10 o'clock roof appointment. Do you mind if I come in?
yeah, right on. Come on in.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Oh, man. Well, hey, thank you so much for having us out. Really just be the most efficient with your time and to get us all on the same page. We've got a few questions to run through with you. So if you have a kitchen table, sit down, that'd be great.
Sure, right over here. Pardon the mess.
Not a problem. I've got 5 kids at home. So this is, hey, pretty normal for me.
Yeah, right on.
But hey, so we handle things a lot different than most other contractors. We do a lot of education through this.
Okay.
So I would be lying to you if I told you I wasn't trying to earn your business. But we understand that that's not the point. A lot of what we do is just making sure that if and when you decide to pull the trigger on this project, you got everything that you need to know. That way you can make an educated decision.
Sounds good to me.
Now, we will.
Yeah.
So we will go through all of our products and services and build this out down to the dollar for you.
Okay.
That proposal will be good for 30 days, so we're gonna relax. We will go through different product, promotions and discounts as we kind of move through this. But we just really believe that an educated homeowner is the best homeowner. Would you agree?
Well, you're not gonna give me a price, it's just good for today, are you?
So we have a bunch of different promotions that goes through that, but when we build this out, you will have a proposal down to the dollar that you guys can hand them, hold on to for 30 days. Outside of 30 days, just need to get you a phone call from me, that way I can make sure the numbers don't need to be ran.
Okay, that sounds good. I appreciate that.
Perfect.
Right. Hey. All right. I wanna know who did it best. First guy? What's your name? Sean. Sean did it best. Why?
No curveballs. No curveballs.
He was smooth. They took his shoes off, I love it. Yeah. Give him the layup, come on.
Yeah.
No, it sounds like you've been doing it a lot, they were all very good. But as a homeowner sitting there, I knew exactly what to expect here. Now, has anybody ever said to you guys what I just said, hey, you're not gonna give me a price that's good for today, right? Yeah. This is one of my favorite lines that I ever learned was like, if somebody says that to you, so, dude, the last thing I would ever do. Is give you a price that's good for today. And the only delivered, and I had one guy who actually threw that in my face, he's like, you said you weren't gonna do this, I said, well, to be fair, I said it was the last thing I was. One line. So you can have a lot of fun with this, but you were a wordsmith as a salesperson, so language is our trade craft, you gotta get good at this shit. And it doesn't happen through osmosis, it happens through rigorous training and practice, and obviously you guys put in the work, so. One more round of applause for these guys. It's not easy to do the first thing you know. So last night, the other aspect of your homework was to write down goals, affirmations. How many of you guys did that? Yeah? Anybody feel like sharing a couple of the goals that you wrote down? What do you got?
I want to do 325, 3.25 million this year.
3.25 million this year, that's a big, hairy, audacious goal. How much money do you wanna make if you hit that?
At least 250K, but the goal obviously is 300K.
Yeah, at least 250. What would your life look like if you made 250K?
About what it does now.
Yeah. Just get to have all the freedom you want moving forward. Nothing changes, that's smart man right there. A lot of people are like, hey, buy a boat. It's like, I just stay steady. I love that. Anybody come up with any health and well-being goals yesterday? Yep.
I want to be genuine and authentic in every interaction and attract new love and others.
Nice. Yeah, who doesn't? It's good shit. So we got financial goals, we got health and well-being goals. How many of you guys are focused on relationships? Anybody have any goals for being a better spouse, being a better parent? The coolest thing about this training, besides the abundance that it provides financially, is the fact that when you get good at the skills that we talk about in the training, you become a better version of yourself in all areas. So when I learned how to communicate better, I became a way better father, way better husband. I stopped losing fights with my wife because I stopped having them. Guys, that's the trick. You want to be right or do you want to be married? It's not working. So I would have the internal dialogue and I go through all the things that we train on here, the mindset work. It's incredibly helpful. So today, I want you guys doing this training and focusing on all the goals you set and putting in the effort so that if you guys can crush this, you apply it to every other aspect of your life. Basically, you prove to yourself that you can work really hard. Doing this training usually takes 2 weeks. You guys are trying to learn it in 3 days. Some of you have an advantage because you've been through it before, but we're going to be hammering down today on the accelerators. We're going to get into company story. We're going to finish out the entire sales process. We're going to get into some of the closing steps today. So then we're going to jump right into step 5, which is company story. So how many of you guys work for a kick-ass company? Yeah? Oh, by the way, before I forget, can we get stamps, 100-point stamps for all 3 volunteers? You got them? Good. Okay. Thank you, sir. I know, lightning. So what you get across the universe. All right, company story. You guys work for badass organizations. Now, when you go out to a homeowner's house and you're trying to talk to them about this shit, have you ever had people where the conversation's going great? You go through the entire survey, the measure and inspection, build urgency and trust and interest in doing the project. And you sit down, you start talking to them about your company and they just glaze over. Yeah, why does that happen?
They're not involved enough.
Monologuer. Holy crap. It's the worst. Do people care about your resume? No, they don't. Is it important information? Right. So where's the disconnect? It's valuable, they need to know it, but they're allergic to it.
It's all about what's important to them.
It's all about what's important to them. It's about the delivery. How many of you guys are using Gauge or Canva or PowerPoint? Yeah. Alright, so let's go through some of the things that you guys talk about when you're discussing your company story. Keep in mind, it is not what you say, it's how you say it. So is it important for you guys to talk about how long your company's been in business? Why should I care if I'm the homeowner?
90% of contractors go on about 5 years.
96% of contractors go out of business in the first 5 years. Our industry really is a dumpster fire. Running a contracting company is tough. A lot of the contractors I worked with are great at swinging a hammer, they suck at running a business. And I work with a lot of great business people who suck at contracting, it's hard to thread that needle. So, if you're talking to homeowners about that, how do you bring that point up? You just sit down and go, John and Mary, I'm sure you probably are unaware of this, but 96% of contractors go out of business in the first 5 years. Story form, how would you turn that into a story? Yep. Did you guys hear about Sears? Perfect example. They're still around, they've just restructured, synergized. I used to tell a story about this all the time. I'd be like, listen, guys, there's a bunch of ways you can do this. As a homeowner, if you're going throughout the process and you're getting quotes from contractors, you're going to get quotes that fall into one of 3 buckets. The lowest price quotes you're gonna get are gonna be from independent contractors, right? There's no oversight, they have no overhead. When I was in Wisconsin, I used to say, do you know what it takes in the state of Wisconsin to be a contractor?
Pickup truck.
A pickup truck. That's right. How much insurance do you have to carry in order to call yourself an insured contractor?
Not auto insurance. 250K.
250K. How fast does 250K evaporate if you get injured on a job site? Like that. And even that policy is expensive, right? So if you're only gonna carry the minimum insurance, why not just forego it entirely? There's nobody who's vetting you. Have you guys ever run into contractors who get an insurance policy just to get the note, the certificate, and then they cancel the policy? We've seen that. There's a million ways that homeowners can fall into a trap. Now, what happens if you hire an unlicensed contractor and they screw up your house? Do you have any legal recourse? Nope. None at all. So if you're gonna break this down into story form, you guys have all heard me tell a story about a guy who got his thumb ripped off on the job site when I was working. That was nasty. That's how I would talk to homeowners about insurance. I tell that story and they'd be like, oh God, I'm like, she ain't telling me. Every time I close my eyes, I can see that kid's face. And we were highly trained. We still got his thumb ripped off. If I'm talking about how long the company's been in business, the fact that we're licensed and we're insured. If you're a licensed contractor, you have to pull a permit. If you pull a permit, do you get your work checked?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. Depends on the municipality. Why are these things important, guys? How do you get homeowners hooked on this stuff? Does anybody have a good story in regards to hiring an unlicensed contractor? You guys, yeah, what do you got?
So back when I was doing roofing.
Let's get him on mic.
Okay.
Sorry.
So back when I was doing like roofing windows side and stuff like that, there was a lady I was talking to, and I pull up this home. It is $1.6 million. I mean, this lady was clearly doing well, especially considering I was in Wisconsin. And so I pull up to her home. She's looking for a new house, right? She's getting quotes, she's doing all that stuff, and I'm talking to her. And you know the time they got $1.6 million because they haven't spent more than $5 on anything in a day in their life. You know, doing everything I can to build value, but I was still green at the time. So this lady ends up seeing our price, seeing the price she got. She ends up going with this independent contractor. Unlicensed, you know, one guy, but she's just like, well, he's a 30-year price, and you know, he's been doing it a while. He's been doing it like 10 years now, and he should be okay, right? He has some expertise. So he goes out, he does the job. I get a call probably about 3 months later. He had just gotten the windows, he had gone in, and he had fallen out of one of the windows on the job. What she did not realize, which most homeowners do not realize, is that when you hire a contractor, an unlicensed contractor, you are now their employer. You are now the person who is responsible for everything that happens to a job. Did she have workers' comp? Absolutely not. She was responsible for all final costs. The family took her upper river. She was planning on buying a vacation home down in Florida. She ended up, I want to say the lawsuit was for $2.3 million for end of life for that person. She not only couldn't buy her home in Florida, in fact, she was greatly in danger of losing the home she had, and she still didn't get new windows because of course her contractor died. All because the guy didn't have proper insurance. Now, is that gonna happen every single time? Of course not. It just comes down to your risk tolerance. You know, what do you wanna do?
Well done, and that last line is so crucial, when you tell a story, just ask people how much risk they're comfortable with. How many of you guys are really comfortable taking risks in here? Yeah, couple adrenaline junkies, how about with your money? How about with your house? I put it on the line every day. Fear of loss is twice as powerful a motivator as hope of gain, so anytime you're telling a story, you can plant seeds of fear and doubt into it. Based on what can be taken away from you if you cut corners on this stuff. The story I used to tell when I was talking about licensed versus unlicensed contractors go like this. And this is a true story. When I was running Window Works, which is also Tiger Roofing, I went out to an appointment in a suburb that's about 20 miles west of Chicago. And when I pulled up to this house, there's blue tarp on the roof. So I'm like, hey, there it is. I'm in the right spot. And it's this little brick bungalow. And when I went and knocked on the front door, a little old woman came around the side of the house. She was like, hello. I was like, hey, this woman's name is Dolores. Hey, Dolores, how you doing? I'm Dan. She goes, come around back. So they were walking around the back of the house. There's a bunk of shingles sitting over there, paddled up. I'm like, oh. So what happened so far? Just walking up to the house. What am I walking into? Yeah. Somebody else's job. It's been started. It's been screwed up. What the hell am I doing? So she opens the back door to go into the house. When I walked in, you guys have probably been in the house like this where there's so much moisture damage that it just smells like a compost heap. This is the only house I've ever been in where the entire drywall ceiling in the kitchen had mushrooms growing out. It was horrific. It was the nastiest shit I've ever seen. And I've been a lot, obviously. That one was, it's the one that I can still smell. So Dolores, little 86-year-old woman, was by herself in this house, and I'm like, what the hell happened here, Dolores? She goes, well, I was at church back in January, and I was talking to one of my friends there, and I told him my roof was leaking, I had to get it fixed, so she recommended this contractor. So I called him, and he came out to give me a quote. He said he'd do the whole roof for $12,500. Now, this guy's a cash and carry contractor. What does it mean to be cash and carry? No financing. How much money did you have to put down? Half. So this little old lady gives this dude half of $12,500, $67,500, $57,50. And to his credit, he showed up to start the job. But like most contractors, when he gave her the bid, it was an estimate. Do we give estimates? What do we give? Quotes. What is an estimate? Just a guess. He walked up and he went, 12. But when he started doing the tear off, he started on the south side of the house. And he realized, oops, there's not one layer of shingles, there's 3. And then he got down to the decking. It was all gapped plank. Now it's a redeck. He could have figured this out by popping his head up in the attic. It wasn't even a hard attic to get to. The scuttle hole was in her freaking kitchen. But he didn't do his job. So he told her at that point, listen, this job's more complicated than I thought. We're gonna need multiple dumpsters, blah, 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 blah. More material, more labor. It's gonna be over 20 grand. This woman's 86 years old. She's on a fixed income. Her husband's dead. She's like, I don't have the money, but I'll come up with installments for you. And he said, no, just call me when you have the other half of the deposit that I need for the new total, and I'll come back and start working again. And he left. An 86-year-old woman with half her roof torn off by herself in January in Chicago. It's a nice day. I was there in June. So she'd gone through winter, spring, and now we're into summer. And it had been raining and snowing the whole time, and nobody would help her. So I was like, now, is this a $20,000 roofing project anymore? Nope. Now what is it? It's mold remediation. It's all new insulation, it's drywall, it's wiring, there's mechanical damage now. It's not worth 50, 60 grand all in. And she's living on social security. So this woman is just sobbing at the kitchen table. We went through this whole process. And I had to get her daughter on the phone. Her daughter's husband was an attorney, and the guy was livid. He goes, "Oh, we've been going after this guy." He goes, "Turns out when we chased him down, he's an unlicensed contractor." They had no legal recourse at all. There's nothing to be done. He took the money and ran. And he was like, "Hey, I'll come back and finish the job." And she comes up with the cash. At this point, is she gonna give this guy another dime? Hell no. Thanks for destroying my house and my retirement. Sucks. So getting through some creative financing, using the daughter as a cosigner, we were able to get the roofing portion taken care of. And since I was from the area and I've been in the trades, I was able to connect with a couple other people and take care of the rest of the work. But that's what the job is about, right? Taking care of people, using your knowledge to help them out. And there are always assholes like that out there who are trying to undercut legitimate companies and give away the work, and they're always moving the goalpost on people, which is why if you ask the average consumer walking down the street to describe a contractor, they would give you some pretty unfavorable adjectives, right? How do they describe contractors?
Sleazy.
Sleazy. Not like us, Sage. We're angelic. But that's the whole perception of the industry. Contractors are gruff idiots.
Dishonest.
They're dishonest. They're always trying to pull one over on you. Salespeople, same thing. How can you tell a salesperson's lying? Yeah, the mouse moving. That's the perception we're going into every day, which is why professionals like us have to start to change the narrative. We have to talk to people about this stuff. Now, as the average consumer, when you start talking about this shit with people, when you tell them the story, is it relatable, first of all? You guys all envision that entire scenario? When I used to tell that story to homeowners, they'd say the same thing. They'd be like, "That's awful." I'd be like, "That's the hardest part of the job." Sitting at the table with the little old lady who's crying because she got taken to the cleaners. Now, I'm not saying we're the right company for you. I have no idea if we are. That's your decision to make. But I do know that the most important part of this entire process is vetting a contractor. So what sort of things are important to you when you're vetting a contractor? So you tell a story and then you ask a question. How many of you guys are good storytellers in here? Yeah? What makes a good story good? It's engaging, the details. Can you use too many details in a story? Oh my God. It can be brutal. How many of you know a bad storyteller? Is there anything more painful? I'd rather get a freaking root canal. So become a good storyteller. So who, what, where, when, why. There should be a sequence of events that crescendo up to a climactic point that's relatable, and there should be a moral in the story, which is the point that you are trying to impart to the home. What is the moral of that story I just told you? Vet your contractor. Our license is important. Did I price condition in that story? Multiple times, right? That's the beauty of storytelling as well, is you can pack a bunch of sales tools right into the content within the story, and the homeowner doesn't feel it. Listening to a story is a global process in your brain. Dominic always summarizes this in the way that I find beautiful. He's like, "Have any of you guys ever cried watching a Pixar movie?" Yeah? Why? It's animated, you big baby.
Takes us back to when we were a kid.
Takes you back when you're a kid, there's something primal about it. The human brain has been receiving information through storytelling for our entire lineage, going back 2 million years. That's how we pass information from one generation to the next. So when you're in story time, people's guard comes down. They're not going to be listening for any sort of deception because the story is so captivating. So make sure as you're doing your company story, you're making it very relatable and valuable to them. It's not, we were established in 1994. We haven't just read the book, we wrote the book at Home Improvement. We've done 48,000 jobs in this community. God damn it, we're the best, just ask anybody. That stuff does not work. I always like to use takeaways when I'm going through my company story. You guys just heard me say, "Hey, we might not be the right company for you." You guys ever use that one? I have no idea if we're the right company for you. That is a decision for that side of the table. I am biased. This is called an accusation audit, when I label all the negative aspects. They're expecting you to sell them. And people are naturally resistant to being sold. So when you go the other direction, it's refreshing, their guard comes down. Other than talking about how long you've been in business and the fact that you guys are licensed and insured, what else are you talking about in the company story? Installers, trained and certified. What's the difference between a certified contractor and an independent contractor?
Or the warranty that comes with it.
The warranty that comes with it. Now, how many of you guys actually go through and show homeowners warranties? We're gonna talk about this more when we get into evolution, yeah? Are you as appalled by the egregious language in those things as I am? When I read was not covered by warranties, it makes me want to throw up as a consumer. Because before I, yeah. Yeah,
So that's one thing that I always hammer in every single appointment, warranty, in the ways that we manufacturers do.
exactly. And I don't even blame the manufacturers because they're huge. You were an attorney, you were writing the language. What is all of that language designed to do? Cover your ass, absolve you of responsibility when predictable things happen. We don't want to pay for that shit when it fails. Now, who knows more about the products than the people who are manufacturing and testing them? These guys know exactly how this stuff is going to fail. And they're not your friend. They're trying to make a profit. And I don't hate on them for it. But homeowners are unaware of all of the things that go into that warranty. And the reason's pretty simple. Most of the things that we buy are finished goods. You buy a car, you drive it home. This is a different type of purchase for these homeowners, which is why we hammer on the company story. So I would always use the analogy, guys, the reason this is the most important part, and it's not just me laying out the resume for our company, the reason this is so important for you is, like, if you went and bought a car, you would pick out what all the features you want, you negotiate out price, then you end up financing the thing and you drive it home, right? I want you to imagine there's a step right after that. Before you drive it home, right after you have all those features picked out and you negotiate on price. At that point, you sign the paperwork, you go in the back, and there are 5 mechanics sitting in a row, and there's 10,000 parts on the ground. They go, here's your car. Now you're gonna interview these 5 guys, and I want you to tell us who you want to assemble that thing. You can come back in 6 to 8 weeks and pick it up. What's the most important variable here? Yeah, come back and pick up a $60,000 paperweight. It's not gonna work, and the same thing's true for your home. How many of you guys sell roofing material here? Yeah? How many of you sell CertainTeed? Owens Corning? GAF? Malarkey? ICO? Atlas? Are all of those quality products that are designed to last a long time? No, ours is the shit, and I'll tell you what. As soon as I said Atlas, they're like, we're out. I should have stopped at certainty. I used to say this to homeowners all the time. All of these shingles are designed to last a certain period of time, and if installed correctly, they will. The problem we run into is if we look at all the shingles on the market, if the vast majority of, especially architectural shingles, have a 50-year warranty. But 70% of the asphalt roofs that are replaced in this country every day fail in the first 10 years. And there are shingle graveyards all across the country. Have you guys ever seen this? Go online and check out shingle graveyards. It is the most depressing ecological disaster that's man-made that I've seen that no one's talking about. It takes 300 to 400 years for an asphalt shingle to break down. And it slowly leaches into the water table. And there are graveyards that are, 20 feet tall, miles long. 18,000 roofs get replaced every day in this country. It's a lot of asphalt going into the ground. And it doesn't have to be that way. Why do they all fail prematurely if they're supposed to last 50 years? Improper install. We hammer these points home with the homeowner, and I want to create visuals that get an emotional reaction from them. Now, If I'm talking to somebody where I pulled up in front of their house and I was paying attention to my surroundings, and they had a sign out front that said, science is real, feminism is patriotism, they have a political sign out front. I'm hammering this point with these people because they're virtue signaling from their front yard. Hey, this is how you sell me. I'll be like, listen, it's an environmental disaster. It's a financial disaster for you if you have to do this again. What's the only thing worse than replacing a roof, guys? Replacing a replacement roof. And there's a 46% chance that that is going to happen according to Harvard University. 46% of the jobs that are done are rework. And if you look at the statistics, there's a 70% chance we're gonna have to replace it again in the first decade. You guys ever talk to people who tell you, I'm gonna live here for the rest of my life, I never wanna do this shit again? You can hear that all the time. Replacing a roof sucks, let's make sure you never have to do it again. And there's ways we can do that. So we have trained certified installers. They're manufacturer backed. How many of you are GAF, Master Elite? Yeah, President's Club? What do these certificates mean?
Means you also have a portion just like you, they're gonna pay for it.
Right, so what, basically, how does that agreement work? If GAF, you guys put a roof on it, they come out and check it, and you violated their installation procedures, what happens? You have to go back out and reinstall it. Can you lose that credential?
Yes.
How hard is it to get that credential?
Very.
Takes a long time. You have to have a track record of excellence in order to get these credentials. That's why we have to talk about them with people, because if we just show them like, hey, here's our trophy case, they don't care. But if you can describe it in a way where they understand it, they see the value in it, they're interested. Every salesperson you ever met is gonna tell you why they're the greatest. How many of you guys sell the best product in the world? All right. That's all of us. We're biased. Shine a flashlight on that. Tell them. This is what everybody's gonna tell you. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through the entire process with you. We're gonna focus on the areas of concern that your house demands. We found these particular problems. We wanna make sure they never happen again. Here's how we're gonna solve it. Here are the materials, front to back. Here's how our guys are gonna put those in. You guys talk about secondary materials on installation when you're going to the company store. Well, when you're getting a product demo, you hold on to it. I usually plant the seeds for things like this when I'm talking company story. But when you certify technicians, you start learning the difference between things like caulk and elastomers. You start to pay attention to things like fasteners. We don't staple stuff down, we use cap nails. We'll talk more about that later, but as a guy who was in the trades for a long time, as I was learning those things, it was like a light bulb went off. When I learned the right way to install a product with the right secondary materials, I would ask questions, hey, why do we use this? And these kick-ass old sage contractors I worked with, they'd explain it to me, and I'd be like, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm like, yeah, we didn't used to do that, and here's how it failed. How many of you guys have actually gone through like a code book in your area? Yeah? How big is that thing? It's a mile long, it changes all the time. If you're talking to homeowners, have you ever met somebody where you talk about pulling a permit and going by the book and they actually are against it? They don't want to do that? How do you handle that? Yeah. Oh, yes, I love it. You bet.
So I'm not here for electrical, but with the, I'm from Ontario, and they're pretty strict on their electrical licensing rules. Our code book is that thick. And the rules say you can't hire an electrician, you can't hire a master electrician, which I am. You have to hire a licensed electrical contractor. So, you know, if you go and install some electrical work, it fails, there's a fire or something like that, and it's not a licensed electrical, well, the insurance can deny your claim. And that's my story that sells jobs.
Yeah.
I sold one recently because they had a price that was 3 times less than ours. I'm like, listen, I don't care if you hire me or not, just hire a licensed electrical contractor. Therefore, you're covered by insurance. And that usually does the trick.
Absolutely. You can tell a real life story and you got the credential to back it up. It goes a long way. I appreciate it. That's a John round of applause.
In a doubt,
100 points.
Yeah, let's get modern, when any volunteers, get a stamp on there. Oh man, I'm about to inflict some bodily harm here.
I got a t-shirt cannon moment brought to you by Green Sky. Who wants a t-shirt?
Put a tumbler in there and fire it off, dude. That's right, yeah. Gotta keep your head on the swivel of this train. Green Sky, knocking out the competition. So if you know the codes in the code book, now I will raise my hand and say I do not know all the codes in the code book. That won't life, Jesus. Anybody have any idea anything? But all those codes are in there for a reason, and the reason is usually somebody got hurt or somebody died. Which is an important and sobering thing to talk about with homeowners. They're like, you know what, I'm the kind of guy who likes to stretch rules where here and there where I can, but when it comes to our homes, absolutely not. You have to consider what we're doing with this project. We are ripping apart the water barrier in your house and we're putting it back together. We always, if you're selling roofs, I'd say, you know, a house needs two things, good hat, good pair of boots. That's pretty much it. Everything else from the top down, it all works in conjunction with how that first system is put in on the top. If the roof is sound, everything else should fall into place as long as you maintain it and it was installed with the same level of professionalism and care. And that's why we are always vetted by third-party organizations when it comes to things like satisfaction rating. When you're getting your licenses renewed. With our training regimen, how many of you guys have master installers who then have an apprenticeship program? They train the people underneath them? Yeah. I went through a 5-year apprenticeship program with Chicago Carpenters Union. You know how long it takes? How many hours you have to work to become a journeyman? 10,000 hours. It's a lot of freaking time on a job site before they're willing to take the training wheels off. I installed thousands of freaking garage doors before they were like, all right, you can go on it. Why? Because it's dangerous. The workforce in our industry makes up 6% of the national workforce. Contractors are 6% of the workforce. You know how many deaths they account for? 20%. 1 in 5 people that die at work die on a job site. Those numbers suck. Pretty important to talk to homeowners about it because you guys mentioned earlier, insurance is everything. If they don't have a butler clause, they don't have an umbrella policy to protect against third-party injury, what happens if somebody dies at your house? Yeah, there are people living under bridges all over this country because they hired the wrong contractor. And that's just because accidents happen, right? But if you also run into people who pull the slip and fall, you guys ever meet some assholes been living on disability for 20 years because they've been taking advantage of people? I've heard this story multiple times. It was in the Chicago area. A lot of shysters right now. But they come to your house, they earn your trust, they give you a great price, they smile at you, you cut them a check, and then they show up to start the job, and oh, my back. And you're paying them disability. And they bleed you dry and they move on to the next summer. It sucks. That's why going through this vetting process is so important. When you guys are talking to people about things like the Better Business Bureau, how do you describe it? What is the Better Business Bureau?
Yeah, it's basically, you know, a reporting company where consumers can make complaints about companies that's made, don't work on the property.
Yeah, anybody here have an A+ rating? How do you talk about that with people?
Depends on how old they are.
It depends on how old they are. That's a good point. Why does it depend on how old they are?
You buy your way to that rating.
Man, how many times we heard that one? That's bullshit. You just buy it.
Yeah.
The Better Business Bureau is actually not an indicator of how good you are at your job. It's how good you are at dispute resolution. You can maintain an A+ rating and have thousands of complaints on it. I talk to homeowners about that all the time. They're like, you should go and check us out online and look at our rating, obviously, but look at how many complaints we have, how quickly they were dealt with. You know, when I was in Mad City, I was like, we replaced 78,000 windows in 2020. It's a lot of windows. Are we perfect? No. How many of you guys work for a company that's perfect and never made a mistake on a home project? Anybody? It's freaking construction. Shit happens. Us, we're great. Never made a mistake. I wake up in the morning, just piss excellence, guys. Best thing. But I wanna talk about that with people, just let them know, like, hey, if we screw up, we screw up. What happens from that moment on is how you determine whether or not this is a high quality contractor. or not. Own the mistake, be open and honest with your communication and resolve it. This is also a reason why I recommend financing, which we will talk a lot about. If you got all your money out there with this contractor and they screw up, they are less incentivized to do the job right and make you whole because they have your money. But if you have a third party holding the bill, they better fix their stuff, because then you can go right to the finance company and just tell them, hey, these assholes, they screwed up my house.
They'll deny it.
Say it again.
If they're not satisfied with the work, the finance company will not pay that contract.
Yeah,
They can't do anything about
checks and balances.
it.
Keep in mind, guys, you're the experts. How many contractors have these homeowners hired in their lives?
The layer of protection.
It's a layer of protection. They don't know what they don't know. How many times you talk to people where this is the first project you're doing on a home? That happen pretty regularly for you guys? They don't know anything about this. So you have to show them all the landmines that are out there that they could potentially step on. That is what we're doing here. We're giving them peace of mind and we're showing them how to vet a contractor properly, how to maximize their outcome. And that's whether or not they decide to hire us.
But it'll make them go towards financing instead of paying cash.
Hell yeah, I want them to finance. We'll talk a lot about that when we get into financial terms. How many of you guys sell the majority of your deals on finance? Hell yeah. I don't know the exact number, but it had to be at least 8 out of every 10 deals I wrote was financed. Even if they want to pay cash, I try to talk them out of it. Until they insist, and then I take the chance. All right, we've talked about a couple key points here. What else are you talking about with your company and differentiate? Anybody do any sort of altruism in the community? Yeah? What kind of outfits are you associated with? Habitat for Humanity. Yeah, big brothers, big sisters. You ever talk to people and you start to bring this up and you can see that it elicits a real positive response? They light up. How many people have bought from you because you guys get back in the community? Yeah. Exterior Pro is notorious for this. They're a pillar in their community. They're out there doing shit all the time. And I love seeing it. And it resonates in the community because you're not just blowing smoke. They're like, oh yeah, we saw you guys out there at the Rock Fest or whatever. Yeah. I like working with people in my community. When I hired a contractor to put the roof on my house, they were small, local, family owned and operated, had been around for 50 years. They did an awesome job, gave me a fair price, but more importantly, I know where they live. You know, I can go find them if they screw this up. That's important. Anything else that you guys key in on?
For veterans, and through the federal government, for BCI, there's a $6,900 grant that goes towards. If they did 1 year, 30 years, it's all federal money that they don't know about. They get a free furnace, free hot water tank, and free stainless steel porch. It's through their VA, federal grant money, their main priority doctor will refer them. They'll get funded within 30 days.
Nice. Is that helpful, you guys? Hey, let's give them a round of applause. Hey, man. So we want to hit on whatever points are really valuable. If you guys have an engaged presentation, the thing that I would recommend the most is come up with a couple of stories to deliver the information. $6,900 to go towards the bathroom. I love that. Make sure that you're paying attention to the facial expression, the body language, level of engagement. And when you see the faces or the muscles around their mouth and their eyes light up, eyebrows go up, you know you just hit a hot button. You want to get a commitment of the value that you just went through. Seems like that might be important to you. Yeah, that's awesome. Actually, here's why. People start to elaborate on it. There are about 30 things we can talk about in our company story, but most homeowners care about 3 or 4 of them. So we have to dig out those hot buttons. We got to hammer them home. We have to get commitments from them that they would never hire a contractor who did not check those boxes before we move on. And by the time you get through your entire company story, we want to get a hard trial close. So how many of you guys are good at trial closing? What is a trial close?
A trial close when you
get that, one of those 4 boxes, whether it's design, product, company, cause you wanna get it all the way down to price. The whole system is you narrow it down, where price is the only objection. The great news is affordability is my best feature.
Exactly, so after we go through a company's story. I wanna get a strong, firm commitment from them, be like, guys, can you start to see why so many thousands of families like yours have trusted our company already? And if they say, yeah, I'd be like, well, in that case, if you were to hire us, do you think you get the desired outcome that you guys look for? You get a commitment from that, I'd be like, well, guys, I'm just curious, if I can show you a product that you fall in love with and exceed your expectations on affordability, would you have earned the right to ask for your business? If they give you a strong commitment on that, you just got 3 layers of a trial close, you stick your hand out and shake it. Oh, I'm so glad you guys said that. If you said no, I was gonna have to go all the heck at the beginning of this. Inject a little humor in there. But once you get that commitment, if they wanna buy your product, they have to buy it. Yeah, I'll tell you, when I started doing this process, when I was learning how to one-call close, I used to blow right through company stories. I didn't know how to do it. And when I started working at Mad City, my buddy Corwin, who came from timeshare, he didn't know anything about the building trades. I had to teach him how to use a freaking tape measure. But he knew a lot about sales. And so I asked him, hey, after you go through the training, what's the most important step for you? He goes, company story. And I was like, really? Why? And he goes, because if they want to buy it from your company, they got to buy it from you. Simple as that. So I was like, well, you can't argue with that logic, man. So if you're bad at your company story, just know you're not alone, but you need to refine it. This is the first nail in the coffin of the shop around objection. If you get a strong commitment that you have the company they want to work with, there's no going back. How many of you guys sell products that truly sell themselves? Selling the company is way harder than selling the product. And the product is paid by numbers when it comes to your pitch, right? I can teach a monkey how to pitch a product. Pitching a company is more delicate. If you're not good at it, practice it. It's crucial. Do not just skip it or burn through it in 2 to 3 minutes. You have to slow down a company story, get a strong commitment. Any questions about that? What time we got? 11:15? Break. Break time. Do we have a break here, Nichols? Help me out. I think we're burning right through till lunch, but if anybody's got to use the gym, we should. No break. Everybody sit down. If you want to stand up and shake it off, I'm all for it. All right, after you get your company story, we've got commitment from the homeowner that they have a project that needs to be done. We got that commitment after we did our measure and inspection. Who can tell me what that commitment was, by the way? Yeah.
Commitment that as long as I show you a project you fall in love with and exceed your expectations on affordability, I've earned the right to ask for your business.
Hell yeah, that's gonna be the commitment after we do our company story. Prior to that, if we're doing our measure and inspection, what is, yeah.
It's not if, but when.
Not if, but when. Not if, but when we do this project, right? Safe to say, after discovering what we found here today, whether you hire us for any of our fine competitions, something needs to happen here soon, yeah? You guys didn't get screwed here, this thing. It's lived its life, it's time to replace it. Yeah. A great question. The question was, when you're selling an item that is more of a want than a need, a luxury item like a generator for a house, or some people, if you're selling decks, anything like that, outside luxury equipment, then we are starting to get that positive movie playing in the prospect's mind. So I want to start to get them to tell me what their life is going to look like if they were to have this thing. So if it's a generator, I'm going to go into the fear of it. Why do you guys feel you need a generator? We're discovering, we're going through our survey. And if they experience a lot of power outages, like I live in Vermont, we have a ton of forest out there and all the power lines, and when it snows a lot, we have power outages all the time. So I want to take them to the moment in time where they were experiencing the power outage. What's the longest you guys have ever been without power? 24 hours. We had the power out for 2 days once. How do you feel when your power's out? Lost, helpless, suicidal. It's not that bad, yeah, seriously. I'll tell you how bad I felt when I made my bag for the last day and a half. I felt uncomfortable. I didn't have my stuff. If you ever live without power for an extended period of time, it's weird because we're so used to it, we take it for granted. I want to take them back to that level of discomfort, but geez, 48 hours is a long time. No wonder you're looking to get a generator. How often does that happen? How many times have you guys lost power? We've lost power 11 times since I moved to my house 3 years ago. Every time I'm like, that thing won't imagine. I haven't done it yet. Why? Because people procrastinate. I need a roof and windows more. That's fine. We already did those. Oh. So I want to make sure that they feel that discomfort that they were going through, which is what prompted the call in the first place. And then immediately get into like, well, what's preventing you guys from doing this up until this point? So we're starting to use assumptive language. We're talking as if they're already doing this. I want to act as if I'm the hired contractor already throughout the entire process. Why did you guys decide to hire us to do this now? If they catch it, we haven't decided anything yet. I apologize, misspoke. Why did you decide to start kicking the tires on this now? Seems like something might have changed. You lost power 11 times over the last 3 years. Did you guys come into some money? Do you have bills come off the book? Or is it just getting to the point where you want to deal with the shit? Get them to tell you why it's important now and then repeat that idea in different ways throughout the entire process. And price condition. But man, you guys are gonna wish you did this 3 years ago. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but unless you got a DeLorean out in the garage, you're stuck. You gotta pay these inflated prices. How many of you have been in this industry since at least before COVID? Yeah? What did the products cost before COVID and what was the rate of increase year over year back then? Say it? 1,000,000%. That is correct. Yeah, 2x4. $19 for a 2x4. The thing wasn't even straight. Unbelievable. The prices are getting out of control. When I started in the industry, I started selling windows back in 2017. On average, the price would increase between 6 and 9% annually. It's like clockwork, somewhere in that range. If you just Google right now, just go, hey Siri, how much the price has gone up in the home improvement industry since 2020? It will automatically generate the little AI summary, 60%. These people who have been delaying these projects for years are over a barrel now. We always talk about the cost of procrastination just killing you. Just the cost increases in labor have skyrocketed. The materials gone through the freaking roof. Everything is affected. All these global markets are tied together. They all impact the prices. So anytime I'm talking to homeowners, we're trying to create urgency on something, even if it's a luxury item, I'd be like, listen guys, if you're gonna do this, I strongly recommend you do it sooner rather than later because all of these geopolitical moves we see all the time, they all impact pricing and stuff. How many of your products that you sell are impacted by petroleum prices? Anything happened recently that would cause petroleum prices to go up? Not that I can think of, everything's good. I love the calendar and I love our political system, not for what they are, but for what they can do for us. So if there's ever a time where you can't create urgency because they have a need, you can always rely on, instability when it comes to foreign affairs to leverage some price increases. But look, guys, if you're gonna do this, let's figure it out. Yes, sir. Sure.
Whole tariff to our country so now is the one for price.
I like what you said there. It's whether you love them or hate them. We never take a political stance in the house. At least I don't. Jesus, I try not to take a political stance anywhere. But we do live in reality. So whether you love them or hate them, there's chaos involved with this administration. That's it. And if you have chaos, that creates instability in markets. Has he changed the stock market since he took power? Yeah, has that impacted the cost of the materials you guys sell? How about the ability of labor? If you change immigration policy, does that shrink the workforce? How many natural born Americans want to actually do physical labor these days? This is something I talk about in company story with homeowners as well. I mean, when I was a kid growing up, every adult in my life told me that you have to go to a four-year college. It's required. Otherwise, you're gonna end up working with your hands your whole life. You guys hear that too? Yeah. They all told me that. It's my grandpa. He was like, you don't like school and you're good with your hands. Once you learn a building trade, you will always have work. And I was like, grandpa, you're a smart guy. He was right. We had an entire generation of kids who were taught from the time, like Brianna was talking about earlier, by age 7, you're programmed already. We were all programmed at a young age. You have to go to a four-year college. You are above blue collar work. Don't do it. Well, now, generation later, what's the labor force look like? What's the home improvement industry look like? The workmanship is shoddy. There's more and more work that needs to be done and fewer qualified people to do it. And the results, they show. Hit me. David Google one.
Quality and skill and traits, it is drastically declining because of retirement age. I don't know how the US works, but our government is pushing hard towards internet jobs, computer jobs. But the years when they realize it's loyal, they now are getting free money to get college programs and all that, but that being nice.
Yeah.
Cost rates people are skyrocketing.
I always say that you guys want to kill two birds with one stone and solve both problems we're dealing with here. How's the infrastructure in our country right now? You guys drive all the time? Man, anybody ever have to replace the suspension components on a car? All the freaking time. Every time I drive across the bridge, I hold my breath. It's a problem. I always said you could fix the immigration issue we have, and you could rebuild our infrastructure very easily. Path to citizenship, we just build trade schools across the border. Everybody who wants to come in, we'll teach you a building trade, get licensed, certified, you can be a journeyman. We'll even have government job placement for you. Rebuild our country. It's falling apart.
Dan, President.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, don't wish that on me. But that is what we need. We need more working people who are highly skilled, highly trained. We just don't have enough of them. So we gotta hammer these points home. And once you get that commitment out of these people, they're like, God damn, we had no idea. You guys are the greatest company in the world. Yeah, from University of Wisconsin. Well, I'll tell you what, we're done with the boring stuff, and I appreciate your endurance. Nobody likes hearing about our company, but I think, I got a better idea of what you're looking for. You got a better idea of what you get if you're hiring us. Now we get on to the fun part. What is the fun part of the job? Let's go shopping, baby. It's the best. Now, you guys did not bring all your samples into the house when you first got here, right? So now at this point, you have to excuse yourself and walk out of the house. What is the benefit of leaving the house in the middle of the appointment? Pressure relief valve. They can go use the John. If they smoke, I always encourage them. Why don't you go fire one up? We're gonna get the price soon. You're gonna need it. Have some fun with it. But then we go out to our car and we get our samples. So how many of you guys sell windows? Yeah. When you bring in all your shit for windows, what do you carry? Soft pack and a full-size window. You're doing the farmer walk back in the door. As I get up to leave to go get all my stuff, I'd always ask the homeowner, like, I'm gonna go grab all my samples so you guys can take a look at what we offer. And do you mind if I just let myself back in? How many of you guys asked that question? Nice. Why do we do that? Gauge trust, absolutely. Who do you let just come and go freely from your home? Friends and family, trusted advisors. You get a pretty good idea right then and there if these people are in buying frame. Anytime people will be like, oh yeah, come on, man, you have to worry about it. Listen, you don't have to take those shoes off when you come back in, you're in. It's over. They want to hire you. Now we get into our evolution. Now, evolution is an important step and it is skipped by sales reps all the freaking time. How many of you ever skipped this step? It's okay to be honest about this. I know I have. What's the objection that evolution is trying to kill? Shop around. The average homeowner knows nothing about windows or roofs or siding or showers. They just don't know. Do they have a lot of options out there? Just a few. When's the last time you guys went to Home Depot? Last week, yeah, I had to buy my product. If you go to Home Depot, you got a million options. What kind of quality do you guys get at Home Depot? Builder grade, it's not great, so I'm talking to homeowners about this stuff. I wanna enter this conversation lightly, because some people that you talk to, they're weekend warriors that love Home Depot, yeah? And Home Depot is a great store, I like it a lot too, I bought a million tools at Home Depot in my life. I bought a lot of stuff there, there are a lot of solutions for the home that you can get there on your own. But does it make sense to buy windows from Home Depot?
Hell no.
Hell no, how about a shower? Why not? Quality, how many of you guys are familiar with the difference between the store brand version and the direct from the manufacturer version of certain products, yeah? Anybody in here sell faucets? Yeah? If you go to Home Depot right now, can you buy a Kohler faucet there?
Yes.
Have you ever picked one of those up?
Very light.
They're very light, why? Because they're made of plastic and vinyl, all the guts are garbage. If you go to Kohler, Wisconsin, and you pick up the faucet that looks exactly the same as that one you got at Home Depot, what's the difference in weight? If you had to murder somebody with one of those faucets. Those faucets are totally different. I didn't know that until I was in the plumbing trade. I was like, that Kohler faucet's a piece of shit. And they were like, yeah, it's made out of plastic. A little 12-year-old built that in Vietnam. Sent it over here. It's cool. All right. I don't want that one. What's the difference between that and this one? Well, this one has brass components in there. That's why it's warranted forever. Then you look at the difference in price tag. What does the Kohler faucet cost at Home Depot? Could be anywhere from 80 to 400, depends on what you want. If you go to Kohler and you see that same faucet, what does it cost there? $1,200, $1,500. It's not cheap. How many of you guys believe you get what you pay for? Are you good at convincing other people that they get what they pay for? So when you're doing your evolution, we like to have physical samples, because if you just describe that the way I did, it holds a certain amount of weight. You know what's better? Handing it to them. If you have sample kits you can bring to the house, you can hand it to the homeowner and start asking them questions, they're gonna tell you all the things that you wanna hear, and as soon as they say anything, it's a fact. So Redo Cabinets, for instance, these guys have an awesome demo, they sell a product that I used to sell when I was in Mad City called Cabinet Restylers. And if you have a standard MDF cabinet door that you get at Home Depot and you hand it to a homeowner, what does it feel like? It's light, it's like pressboard, it's IKEA furniture essentially. Now the doors that you guys use are not MDF, they're HDF. If they're HDF, they're high density fiberboard, instead of using softwood pulp essentially, and compressing that down, they're using 5 different types of hardwood, 18 inches thick, they compress it down to a 3/4 inch slab. The thing weighs about 3 times as much as the other door face. I used to hand it to people and be like, what's the difference? But holy crap, that's heavy. I'd be like, you guys remember Jurassic Park, right? Kids in the back seat of the Jeep with the lawyer, pulls out the night vision goggles. The guy's like, are those heavy? Yeah, means they're expensive, put them in. I pull that out every time I was in the house and I saw those cabinets, they start laughing. What am I doing there? Price conditioning. Price conditioning is crucial. We have to do this in evolution, because what we want to do is show people what their options are. I want to do this in an unbiased manner. I want to show them pros and cons of everything. Are there pros to builders grade products? Price. What else? Say it again. Convenience, yeah, readily available, right? You can go pick it out today. If you can find a contractor and you can buy the product at the store, how quickly can you get it installed? Real fast. Shittier the contractor, the more available they are. And then we'll come replace it in a year. You'll cry, I'll hug you. We do it all the time. Well, we have to get them to understand this, and I don't know about you, but I've tried to fact people into changing their minds before. Is that even possible? Facts don't sell, right? What's that old saying? I heard somebody say yesterday, facts tell, stories sell. If you hand this to them, you ask them questions, you start to tell stories about this stuff, they're gonna come to their own conclusion. This is like Inception. We're planting thoughts and seeds in their mind, and then we ask them questions an hour later, and they're like, we want yours. They stand up like a Manchurian candidate.
Right. Why do you convince the Gainesville as well as the same thing?
I had not heard that one. We gotta write that down. It's way too fast.
Am I convinced that Gainesville is still still?
So if you're gonna summarize that, this is how I would always look at these problems. If you were trying to convince a flat earther that the earth is round, it's freaking impossible. How many flat earthers in here? Let's give a round of applause.
Because it is flat.
It's flat. It's a rhombus. Everybody knows that. You cannot show them facts and figures to change their mind. How did they become flat earthers? Somebody gave them an idea and it was delivered in a compelling way, probably with some sort of score in the background, right? In a YouTube video. But have you ever considered? And they were moved emotionally by it. How much of the decision to buy from you or to change their mind is emotional? 100%. All of our decisions are, and we justify them later with logic. So as I'm doing this and I'm taking these people through all the options, I want to make sure it's an emotional transformation for them. Ask them, hey, I want you to feel that. Hand them something, engage their senses. What's that feel like to you? They start messing with it. How do you think that thing would hold up if it was 20 below zero? When you start talking about that, can you guys feel what it's like when it's 20 below zero? What happens to cheap plastic when it's 20 below if you leave it outside? It'll crack. You said it, so it must be true. What about when it's 100 degrees outside? It'll expand, it'll melt. You guys ever seen cheap vinyl that smiles at you? There's a picture I shared with a lot of the sales reps I work with of a door that just melted. 6 months old, southern exposure. Somebody put a low E glass storm door on the front of it, and they just microwaved the shit out of this door. I'd show it to the homeowner and be like, how old do you think this door is? And they're like, Jesus, was there a fire? I'm like, no fire. Like, I don't know, 20 years old, what happened? I'm like, it's a 6-month-old door. It's made out of crap, cost about $1,800 at Home Depot. They put a storm door on the front, they nuked the shit out of it. Now, putting in a high quality door, it's gonna cost 5 to 10 times that much. And nobody wants to spend that much. But do you want this? Show them a picture. Get them to tell you no, like under any circumstance, it's gonna be real cheap. How much money would you be willing to spend on something that doesn't permanently solve your problem? Anybody in here ever make a bad purchase because the price was right? Do you regret it? I know I do. I was 20 years old, I bought a sectional sofa with my buddy. We were broke, we were buying furniture together. Financed it. There's $1,000 sectional that seated like 48 people. Oh, it's huge. And it broke instantly. The thing was such a piece of shit. When I flipped it over, it was all one by. I was like, what is this? Ridiculous. But I didn't realize it. I was just looking at the price tag. From that moment on, I was like, I'm never buying cheap shit again. If I see a price tag that doesn't make sense, I have to investigate. So that line of thinking has led me right into this career, and it's helped out a lot. So as soon as a homeowner tells you they're under no circumstance would they ever buy something that cheap for their house, I'm going to take them at their word, and we're going to hold them to that throughout the entire process. This will be like, listen, guys, 50% of the windows that are installed at our data center are made out of stuff. Why? Because they're cheap. But you could buy all these windows. If you got 10 openings in the house, you get the whole thing done 4 to 5 grand. If you're going to set $5,000 on a fire, there's a lot more fun ways to do it. You know, go to Cancun for a couple. Sweet. That's what I would do. But if the homeowner tells you under no circumstance they want that, we can move on to the next one. So we go builder's grade. Then we start to teach them about, if I'm sticking with windows, fiberglass, wood, clad, composite windows. Then we get into vinyl windows, the difference between regrind, virgin vinyl. If you're doing acrylic, it's the same thing. You gotta go through fiberglass for the shower systems. Get into regrind acrylic, virgin acrylic, tile, stone. You guys have all done this a zillion times, but I want to make sure that by the time I get to the end of this process, that the homeowner has understood all of it. They see the pros and cons and everything. And I have a really good understanding of what they want. And they don't want any of this crap. Under no circumstance would they buy it. Have you guys ever gone through Evolution? They go, Dan, what do you sell? Well, they probably wouldn't tell you that. They just started asking, they're like, listen, this is all great, but what do you guys offer? You hear that? I love that question. Have you heard people who try to stop you from going through evolution? They're like, we don't care about all of the stuff that you don't sell. We just want to hear about what you sell. In those situations, what do you do? Ask them a question. What kind of question would you answer? Because I love what you're doing. Just hit the ball right back to them. What are you looking for? What are you trying to accomplish with this thing? We say there are pros and cons to everything for a reason. There are certain products that solve certain problems better than others. And I think one of the things that I have the biggest problem with in the home improvement industry is every single company that hires new reps who have never sold this stuff before, they don't come from the building trades, it's almost like a religious fervor. They're attached to their one solution. Ours is the greatest, everything else sucks. This is why I want you guys to become subject matter experts. There are about 5 different types of windows I put in my house. They would all perform very well. Same thing is true for a roof. It's all about the installation and the way that you actually describe this stuff to people. So figure out what they're trying to fix and then tailor your solution directly to that. How many of you can sell multiple different product lines? Yeah. You got product drops, the ability to, just shove a class 4 impact down there. Hey, we're selling the house, man. I don't need all that. I understand the value of it. We just want this. If you have the ability to do that, you're in good shape. And then you can speak open and honestly with people. You're not trying to angle them and put them in a corner. You're trying to educate them so they make the best decision. Because what the hell are we there to do? Educate them. I need it. This is their home, guys. They buy a system from you. Are you ever going to see these people again? Hopefully. Hopefully you go back on install day. Or you touch base with them. How many of you guys have sold projects to people that you've never seen them? All the time. And what do you get out of it? Commission. Make a couple $1,000. You guys blow that money at the freaking bar. I saw it last night. That money disappears very quickly. It's just a check for us. But what does the homeowner get?
Peace of mind.
Permanent solution, peace of mind. If they're in the house for the next 35 years, you guys are literally impacting the life of all the people in that home for the next 35 years, either actively or passively, depending on the system you're selling. So I want them to get the best solution for them. That's what evolution is all about. It's the trust that you're building with them. This is really what takes them down that path. Have you ever had anybody who told you, as you're going through evolution, have you ever had somebody tell you that they want the product that you cannot offer them? How do you do it? Educated them. How do you talk them out of it?
Oh, so quality is not like important to you?
Ask them what they like about the product. Oh yeah, that's a really popular option. What stands out to you? What'd you say?
Oh, so quality is not important to you?
Yeah. Slap them. Call them an idiot. Is there another decision maker I can talk to here? This is not fun.
If you could improve anything about it, what would it be?
That's a great question. If you could improve anything about it, what would you improve? They come back and go, nothing. It's perfect. Shit, call my competition. All I know is if they like something about it, like you said, what stands out to you? What do you love about it? Now I know exactly how to sell my product. You're like, all those things you love about this one? Our window has it. Let me show you. But don't get discouraged. When you hear stuff you don't want to hear from people, just keep on plowing through the system, All they're doing is giving you valuable information. It does not mean anything at that point in time. It's just important for you to hear it, put it in your back pocket, file it away, and then use it later on when you're pitching. Now we're talking about products here. The other thing we're talking about when we started this conversation was warranties. Warranties are a lot of fun to talk about with people, but this is something that I think a lot of sales reps don't do very well. It comes across as being manipulative. When you're talking about your competition, what do you need to be wary of? What do we not want to do when we're killing the competition? Bash them. Very important. It's a fine line between talking about and talking shit about. So how do you thread the needle when you're bringing out a kill book? Be vague about it. I always speak in generalities about the industry. Yeah. You don't have to mention names. The names are all over the paperwork in the kill. Some people are so averse to, slandering other companies that they'll actually take Post-it notes and they'll put a Post-it note over the company's name at the top of the warranty. It says their name like 50 times within the fine print, but it's like, I was trying. I didn't want to bash it. But if we're leading into that conversation, I just be like, so guys, there's a million different options that you can go to here. How many different manufacturers of windows are there in the country? The number I always say is over 1,800 window manufacturers in North America. If it's 10,000, then I'm right. That was the number that I learned when I was selling a window works a million years ago. So I would throw that one out. I'd be like, everybody who comes to your house can tell you they have the best product in the world. But I want to show you guys some startling shit in here, because until I started going in, doing a deep dive in this business and getting into warranty information, I had never read the fine print in anything. When's the last time you guys read fine prints in anything outside of our industry? You do it regularly? You guys update your iPad recently? You can tell me what the user license agreement says. It's just scroll to the bottom, and the whole South Park episode about it. That is what most homeowners do, and they don't understand that bold print giveth, fine print taketh away. So every product that's sold has a warranty that lasts how long? Lifetime. What does lifetime mean?
Whatever definition.
Exactly, it's whatever definition the company chose. And where do they hide that definition? In the terms and conditions. So if I'm looking at, and I'm going to pick on RBA because I always use them as an example, or go by Anderson. I'm not picking on them because they are unique or worse in any way, but their warranty is easy to find online and it's just fun. I like going through this one. You can do this with literally any manufacturer. So if RBA is listening, but the first thing that it says is lifetime warranty on their product. How long is their warranty? 20 years on what? Glass and frame. Glass and frame. How about hardware?
10 years.
10 years. How about labor?
2 years.
2 years. So the lifetime of your glass and frame is 20 years. That makes sense. How come the hardware is going to fail in half the time?
Use it. Sure. They want to service your product. Car manufacturer, car sales, car dealerships don't make money on the sale of the car, they make money on the service.
That's right. Well, who knows more about the failure rate of these products than the people who are testing them? Nobody. So if they tell me that the glass in the frame should last 20 years, when is it going to fail?
21.
Yeah, you're 21. Hardware is going to fail in 10 years. What happens when it fails?
They don't make it anymore.
They don't make it anymore. Sounds like bitches. That's everybody. We live in a disposable, ever-evolving world. Can you get a charger for an iPhone 3 right now? Not eBay, I suppose. You gotta swim through the Pacific Ocean and find one. It's a problem. It's designed obsolescence. They do it on purpose. And then when the whole thing goes to shit, they either charge you a bunch of money to actually repair it, or more often than not, what do they try to do? So how do you do it? When I was selling garage doors and installing them, there was a company called Overhead Door that used to make the Model L operator, lasted for 100 years. It's the most durable piece of American machinery I've ever seen in my life, easy to work on, and you couldn't kill the damn thing. In 2011, they ended up going under. They sold the company to a Japanese firm, and the first order of business was to discontinue the manufacturing of Model L operator. And the entire industry was pissed off. They're like, what are you doing? This is the best operator ever made. They're like, why on earth would we keep manufacturing a product that lasts 100 years? We're going to build one that fails in 7. We're going to sell you a new one. And we're like, gosh, son of a bitch, you're right. I guess that is good business. It's horrible. And we just hide all the language. In the fine print, no one reads that shit anyway. Why do they only do 2 years on their labor? They don't wanna be responsible for anything that could go wrong involving the installation after 2 years. What are the things that will predictably fail on a product like that, where you have to maintain it regularly in a 2-year span? Sealants. If I'm a manufacturer, I'm trying to be competitive on price. It's gonna cost me $20 a tube to get something like an elastomer that's gonna hold up against the elements for years and years and years. What if I just put a line in my warranty that absolves me of responsibility after 2 years? And I just use cheap caulk? Could I be more profitable that way? Does the average homeowner know anything about the difference between caulk and elastomers? So whose responsibility is it to build value and tell them these things? It's ours. It's a great opportunity in price condition. I pull out OSI quad, hang the tube of that, when it stuff's $20 a tube, feel it. Here's the cheap finish caulk. What's the difference? This one's way lighter. Yeah, it's the price tag, $2. This shit costs 10 times as much. But we use it. You know why? Because I don't want you up on a ladder every 2 years, scraping out all that cracked, cruddy caulk and then redoing it. Do you want to get up on a ladder every 2 years and reseal these things? How many of you guys like resealing windows? It sucks. So build the value, pain and trauma around what it means to go cheap on that stuff. And then you look at the fine print of the warranty, not only is it a 2-year window for labor, but if you actually do decide to maintain this product and get up on a ladder and scrape the caulk out and reseal everything, what did you just do to your warranty? You voided it. Why? You did it yourself, you opened the system onto the elements, and it even says if you use hook tools, razor blades, or any other sharp component on the outside of this window, you voided the warranty. If you guys had to get caulk out of a seam, what would you use? A hook tool or a razor blade. You're screwed like a house cat. There's no out here, you're done. You have no warranty. Our warranty is different. We use high quality materials, we use high quality secondary materials. We have a lifetime warranty. It's not just on the glass and the frame. It's lifetime, meaning as long as you own this house, every component on this product is covered. That is glass breakage, seal failure, screen repair, and it's fully transferable even when you sell a home. It covers labor. If you're gonna spend real money on a real solution and upgrade this home, do you ever want to put any more money into this? Maybe you deserve white glove treatment. Here's our warranty. Slide it over to them. Compare it side by side. Our guys are certified by the manufacturer, so they install this to manufacturer specs. It's the right way to do it. So if you guys are using a kill book, make sure you are educating, you're throwing broad strokes out there where you're just showing people all these little pitfalls that they might experience when they're talking to contractors, but do not business bash, for the love of God. What's happening, Mr. Caminata? Sure.
So everyone, give Josh Cosden a round of applause.
Yeah.
A national presentation of the Profits for Sanity breakout about basically leadership, taking his career to the next level, EOS, how to optimize your business. Shared some personal stories, but he booked this commitment to speak here, and today is his son's golden birthday.
Hey.
So we're gonna give his son a little birthday present. If everyone could stand up, please.
So get me out of the doghouse.
Yeah. So he's gonna get a selfie video going, and his son's name is Cam. We're gonna go ahead and wish Cam a very happy golden birthday. So when he hits record, he'll kick it off, and we're gonna say, "Happy golden birthday, Cam." All right, as loud as you can. Ready? All right, Gross University. Who are we gonna wish a happy birthday to? Happy golden birthday, Cam. Round of applause, everybody. Thanks for that.
All right, we got 10 minutes till lunch. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so you're breaking down warranties with people. We're breaking down competitors and how they do business. Do you guys have quotes from your competition? Do you use those? Do you use those to help homeowners who tell you like, hey, we got 2 more companies coming out? Did they ever tell you exactly who they're having come out of the house? How many of you guys have used a quote from a competitor in order to really help somebody? It's like, hey, if you wanna talk to those people, you can talk to them, have them out, spend 3 hours with them. If you're just curious what they're selling, what their price point is, I've done this work for you. Now, how do you get quotes from other companies, guys?
Rent your house.
Have them to your house, call them, buy them from customers. There's a lot of ways you can do this. I like to work smart. So I always buy quotes from customers that have gotten bids from our competition. They don't need them anymore. But listen, if you want to keep those, keep them. But if you're looking to save another 25 bucks on your project, I give you 25 bucks off for every quote you have in writing. You don't need them. You're hiring us to do it, and then I can use that to help educate other people who are in the same spot here. Is anybody here uncomfortable doing that? Even if you are, do it anyway. Dominic used to do this where he'd give us one Saturday off. He would split the sales team up. And he would have us secret shop all of our competition. That was your job. We're giving you the Saturday off from running leads, but you're not actually off. You have to have your competition come out. Other than getting a price quote from one of your competitors for your kill book, is there any other benefit from secret shopping people? See their presentation. How many of you guys have done this and you've had a really good sales rep come to your house? Did you steal their material immediately? You don't have to come up with this stuff on your own. If you see a really compelling pitch, just do what they're doing. I can't really like the way you did that. Record the appointment, you know? I really like that line. Its entire job is just lifting lines from other people. So that's a great option. But more often than not, when you have people come to your house, what is the quality of the representative that comes out? It's garbage. They are trash. Your competition sucks. That's what I'm getting at. And that's a big shot in the arm. If you see that your competition is incompetent, do you feel a lot more confident going on to the house? That's my favorite part. Also, if you're kind of a maniacal jackass like I am, what are you doing to the morale of that sales rep? You are literally killing your competition. This guy's gonna burn out. You have to train a new person. But that's only if you're evil again. Now, the reason that I say this with a smile on my face is because this is not a one-way street. How many of you guys have been secret shop before? I know for a fact I've been secret shop several times. Some of these people are not very good at hiding their apparel. You go look at a window in the bedroom and just a nice pellet bowl. You know, I don't want to say anything. They just don't leave them a price. I'll email you a quote. But it's a really great way to get a feel for the industry, see what your competition is doing. It's a good shot in the arm. And then you have all that information. You can get their pamphlets, you can get quotes from them. You can use that to help your clients save hours of their time and a lot of confusion. Now, this is the last point about this that I'm gonna make. I'm a big believer in one call closing, not only because it's efficient and beneficial for us, but I truly believe it's better for the customer as well. Why is it beneficial for the homeowner to make a decision on a first call close instead of getting 5 to 10 quotes sitting down? Clarity. How many of you guys had a conversation with somebody you met for the first time a week ago? Can you tell me all the details of that conversation? Can you even tell me the name? I know I can't. Jim. Yeah, they're all Jim. That's the whole thing, right? If you get all these quotes, it takes 2-3 weeks, you meet all these people. Every salesperson told you they were the best. All the windows look the same. All the roofs look the same. The roofs all have the same name, right? You got 5 quotes for a GAF roof or a Certainty roof, and 3 weeks go by. Which one are you gonna pick? The cheapest one. Or some people will tell you, we're not the cheapest, we're not the most expensive. We take the 3 in the middle, and then it's a shell game. You know, we play a little freaking, what's that called? What is it?
3-card money.
Thank you, 3-card money. That's exactly what it turns into for people. So I always tell them by the time we're done, I'm gonna show you all the information you need. I'm gonna take you guys shopping and give you a really good overview of the entire industry. If you decide that you wanna hire us, I'd love to earn your business. If you decide we're not a good fit, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. You can tell me no, guys. It's the maybes that kill you in this industry. I don't want a maybe. I like to make decisions when the information is fresh in my mind, it's right in front of me. So before I get out of here, let's get to yes or no. I'm cool either way. You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you tell me no, I'm married. Okay, I hear them all the time. But this isn't about me, it's about you. So throughout this process, if you just want to be open and honest with me, I'll do the same with you. We get to the end, we get to the end. Chips fall where they may. If you feel the same way about the system that I do, I am going to ask you for your business. Let them know. I want it. That's why I'm here. You guys want to get this done. That's why I'm here. These people didn't call you because they're lonely. Call because they have a problem and they want a professional to solve it. So be a professional, show them what's available. Once you get done with evolution, we get into product presentation. We're gonna talk a lot about how we differentiate, sell the sizzle, not the steak, and all that fun stuff. But I want to open it to you guys, because we got a couple minutes before lunch. Are there any questions or anything that you guys do in particular to add to evolution on a daily basis? Yeah.
Bring up values, just talking about like our selected, manufacturers share the same values that we have. Many of our clients share the same values that our manufacturers and we have adapted to. And then at the end of this, where you guys have the same value systems as us? It's pretty simple. Start with quality product, finish with an expert install. There you go.
It's awesome. Makes sense to me. Selling on value is very important. We talk about that with the political signs in the yard. We just want to jump on to whatever we know they're already programmed with. So if you're talking to somebody to kind of hammer on that point, if you're talking to somebody who has a Make America Great Again sign in their front yard and you're focusing on in evolution, you're focusing on some of the differentiating components between your product and what's available on the market that's a lot cheaper. How would you deliver that information to somebody? It's American made. It's not some cheap Chinese knockoff. Just start doing Trump impression. Yeah. What's that? Well, what if it's in the other direction? You're talking to somebody who is leaning super left. It's eco-friendly. It reduces your carbon footprint. It's ethically sourced. Whatever trigger words are already part of their political identity, I am tying the value of my product to that thing. I don't need to build a whole new belief system. I just need to anchor onto what they already believe. And I think we overthink this stuff sometimes. That's why when you start doing this stuff and you align values with the prospect, they trust you because you're on their team. We're the same. Yeah, we're the same. Let me tell you why I sell this thing, why I work for this company. And as you go through evolution, everybody else is lacking one fundamental component of the thing that you value most. All right, any other questions or anything else you guys are throwing in there? Thank you. 75% education, 10% PSA, 15% good old fashioned bullshit.
We understand we're not the right choice for everybody. We just want them to know where to go up next, so you're not doing 20 of these, you do 2.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. We're trying to help educate the consumer. I don't want it to be death by PowerPoint. Same with the company story. I know that window technology and roofing technology is riveting. That's why we're all here. Believe it or not, the average consumer does not care all that much about it. So we're not selling what the product is, we're selling what it does for them, what they get from it. So when we get back from lunch, we're gonna be talking about product presentation. We're gonna break down the formula for a masterful presentation, which a lot of you are already aware of. We're gonna hammer that home. And I believe, Taylor, we have a window and a kid here. Nice. I think we're gonna have you guys come up here and kind of role play how you would go through features and benefits. If anybody's feeling up to the task, you kind of show us how to go through a demo bag. A lot of points on that. Any other questions before we get out of here? Who's ready for lunch?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, open bar? No? Not ready. All right, good job, everybody. We'll be back here in an hour.
We actually need
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome closers and contractors to the Profits for Sanity podcast. I'm your host Dominic Caminata, CEO of Ross University and industry leading sales trainer. In the world of business, as you already know, we firmly believe that volume is for vanity and profit is for sanity. And the goal of this show is very simple. We're going to bring on the brightest minds in the home improvement industry that can educate you exactly how to grow and scale a more profitable business. And today is absolutely no exception. We have an extraordinary guest that I've had the honor of knowing since 2019. Her name is Sheila Hibble. She's the owner of Exterior Pros located right next door here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and her journey has been very inspiring for me to watch as she has become an absolute powerhouse in the home improvement industry. And she's very well known by many people that I respect, and she has made quite a name for herself in this industry. And she's going to share some of the lessons learned in her journey into owning a home improvement business and ultimately how you can grow and scale your profitable company. So Sheila, I just want to thank you, of course, for driving from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. If there wasn't too much traffic here.
It wasn't bad. Thanks so much for having me.
Just over an hour away. So Sheila, a lot of people do know you, but for those watching this podcast that have never heard of Sheila Hibble before, I guess explain, how did we get here to owning a home improvement business? Where did that journey start like? Because from my experience, as we talked about earlier, a lot of people I talked to seem to have stumbled upon this by accident.
Exactly. That's exactly how it happened to me as well. My background is in finance and insurance. And I used to field calls from my clients that had suffered damage to their homes from storm-related claims like wind and hail damage. And through those experiences with working with my clients, with the insurance company, claims department process, and as well as very subpar contractors out in the market, I could see there was a real need in the storm restoration part of the business for someone to help customers with both claims process and also find quality contractors. So in 2012, Exterior Pros was started as a storm restoration company, and through hiring sales reps and making connections, we then evolved into in-home sales as well, which we call our retail division now, and we expanded products and added a whole nother division of sales reps that do in-home consultation.
That's crazy how far advanced you were in that capacity, because it seems to me like a good percentage of the industry now is kind of waking up and seeing that the storm business is, I don't want to say it's dying, but it's definitely struggling, especially with insurance companies denying claims. And we get a lot of companies now that come to us trying to convert from storm restoration to retail sales. But you made this decision a long time ago to really pursue both. So you can obviously farm when business is good and do the insurance work, but you can also go hunting for your business and be more self-sustainable in that retail capacity. How do you feel that decision was clear to you in the beginning? Was it just because of the lack of professionalism you saw and experience from your previous career? I guess, what was that turning point moment, like getting into retail sounds like a really smart idea?
Well, it was more about people that I met that were doing, and they didn't know what the storm side was. They just knew how to go in and present a product and pitch it and sell it to customers. So really just with brainstorming, starting two different divisions just was sort of a natural conclusion, because you're right, storm related work is storm dependent. So, you know, you're relying on weather related events. So it's kind of more of like, something we can do year round, no matter what, and add products like windows, because windows are never really part of a storm restoration project. but there's a huge need for windows.
Okay, now you started primarily in roofing and now exterior pros, what are all the different product verticals you specialize in now?
Yes, roofing, siding, gutters, gutter protection, and then windows, doors, and, wet space bath.
And then what percentage of your business now is roofing compared to windows compared to like beds?
So roofing and windows are dollar for dollar, pretty even, and our top two products, we do more window projects, but the average ticket is smaller. Followed by siding, and then baths, and then our gutters and protection. Gutter protection are next.
This is a funny question just popped in my head, but I always like to know, like, what inspired the whole theme of exterior pros? Was it again going back to all the poor, like, professionalism and craftsmanship you saw from your time in insurance? Like, I want to bring some professionalism to the industry. Was that kind of what inspired that name?
Yeah, it was really just the homeowners that we were working with that had this damage and needed it replaced, and working with the insurance companies. And, you know, seeing some of them, the way they were mistreated through the claims process, not treated fairly. So there was that part of it, like wanting to help them get what they deserve and what they've been paying insurance premiums for. And then there was this other side, once they were approved, to hire a contractor of their choice and not knowing who to turn to. Do they just go on Craigslist at that time, which many of them did and ended up getting burned? So it was really just about having more of being the middleman that could help them facilitate, you know, the claim process with their insurance company and educate them on that part. And then also find and vet qualified contractors that can do the work and not, you know, leave streaming.
Yeah, because I just think the whole name Exterior Pros is just a very strong name. And obviously that brand is now being recognized amongst the industry, so you've done a great job there. And of course, with any business, you have multiple pillars to success. Of course, we have marketing, we have sales, we have operations, you have a lot of moving parts. And that only gets more complex as the company grows and scales. And we experience a lot of growth and success since 2012. So kind of starting off with marketing, you know, the thing I like about this show is I get people that are actually active in the business, in the trenches. Again, we don't have to share everything, but sharing some of the things that are working for them. And of course, as we know, every marketer territory can be different. You know, I talk to some companies and they swear by direct mail. Some companies swear by television, social media, Facebook. Some swear by canvassing. I was just talking to a company the other day, they do 7 million a month in canvassing. It's like, holy crap. So we never know, but just curious, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Exterior Pros, what you're involved in, what are some of the marketing strategies that you see working for you? And what are some of the things you see absolutely not working?
Well, this year, our marketing team has put a tremendous focus on the digital space. Things such as short videos, reels, as they call them, blogs, before and after posts, things like that. Facebook, Instagram, I think we're on Twitter. I don't really know that. TikTok, I saw it on the other day, so it's pretty cool to see those things.
Do people still call Twitter the next now?
I don't even know.
Is it still called the tweet?
Right, my marketing people are a lot younger than I am, so that's good. So those efforts this year have grown our organic social media traffic and the leads that come from that tremendously. So that's been the main focus, and we've definitely been seeing a return on investment for those efforts. Other things that work for us, we do still purchase leads from lead aggregators. We have events, you know, we try to be at as many events with our events team. We do all the home shows, of course, and
Do you do like a lot of fairs and festivals, anything of that nature, like rock concerts and stuff, or?
no rock concerts, but that's a good idea. We do fairs, festivals, farmers markets, of course, all the home shows and the big county fairs and things like that. Some sporting events.
Was there any event that surprised you where it's like, you know, we'll just entertain this, we'll attend and see what happens, and then all of a sudden, you got like a big influx of leads from it?
Bacon Fest.
Bacon Fest?
Bacon Fest, I think it's in Elkhorn, but it was surprisingly a huge success for us. It didn't.
I've been there at Bacon Fest, and Elkhorn is like an hour and a half from me.
So funny story about Bacon Fest is we had a woman approach our booth and we were handing out scratch off tickets. And it was for her daughter that needed windows. So she scratched off the ticket. Then her husband approached and was like, yeah, we need windows. Let me put those scratch offs. And then she was like, no, we're setting this for her daughter. So they ended up scratching mine as well. So we ended up selling to the mother and the daughter, two separate households full of windows. And at the time, I was actually in the market for a new vehicle, and the woman that we sold, the windows to was selling the vehicle that I liked in it, my vehicle.
See, that's why you should all attend Bacon Fest, your local Bacon Fest in the area. But, you know, the whole point, I talk about this a lot, like at tail end of my career in Mad City, we were in 630 events in 1 year. And there's just so much opportunity there and face to face. And you never know, like when you meet someone face to face, what could transpire in those relationships. And clearly that's a good case in point where you have multiple projects and they end up being somebody that you know buying a car from or whatever. But it's always interesting to me. And you know, in terms of marketing, that's the biggest thing that I keep hearing because I try to look for patterns, you know, what's working, what's not working. And one of the things that seems to be separating companies that are really doing well and companies that are still trying to ramp things up is content creation. A lot of companies are investing in content, whether it be YouTube channel, whether it be social media, filming jobs, taking customers along the journey. Look at what happened to HGTV, how that blew up. People love watching the transformation occur. They like seeing the behind the scenes, what's happening. And of course, content's gonna benefit you in every capacity. If you want really good content for your website, if you want content for your in-home presentation, for your sales pros to show to the homeowner. Because every customer ultimately needs to be able to play that movie in their mind of all the wonderful things that are gonna happen when they finally call exterior pros, get you in the home to actually start tearing the house apart and put it back together. The more content I have out there in all the different channels, you know, regardless of what you do, content matters. And I've seen companies that have their own podcasts like this, companies where they have their own radio talk show, and they become almost like a trusted expert. But the whole moral of the story is, I think, investing in quality content, especially for your digital marketing engine, it's really at this point non-negotiable anymore. I don't think it's like if you want people to see you and you want to be known in the world, it's important that you start documenting your projects, you start getting that content out there. And leverage all this. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for organic marketing that really doesn't cost a whole hell of a lot. You just got the upfront investment of investing in content.
100%. We invested in some drones, we invested in some GoPro cameras, and we have our marketing team that's on site filming those things, editing them and making the short videos, and it's been a huge success for us.
Nice. So in terms of marketing, what's one of the most unique or innovative strategies you feel that you took advantage of that maybe surprised you or generated better results than you initially anticipated?
You know, our marketing team does a great job of creating promos around the holidays and local events and things like that. So we had a really successful campaign for Mother's Day, for bath promo for Mother's Day.
I'll do the middle.
We also did a campaign for 4th of July for active military and veterans, which was a huge success. So our team does a really good job about trying to come up with promos that relate to different people, different backgrounds, and different places in their life with different products.
That's great. So obviously the right promo, the right call to action at the right time to trigger a response and obviously get people to come to your business. And are you doing this mainly on social media and on your website, or are you doing some stuff on the radio or television as well?
We do dabble in radio a little bit, especially around the holidays where we are doing a big promo such as Mother's Day or 4th of July. Otherwise, it's mainly organic social media, a little bit of pay-per-click, and a lot of events.
Okay, excellent. And then in terms of marketing, a lot of companies have their own opinions on what a really good percentage spend is on marketing. And you don't have to disclose where you're at exactly, but so I've talked to some people that they're at a 30% cost of marketing, and some are at a 7% cost of marketing. And some people swear, as long as I'm under 12%, do you have any goal in mind or range where it's like, hey, as long as I'm at this percentage in terms of my overall in cost of marketing, whatever my marketing mix is, this is really our goal at Exterior Pros. Do you have a number in mind that you think is really healthy for you?
Yes, our target is 10 to 12%, but if we get to 15 in some months, it's okay because we have the room for that. The main thing though, I feel is what is all included in that. I go to a lot of conferences and, you know, different shows and things like that. And, you know, there's a lot of inconsistencies on what people count in their marketing budget. We count everything. We count the phone system, the software that the setters are using, you know, the softwares that the cameras are using, obviously all the lead aids, any of the lead filtering software that you need nowadays to be compliant. You know, all that stuff's very expensive, that's all in our marketing spend, all included, so I know that some companies take software, and put it to a different line, so maybe their spend is coming in sub 10 or sub 7 or whatever, but I mean, it just doesn't matter what the number is, it's all in what your company structure is.
Yeah, 100%. And Rick Ross always preached, you know, the best way to lower your cost of marketing is to make sure that you're converting on the leads that you have. And of course, we know that having a specially trained sales team, having an army of sales warriors that are following a system is a benefit. So now transitioning in from marketing to sales, of course, I got a lead. What are some of the things you've implemented in your organization to make sure that those precious leads are being properly converted on? So we're not just throwing money out no man's land, hoping that something sticks, right?
Right, so it starts with the lead set actually, so we have a scripted process that our marketing team follows for setting the lead to make sure that it's qualified or as qualified as possible for our sales team. And then that also includes a confirmation process the day before the lead is to run, make sure nothing has changed on the homeowner's end of things. So once that's all taken care of, then the qualified appointment is issued to a sales rep that goes out, that's specializes in that particular product. And then they help the customer solve the problem with one of our permanent solutions.
Exactly. So how important do you think sales process is, you know, whether, you know, you're an interior, exterior, regardless of the product, having a step-by-step process that your salespeople are held accountable to?
Oh, it's key. We have been long-term friends and clients of Grosso University, as you know, and it's game changer. Our sales reps go through the 2-week sales academy when they're brand new. They have to pass the exam with 85% or better, continue employment with us. And then from there, they work with our sales manager alongside Grosso University to fine tune their skills and help them meet their full potential in the sales process. So without that, the amount of money that you would waste on, you know, just going back time after time, it's not relationship building, you know, like business to business or anything like that. You know, marketing is expensive. So when you have a proven sales process and the sales team follows it, has buy-in to it, it makes things like marketing budgets and spends all fall into line.
Yeah, when was your first exposure to the Grosso training? You attended some Rick Grosso closers camps in the past, right?
You're exactly right. I heard the name Rick Grosso from someone in the industry, and then I heard it again, and then I heard it again. So I Googled him and found that he was doing an owners camp. I think it was in Atlanta at the time. Flew out, attended one of his owners camp. It was very eye-opening though, like on the owner side of it. That's really how I have my business modeled right now as far as percentages for overhead. We talked about marketing spend, commissions, that kind of stuff, is that my whole business is modeled off what I learned from Rick back then. And he became a consultant of ours, came into Milwaukee, did a closers camp for us, or boot camp and all those things. And then moving on from there, once Grosso University was born, we immediately jumped on the opportunity to become a client with Grosso University and never looked back. And now it's just very systematic. Whenever we want to build or add to our team, or if we downsized it all and, you know, want to replace, it's just such a simple process to be able to plug and play with the sales academy and then have them support our sales manager after that.
Excellent. No, we definitely appreciate it. I mean, you were at our first camp in 2019, right?
Yeah.
What was your first impression seeing this bald guy up on stage singing karaoke to Freddie Mercury?
It was so awesome. Like, oh, I mean, I wish all conferences and conventions were that fun.
Yeah, and I've been starting to implement t-shirt cannons into our events.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, we just want it to be a memorable experience on top of world-class education. So of course, you have a team of specially trained sales professionals. We want to try to keep that marketing spend in check. So how do we properly benchmark our sales team to ensure that I am realizing the right return on investment for every precious lead that comes in?
So we run by like a slug or NSLI system, so for every lead that's issued, they're expected to bring back X amount in business. And the leads are precious, they know that, so we just basically have the benchmarks of, minimum NSLI that's expected. And, if they are struggling, we do things like ride-alongs, coaching, one-on-one role playing, those types of things to help them get to where they need to be.
There's a lot of companies and owners that may be watching this that don't have any benchmark at all for their sales team. Cause I talked to some companies, they're like, well, as long as they're closing at over 30% or whatever. So if I'm in the beginning stages of trying to establish an NSLI or slugging average, do you have any simple tips or pointers that an owner could put to work for them? Be like, this is a really good way to start off establishing a benchmark for your team, whether it's you base it on a cost of marketing. Some people say, you want a 10-to-1 ratio against your average cost per issue lead. Some people say, well, just start off as a percentage of your average sale and go from there. Do you have any advice for new people that are saying, okay, I'm just gonna now implement a benchmark of NSLI for the first time? How can they make sure that that benchmark is a good solid number to start?
Exactly what you just said, we use the 10-to-1 off of the issue lead.
Okay, so if I'm spending $400 per every issue lead, then I'm gonna start at 4,000 NSLI.
Correct, yep.
And do you find that having that NSLI benchmark just makes it real easy then to hold the team much accountable to a performance metric versus only focusing on closing?
Yes.
Or only, because it kind of is all encompassing?
It is, it's like a batting average, it's like one number.
Wanna get over 10 million? Okay, then do Grasso. So, yeah, you wanna get past your rut, do Grasso. It's not only just a sales system, he brings so much more to the table, again, it's methodology, mindset, health, management. He has the stepping stones to get you from A to B, but again, he can't do the push-ups for you, you have to do them yourself. But again, Dominic is the key to your success, and that's the sales process through Grasso.
We started training a couple months ago, it was maybe December, two or 3 months ago. It's kind of when I first heard about it, but then I started following a lot of stuff that he was doing, even when online, on Twitter, or wherever, on LinkedIn, wherever, and it's really made a difference.
If you're the owner of a home improvement business looking desperately to build a high-performance sales team, Gross University has the solution you need. I'm Dominic Caminata, CEO of Gross University, the industry-leading sales training and consulting group. We know better than anybody that providing professional sales training while running your business can be an absolute challenge. And this is why we created a brand new program called the Sales Academy Masterclass. This program is absolutely changing the game for sales professionals and sales leaders alike. It is designed to elevate your team without disrupting business operations. Led by our expert sales trainer, Daniel Bloomsbury, this intensive 2-week sales training opportunity combines live coaching, role-playing, and a proven 11-step selling system to absolutely transform your sales team's performance. Participants will receive our exclusive 160-page workbook, access to high-quality video modules, and a daily live Zoom session with our world-class trainer to refine their skills and ensure they absolutely master the art of the in-home sale. More than just learning how to close sales, we educate sales warriors on how to sell on value and become expert negotiators so they can ensure they're delivering long-term profitability for you and your company. If you're ready to elevate your sales team and experience the kind of growth that will set your business apart from the competition, now's the perfect time to contact Gross University and start your journey towards a more profitable future. We can't wait to work with you and your sales warriors, and on behalf of our entire Gross University team, yes, you are a closer. And then constantly reinforce them instead of just telling them one time and expect it's gonna stay.
You know, you really do have to have this build in their mind as you go through the presentation, so they become comfortable with it. You know, when you get to the end of the presentation, it's time for them to make a decision, so that is so important to see you there, continue to build these concepts over and over and over again. And have them go on top of each other, so they build momentum as you get down to the end of the presentation. It's so important.
So you can tell me what you think about this, but when I'm training window companies on how a sales rep can measure all the windows in the indoors in the house every time, I have this example that I use. I call it the Costco storytelling analogy. So John and Mary, let me ask you a question. You ever buy groceries or goods at Costco or Sam's Club versus going down to like the local convenience store? Or if I'm talking to you, Tim, do you ever buy stuff in bulk at Costco or Sam's Club?
I do.
So what's the benefit of going to like a Whole Food store or like a big store like Costco or Sam's Club where you can get things in mass quantities versus going down to a local convenience store? What's the benefit to you?
Well, usually it costs less.
It costs less, right? So how much does a can of soda cost at the local Quick Trip versus getting it in a case at Costco or Sam's Club?
Yeah, probably $3 at Quick Trip and probably 75 cents.
So yeah, like 600% savings, right? So that's what happens when you buy things in larger quantities. And here's a secret that the owners probably wouldn't want me to tell you, but I like to share with all my customers. And I always like that, by the way, I like filling them in on secret. People always want to have insider information on secret, right? Classified information. Windows are the exact same thing in terms of when you buy larger quantities, it drives down the per unit price. And what I do as a free service for all my customers is I do a free health check and analysis of all the windows and doors in your house. And here's the benefit to you. This is gonna significantly drive down the per unit price of each window that you order from us. And even if you so choose to start with the priority windows, you deem to be the most important, I can lock in all the windows at that discounted per unit price for the next 12 months. Which is gonna give you a lot of protection against inflation, you know, fast prices are going up nowadays. And if anytime you need any additional pricing on windows, instead of inconvenience you, set up another in-home estimate, we can just give you a price right over the phone. But again, it's gonna save you thousands of dollars on the whole project for sure, but on the individual unit price, it's still gonna save you a substantial amount of money. Does that make sense? So now I'm using something that they understand, something that they can relate to, this really powerful analogy. They're not gonna say like, no, I wanna pay more money per unit. By getting your foot in the door. Now, obviously, my intention is to do such a masterful inspection on all the windows and doors that I get them open-minded to just doing the whole house. Or by pricing out all the windows and doors. Now, if I have to, I can do a product drop. Maybe let's hold off on the doors and just do all the windows. What you're doing is you're significantly increasing your average sale. Now, you use the analogy of we gotta empty the glass before we fill it. One image I always had in my head is I like to picture prospects like icebergs. So 80% of what I need to effectively influence them is beneath the surface. And the only way I can effectively get that information out is through the art of asking the right questions.
Yep.
So questions are the answers.
You know, I've heard you speak in the past, you know, and I think it's related to our topic here today.
Hey guys, are you sure Don Nixon if you're gonna use this thing?
Yeah.
Oh. Gonna be okay, man?
That's what happened to me this time.
Yeah, so I went through Grosso probably about a year and a half ago. I went through their first sales academy, closer academy, like webinar. And I was with Matrix at the time, selling basement. I sold over $1 million in a month using the Grosso methodology. So you know, I believe in it. I love it. I think it's a great foundation for anybody when it comes to in-home sale.
Know that we've been working with it even before Rating Cabinets was a thing. Crum Weeding Home Pros was working with Grosso, and it worked. I mean, that's the best I can say is that we've been using it for 4 years and it's worked, and we just had our biggest month in the history of the 70-year company. So I think that speaks for itself, really.
I love that you said authenticity, and I'm sure you get into this like the frequency of emotion. Some people claim that the most powerful emotion that we can possibly transmit in terms of frequency is authenticity.
Yeah.
It's almost like human beings were built with built-in BS detectors, and they're built to really gravitate to people that are being true to themselves or being an authentic version of themselves. Right. So if you're going in there putting on an act and just trying to smooth talk your way into it, saying, you know, what you think they need to hear, but it's not genuine, authentic to you, you know, they can see through that very easily.
Absolutely. When I think about authenticity, I think about what emotion is that creating when we're at the table or we're in a process, even on the phone. And, you know, we can talk about the vibrational state. I mean, literally those things travel throughout the universe. I won't go too far down that today. But if you're smiling on the phone, people can hear it. It's part of our human existence that we can tell. So the other two parts of that, sales is a transference of emotion, but then also an increasing of risk or trust, right? When risk goes up, trust goes down. When trust goes up, risk goes down. So if you're communicating from a passionate standpoint with authenticity, then trust is going up. And just like you said, if they sense that you're not being authentic, then risk is going up and trust is going down. This goes into our second foundation of effective communication to keep conflict in a closing sequence or sales process down. I call this the wordsmith, right? Really thinking about the words that we choose to share, because the words we choose to share do matter. I'll just take this one. Since we're in sales, let's take the word price.
Yeah.
But there's about 6 words that really fit with the word price. Price, cost, fee, charge, spend, pay. All 6 of those words are incredibly dirty words.
They turn off.
They're dirty words of anti-persuasion. You're not only not persuading somebody to choose you, you're persuading them not to choose you. You're persuading them to tell you they gotta think about it, talk to their spouse about it, talk to their brother about it, talk to the neighbor, the handyman about it, right? What are we truly talking about making an investment. So if we're talking about a home improvement project, we're talking about new wood floors, or a new roof, or a new kitchen, or a new bath. We're gonna make an investment in our home. We're making an investment in our family, we're making an investment in that project. So I'm never gonna say the price of this cost that, the fee of this, or the charge here, because those are all negative. And I'm not gonna say it's gonna require you to spend or require you to pay. I'm gonna say, Don, the investment for this solution in your home is gonna be an investment of this amount. And I'm gonna state that amount after I use the word investment. And the reason I like investment is, I don't believe there's a way that investment is used in a negative way. We are taught from the time we are children to invest in ourselves, invest in the stock market, invest in real estate, invest in our family, invest in a home, invest. It's always a good thing. And never is the price cost fee charge, spend or pay a good thing. So I like to say there in the Wordsmith program that the words we choose to share matter. We've developed hundreds of these that can really help people in the world of influence and sales to have better results simply by what I call changing out a few words or wordsmithing.
So I had a lot of success training people that came from the finance department at car dealerships, right? And of course, those are typically the better closers, the true closers in the car dealership. But conditioning the word payment out of the vocabulary was definitely a daunting task. And I said, in a car, it makes sense, right? Because they drive it off the lot, it depreciates 20%, and it's gonna depreciate every second they drive that thing down the road. You're making a payment on a depreciating asset, that makes sense. So what we do, we're adding value to their home, something that in a lot of cases can appreciate in value over time, depending on how long you stand behind it. So then I'm like, how many of you like payments on something that depreciates? No? How many like monthly investment or a total investment on something that gives you a return, right? Everybody likes to have a return on an investment. So that's, we're not selling a depreciating asset, so you don't have any need at all to use the word payment ever when we're, referring to our products and services.
And I agree with that. I don't want to name this guy by name, but we would all know him, and you might want to have him on your show. Maybe you don't. But his initials are DR, and he's written numerous books, and all of our homeowners, you can say the name you want.
Dave Ramsey.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to say that if anybody watching this is on a set wage, that maybe they shouldn't think about paying off their house note and their credit cards and their cars. However, I prefer to take an abundance mentality, and I've never been the guy that's like, oh, well, I gotta worry about clipping coupons to go. I've just always been the guy that's like, I'm gonna have an abundance mentality versus scarcity. I'm gonna go out there and figure out how I can earn more income so I don't have to spend my Sunday afternoon clipping coupons to save 50 cents on something at the grocery store. But Dave Ramsey is in the hearts and minds of many of our consumers in those homes, and they are clipping coupons. They are trying to pay off credit card debt. They are trying to pay off their home and their cars. And if we walk in there talking about a monthly payment, we're selling against ourselves. We're creating the opportunity for that homeowner, even if they don't consciously know what's happening to them, they're gonna get that gut feeling. They're gonna get that feeling that maybe I shouldn't move forward.
One thing I like commonly preaching and teaching salespeople, if you want to make twice as much money, be twice successful in this profession, it doesn't mean you have to work twice as many hours or drive twice as far. What it means is you have to get a little bit better at all the critical areas of selling, because all these things do compound. And sometimes the smallest little tweaks you make in a sales rep's vocabulary, their communication, can literally turn them around and get them to take off like a rocket ship. And one story that I like referring back to, I had a sales rep that was really good, had a good start, but then hit a wall. I was wondering why every time he delivered the buy today or the initial visit reward or the PSA, whatever you want to call it, the incentive to move forward, he was getting resistance. He was getting hit with objections, sometimes getting people accusing him of being high pressure, their guard was going up. You can tell just the way he was communicating was not landing properly. So I rode along with the sales rep and I recorded, this is before Rilla and all these cool gadgets we have, but I just recorded the audio of that on my phone because I wanted to hear, but also get him to hear it later if there was anything that stood out. And he ended his vignette was, here's the deal, we have to get this thing done while we're here today. And that was like nails on a chalkboard for me listening to that. Here's the deal. It's almost like he's threatening the homeowner. We have to get this thing done while we're here today. Well, what does that trigger? Like today only, used car sales gimmick, right? High pressure. So I said, here's what I want you to do. Instead of saying, here's the deal, we got to get this thing done today. Say, we're able to earn new business while we're here. Give us manager back up.
Just change it to that and see what happens. And you just change the way you deliver it. You're saying the same thing, we're able to run your business while we're here, keep us from making the trip back out. All of a sudden, his sales just went through the roof, just because of that little tweak in his delivery. And like you said, there's hundreds of examples of that. But something that people need to take very seriously is really fine tuning their communication. But this is what I see in the industry. You can tell me if you see the same thing, where a sales rep will work pretty hard learning a system, they'll learn the scripts, then they'll go out there and have reasonable levels of success. Then they take the training, go throw it in the garbage. It's like, I got it, I know all the answers. And we know the braid's bucket with the hole in the bottom, right? So, and then all of a sudden, the bad habits form, they start forgetting things, they start getting, letting the customer influence the direction of the sales process. Why do you think salespeople do that? They just stop studying. And I guess, what advice would you give to the sales warrior watching this?
So what I would recommend to the sales warriors watching this is no matter how good you are, you're gonna lose it. Just like if you win Mr. Olympia one day, Tom, you will start to lose that the day of the week that you stop training, that you stop practicing. So I'm gonna recommend that we block time every single day, not just on weekdays, not just on work days, because every day is an opportunity for us to get a little bit better. It also allows folks like you and I that do feel like we're pretty well read and studied and that we've really started to work towards mastery on some of these things, to never end up in that place of egotism or narcissism where we think that we know. And you know what I find every day when I do an hour of personal development minimum, usually it's more than that, right? Because if I get on a plane, I've got flight time university, drive time university, bag time university, waiting for my bags, I got the earbuds in, right? And so every time I'm listening to somebody else, I'm learning. Now, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I knew that, I knew that. And then I hear a little bit of a spin on something, I'm like, wow. Now, if I hadn't been listening and thought that I knew it all, then I would have been getting better.
As you were talking, I was thinking about the advice my mom always used to give me. I don't know if you heard this before on some of the interviews you watched, but this is something that my mom taught me since I was a little kid. And I carry this with me my whole life. And to some people, this may not seem like the most inspirational thing, but for me, because my mom taught me this at an early age, it just stuck with me and I applied it. The first thing was, first of all, no matter how bad you think it is, just remember worse things happen to better people every day. So don't feel sorry for yourself. Count your blessings, be grateful. Okay, so that was the first thing.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I know. And then she also, because I was very competitive and an athlete, she said, Dominic, I just want to let you know, no matter how good you think you are, just remember there's always somebody better. And that may not seem like the most inspirational thing, but for me, what I translated that is don't get complacent, don't get comfortable, always try to improve yourself, get better. And this is why you're talking about investing in yourself. If you're gonna have the ability to share love and passion and wisdom with anybody else, you gotta love yourself first. You gotta invest in yourself first. So, but those are two things my mom always instilled in me. I think about that every day. I think about that. Yes, she is. Yeah, she lives in Jefferson. Hi, Mom. Yeah. Her name's Ron. Yeah.
Loves me.
Yeah.
Sometime, I mean, just.
I'm total mom's boy.
Listen, that, I don't know if these two familiar, but as you shared that story, the vibrational state in the room, I could see it shift, and it's like that love, that compassion, but also that, I don't know, just that respect for what your mother instilled in you. Sometimes we need people to share some tough love with us, right? And a lot of times I see in, the world today, in this day and age, we're in the day and age of, everybody gets a trophy. Yeah. It's not me, right? And I can tell that's not you. Everybody shouldn't get a trophy. That is not life. And all of a sudden we have these kids where everybody's getting a trophy. Your mother gave you tough love. I'm sure there was also some really, a different thing that she would share with you, but sharing with you, there's somebody always better. Instead of being the mom that said, Tom, you're the greatest. Yeah, exactly. Dominic, nobody's better than you. You deserve that. You should be getting, all the playing time. You're the best wrestler. I don't know why the coach didn't have you playing, you in that match, whatever it might be. My parents were very similar and instilled those things in me. My parents were the kind of people that would say, I better never. And I will never hear you complain about a referee, right? I better never hear you say they were out to get you or it was the ref's fault. We're going to focus on what we can control, not what we cannot, okay? I always think back to my childhood and I just think about, I was never allowed to have an excuse for anything. And sometimes people go, man, that was pretty rough. Man, I can't believe how hard your dad was on you. And I'm like, man, that developed thick skin, right? The thick skin that when I went in business and when I first started going door to door and all of that rejection, I was prepared for it, right? I didn't know what I was preparing me for at the time, and I didn't like it at the time. But when I look at how easily other people are deterred and they're taken off track, think you and I were very fortunate to have parents that maybe didn't build us up more than they should have. And they shared with us that you better work your butt off, right?
Yeah, my dad always preached, he's like, can't means I don't want to, so I just thought about that, if I had these thoughts creeping in my mind. Saying I can't do this, then that's translatable, that means I don't want it bad enough, you know, it's like, how bad do you want it, because if you want it bad enough, you can do whatever, you know, you apply your mind to, so.
You know, I don't want this podcast to come across as win at all costs, because that's definitely what I am. When I talk about ultimate preparedness and scripting things out, I'm not trying to put guys in straitjacket, like, oh, you know, you have to say it this way. What I'm saying is, a lot of times for those that haven't invested the time to become ultimately prepared, I shared with my daughter, I said, listen, hustle, work ethic is what matters the most to me. Winning isn't everything, wanting to is. And I will be the most proud father on planet Earth, the proudest father. If every day when you step across those lines and you play on that court, and you take the hard way, you play like it's your very last game. Every play, every time when you're on that floor, play your hardest. I don't care if you win or lose.
I did want to talk about something that I heard you talk about on another podcast, the grandmother rule, and the difference between being a master of persuasion or a master manipulator. So what is the grandmother rule and what is the difference? Because this is something I wholeheartedly agree, and this is why, you know, the way we train, there's a lot of synergy with that as well.
I think a lot of this has to do with what we were just chatting about, Dom with your mother, right? Because now we're going to talk about the grandmother rule. And right on the heels of us talking about being premium priced. Because I think there's sometimes people will look at guys like us saying this, you know, I'm wearing a sport coat, you got a nice colored shirt. And they go, well, I don't want to be a sleazy sales guy, just overcharging. That's what we're talking about at all. What we're talking about is running a business with margins so that we can take care of our people and take care of our customers and be around for the long.
You know, Rick always said about that, he said, it's not the thief in the industry that bothers me, it's the honest idiot. He said, no offense, but it's the contractor that's maybe they're a good person, they have the right intentions, but they're falling into this trap of the race to the bottom, literally bidding jobs for cost. And they literally go into the customer's house and they say, our prices are so low, we lose money on every job, and they're telling the truth. Those are the people you want.
How many chairs or what?
What's their name, same league, focus on
Fancy
what is the
chairs.
benefit to the
Okay.
prospects that are financially stable. So, how many companies go out of business in this industry? Why are they going out of business? Why are they looking paycheck to paycheck?
And then is there something that we need to remove, like after your instruction or, lead after?
Yeah, it's not even there.
Okay. Okay, and then just like on the. Okay, and then just kind of like on, like in the middle, at the, like the one more side. Okay, perfect.
Well, I think it's interesting, and you know, I love the QR top that you're bringing to a lot of companies, you know, like pride, and it's a list, but one category they never talk about is what's the bottom line net profit. Okay, so it's clear, it's really impressive, but ultimately, if you have a 1% net profit or 2% net profit, recession, then something happens with lending shuts down, it's more strictly tight, the grips and all of a sudden. Your whole companies literally couldn't float on itself overnight.
Parents like raise their margins, you know, and it all looks good on the outside, especially if the, you know, the examples in the sales professionals who are watching this, maybe they're on the sales side and they're running. Back in. I know that's the P&Ls, and show that because it looks really good, and we're having 50, 100 trucks on the road, and all of them have youth reps, and this big building, we got this call center, with software, and iPads, and all these things, right? And then you open the books, and you go, you know, we've got $180,000 catering this week, whatever it might be. And they start to realize, wow, if I drop 10%, that's just 3% net, and somebody gives a 10% drop. Means that company lost 6%. And so that's why we need to do the same volume. I'll tell you this. Let's talk about Walmart. I think we need this, you mentioned prices. I think we're tricked into this because we see Walmart saying, okay, we're gonna compete on being the low price. The difference between the contractor and Walmart is that Walmart has
millions and millions of people walking through those stores every single day, and they can afford to make a few pennies on some product on those shelves. They can afford to do that. Why? Because millions and millions of customers that are coming in there every single day.
And they can also bank on net profit. The church can never bank on it. What is the actual net profit gonna be at the end of the day after all expenses, the job's installed, was there any setbacks, did we run into a problem, unforeseen challenges that made this shop upside down, profit, like, it's not like a commodity or something you can just buy, it's a fixed price, fixed net profit, and then you can bank on it every time.
So I agree with you, agree with Rick Ross, our competitors, our people that are bringing us big challenges, are not big companies, not the new price. I love those companies, right? I love the ones that are out there, yes, with a premium price, but delivering premium service and taking care of their people. I'm not talking about ripping people off, and that's the grandmother rule is that we should never recommend something to somebody that we would not recommend to our very own grandmother. And I'm not talking about some old nasty grandmother that's rude and stinks and that it's really just a terrible, like throw mama from the train, right? I'm talking about your grandma that you love again. And I'm not talking about making a decision financially for her. I'm saying, is this product going to provide the value that we know we get? It's not our job to choose for people how they're going to invest their part of the money. I feel like it's our responsibility as salespeople to share all of the options, to make a recommendation based on our knowledge of the industry, right? And then leave it up to the person, but certainly influence them to the decision that we believe is best for them as our very own grandmother. Not the one necessarily that's going to get the most commission in our pocket. What I'm talking about with the grandmother rule is only recommending products and services to our customer base. Just like we would have our own family members that we love and cherish dearly, that we would take up arms for. So that's one of the foundations too. That goes within the foundation of the first one. The ground rules are, we're never gonna lie, cheat, or steal. We're gonna treat people and present people like our very own grandmother, but at the same time, they're not gonna sell out of our own pocket. Meaning, if we go in there knowing how much the wood costs, or the shingles cost, or the furnace cost, or the windows cost, and then we go in there saying, well, we would still be profitable if this. No. When we go to work and we accept responsibility, and we put somebody's logo on, we wear it like a badge of honor, and we accept responsibility to sell that product from that business owner, it's now also our responsibility to sell it there margin, not to feel like we're priced too high, not to drop our price. Our responsibility is to put the things in our mind, to go to the training, to study, to get up early, to stay up late, to work on the weekends, working on ourselves, so that we run that sales day on Monday morning, Monday night, Saturday night, that we are ultimately prepared to bring that business back to that business that we're repping their logo. That's our responsibility, sales team. That, nothing else, right? And if we're the kind of person that's gonna go to the business center every day, I just share with that person, hey, maybe this isn't the right fit for you. Maybe you need to go work for somebody that does not realize. That's what you feel, but if you're here, you accept the responsibility to sell and to promote and share our products and our prices and walk back in with that. Right? So I think the grandmother rule, ultimately, we have that in our mind every single day. No lying, no cheating, no stealing, no selling to make just the commission. A commission is an afterthought. The commission is a reward for us serving customers better, not for selling them things that they don't need.
So when I was training my salespeople, I would commonly ask this question, and they often were not sure how to answer it, right? I would say, let's say that you did such an amazing job in your master presentation. You slid over the total investment. Let's say it's for a walk-in shop. We did a lot of walk-in shops. Let's say it's full retail, you haven't discounted at all, and the homeowner says, can I write you a check? Does the homeowner win in that situation? So I'd ask him that question, do they win? And the salespeople are like, I'm not sure, no. I'm like, why not? They're like, well, because I could have given it to him for a better price. I'm like, okay, how much commission would you make on a $20,000 sale? Roughly. Let's just say $2,000, right? How long does it take you to spend $2,000? Can you even tell me what the hell you spent it on? Maybe a fun weekend out with the guys, you buy some groceries nowadays, you go to Costco one time, right? Yeah. However, what does that homeowner have for the rest of their life? They have a shower that's gonna improve their safety, their personal enjoyment, something they get to start their morning off, like literally living like a life of luxury, something, like giving their independence back, their freedom to bathe themselves independently, right? So they have something that every day is gonna transform their life. We got a little paycheck, so who really got the better end of the bargain in that situation? Was it your little commission that you spent in 2 seconds? Or the lifetime personal enjoyment that homeowner got from your cloud services solution? So with that in mind, when you're at the negotiating table, your number one most important mission in life is to turn in the most profitable sale you can for yourself, for your company, and for your team, period, end of story. It's not how many discounts can I throw at this person so they roll over and buy. You're not doing anybody a service. This is the number one reason why companies are so financially unstable and go out of business, because people are projecting their own personal philosophies and beliefs onto the prospect. You gotta leave that stuff in your car to be waiting for everything to get back. You gotta understand, you gotta believe, as you said, you gotta believe in myself, you gotta believe in my product, my price, and I believe in it. Even though we don't say prices, you gotta believe in it. You gotta slide it over knowing that you are delivering the best value to that homeowner to change their life and stand behind it, right? You're not gonna leave the door open for some amateur truck that is getting flying. It's good, right? So you have to live, you still do it properly, you are doing it as a great customer, that's a lot of your company. Invest their money, they decide. We started, we judge, I think, determination, but they said, during the presentation, we're only building ourselves, we've got to be able to do that process all the way down to the end. So if we get the homeowner, and my estimation is still to say the same thing. Imagine you're sort of. There's the customer, that's the cheap, and that's about a third of the market, I believe, doesn't matter what we say, they'll put their family at risk, they will go cheap, they'll buy the materials, they'll come in and help us. There's that's how the really deal target. I didn't realize. That's how the market's share. Sometimes they'll buy something cheap. This doesn't have to do with how much money they have to pay or how much they earn. When I take a trip to Walmart, I'm going to save, usually about $3. Now, you know, those savings will free the bank. I will get trade. Right? Because it's not in but there's like times where I could buy something. So why do these people go either way? Say this about these deals won't last long, right? And so we're doing that as a fight, right? So I would say is you can also talk about a sequence like that. As soon as somebody starts to we listen to them, we make sure that they talk to the changes.
Well, we see what they did. Yeah, he did that. But he didn't. Yeah.
Ready to be able to like, I'm not gonna go a little tight. I'm sorry. That's what they get from And it might not even make up.
Yeah, yeah.
Tomorrow, we're planning to go till 4. Everything at that.
How was lunch, everybody? Fantastic. Guys are kicking ass in the kitchen back there. Whole new type of sandwich experience. People are all trickling back in here. I'm gonna need your help on this section. Everyone's gotta stay awake. I know what happens after lunch. Everybody got enough caffeine? All right, don't tell Dominic. Not allowed to get in there. All right. So just to summarize, pick up where we left off. Once you go through the evolutionary step, the homeowners have a pretty good idea of what's available on the market. At which point, I like to get a little salesy with them Cause if we're gonna be salespeople, why not have a little bit of fun? But if you guys don't want any of that stuff, no, I'd be like, I know what you're thinking, Dan, there's gotta be a better way, right? Well, let me show you what we offer. In all seriousness, I wanna break it down, I wanna show it to you the way it was shown to me. And then you guys can determine whether or not this thing is up to snuff. So, when we're going through the product presentation, what are some of the things that we have to focus on with every homeowner? What are you guys trying to hit on? Say it again.
Exclusivity.
Exclusivity. Their wallet, is that what you said? Oh yeah, how much is this gonna hurt?
Differentiation.
Differentiation, so there's actually a formula to a national presentation. The reason we are gonna hit on this, because this is one of the most crucial and basic fundamental premises of sales that I ever read. There are 5 things that make up this mathematical formula. If you want people to buy on a consistent basis for a reasonable number where you guys are actually selling profitably, which is the name of the game here, we have to do these 5 things at every point. The first one is differentiation. Why are you different? I asked you guys yesterday, I think, how many different points could you make just about the products you're selling? What makes them unique and valuable to people? We got all kinds of different numbers. This is an exercise you guys should all do with your sales team. If you haven't done it already, pull out your product, just go through it line by line. What is unique and valuable about this thing? Brian Tracy always says price only becomes the determining factor when you fail to differentiate. So if you guys aren't different and you can show it to a homeowner, they're probably asking themselves, why should I care? That's why we said we gotta sell the sizzle, not the steak, right? Every single human being you talk to is always asking themselves, what's in it for me? So the second component of this formula is WIIFM. Are you guys really good at not just showing people what the product is, but how they actually benefit from it? Future benefit. So what's in it for me? Now, if they see you as different and they understand the value behind it, they're probably starting to wonder one thing. How much? You guys have heard me price condition from the state. You've heard a lot of people in their scripting, they've price condition. Price conditioning is crucial. Now, how many of you feel you're really good at price conditioning? Yeah. What are some of the things you price condition on? Say it again. The competition. Cost versus value. What is cost versus value?
Our version of the Kelly Blue Book.
That's exactly right. Our version of the Kelly Blue Book for the automotive industry is just for the home improvement industry. Who comes out with cost versus value? Remodeling Magazine in conjunction with the National Association of Realtors. And it's incredibly valuable because it is the most comprehensive tool we can use. It is a third-party tool, verified, and it's a local resource because it's tied to your market. Sometimes people will throw national numbers at me and they annoy me. Like, I don't care what they're doing in Texas, I care what they're doing in Vermont because that's where I am. But if you look at this particular tool, I recommend that you guys go back for the last 5 years and print them out and laminate them so you can not only show people what has happened in the market from a value standpoint, but what has happened on the price standpoint. You want to create urgency with people and kill procrastination, just show them how the prices have gone up year over year. And since it's not you saying it, does it hold more weight? If I say it, it's an opinion, right? If they say it, it's fact. So we got a price condition using those tools. Other than your product and using third-party information to price condition, what are some of the smaller concepts that we price condition on when we're talking to people?
Obviously, we know it's gonna be expensive, probably why you put it off for so long.
Yeah, just shining the spotlight on the elephant in the room. How many of you guys have been successful just being direct and transparent? Yeah, I get why you guys haven't done this. It sucks. It's maintenance and it's expensive. I would have kicked this can down the road as long as I could too. It's relatable. Human beings procrastinate, so just leave it. Secondary products. We talked about sealants. What else? What are some other secondary products you guys can price condition on?
Ventilation factor.
Ventilation types. Ice and water shield. Soffit vents. Do those matter? Costs a little more to put them in there, but how much longer is the roof going to last if you actually have proper ventilation?
Well, you actually have a warranty.
Yeah, I don't need a warranty. I'm 85. I'll be dead soon.
Perfect.
Sooner than you think if you don't need a chip. The reason that I talk about this stuff is, you guys ever hear that one? I'm just gonna throw out objections at you guys randomly throughout the process here. How many of you have heard that? I'm 85, I don't need less than the best, why do you have me on? I'll tell you what, man, if you just look for a get me done, you don't need the underlayment or the ice and water shield. I don't even need installers. There's actually a prisoner work release program. I don't need these guys with pennies on the dollar. Come out here, we'll just nail shit right on the deck, dude. Is that cool? Sure, sounds good, awesome, man. It's cool. We're gonna do something at the table. Now I need you to sign a whole bunch of waivers. How connected are you to your wife? Is she a 14? Next thing you know, there's change missing on the dresser. Your daughter's knocked up. I've seen her a thousand. Price condition, labor, primary components, secondary components. Price condition using third-party information. Is there anything else you guys do? How many of you sell showers? You have a price condition just on one piece of the shower? When you're in the inspection phase, and you're talking to the homeowner, I'd have them in the bathroom with me. And as we're doing design consultation, I would do price conditioning on shower doors. That's an easy one. So I just be like, guys, are you guys more shower curtain people, or do you you guys prefer to upgrade to a glass door? And if they say glass door, I'd be like, have you ever put one of those in before? You know, when I started in the industry, you can get a really high quality, double thickness safety glass, semi-frameless sliding glass door installed for about $1,000. Now they start at $3,000. So right off the bat, you're talking to a homeowner, and they think that the whole shower is gonna be $3,000 to $5,000. You price condition them in a door at $3,000. It starts to slowly change the price point that they're looking at, right? And when I say that to people, some people will be like, wow, I didn't know that. Some people will be like, curtain. Like, all right. Yeah, looking for the most economical solution. We're at the same way. But you're starting to plant those seeds early on throughout the process. Now, as we are going through the actual product presentation, every time you differentiate on a component and the homeowner goes, oh, I like that. Immediately, just reflexively price condition. Like, I love it too. Most people do. Even though it costs a little bit more on the front end, you guys see the value in that, right? You think if you had that, this product will last a lot longer? Oh, hell yeah. You just price conditioned and they gave you a commitment that they wanted. Have you guys ever spent more than you wanted to spend to get something that you decide later on you like better? Never had to? Go buy a car. I went in to buy a car and I was looking at one particular vehicle. And the sales rep, I was like, this is what I want. She was like, oh, someone's out test driving that one. We got another one out front. It's the exact same vehicle. Why don't we just go drive that one? You get a feel for it. It's like, awesome. We got in. I was like, oh, this is nice. Heated seats. Wow, look at that giant display. That's pretty sweet. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit of a different packaging here, but just ignore that stuff. What do you do for work? And I was like, I'm a traveling salesperson. I live in my car. She was like, oh, I want that premium audio system. Here, turn that up. I'm like, God damn, that is pretty good. How much more is this one? Next thing you know, I'm buying this exact vehicle for an extra $8,000. Because I didn't know what I didn't know. I spent way more than I was planning on because I liked it. That's all we're doing. We're designing something that they fall in love with. You have to. Now, how many of you guys have gone through a product presentation where the people are thoroughly disinterested? Oh. Why does that happen? They don't want your product. They don't want to go through some sales pitch. There's a million reasons why. Have you ever talked to somebody where you were asking very obvious questions and they're just resisting the whole time? They don't want to buy.
They do, but they don't want you to know it.
Exactly. They're playing them close to the vest, whatever it may be. There's a lot of different reasons why people don't engage. But it's our responsibility to break down their walls, whatever they may be, and get them involved. And telling isn't selling. So as we're going through this formula for a mastering presentation, one of the things that people miss all the time is you can differentiate, you can show them value, you can price condition. But if you don't know that they're actually interested in it, you're screwed. How many times do you guys go into the closing sequence and go like, I have no freaking idea if you don't want this? It sucks. I've been there. So we have to trial close. That's the fourth component in this formula. What is a trial close? Tie down, getting a commitment from the homeowner, they see this value. If you price condition, well, it costs a little bit more to do this on the front end, but you guys can see over the ownership of this product. It's gonna save you so much money. Is that something you guys would be willing to spend a little bit more money on the front end? Like, oh, hell yeah, awesome. That's trial close. You can do it a million different ways. The last component is something that we miss all the time. It's exclusivity. So how many of you offer an exclusive product or service? That should be every hand in here. If your hand didn't go up, you just selling a boilerplate product? Does your product have to be the exclusive part of this entire proposition? Even if you're selling a CertainTeed roof and they've got 5 other bids for CertainTeed roofs, can yours be exclusive? How? Company, the installers, the warranty. Is working with you valuable? I used to wake up every day and be like, I get to charge double because they get to work with me. That's it. How many of you guys want to make multiple 6 figures? In order to do that, you cannot charge these bargain basement prices. You have to charge accordingly. And it's a tax, there's a skill, I should say, that's associated with that, which is why we have to keep working on this all the time. Price is only the determining factor if they feel like you are the same as everybody else. So when you're looking at how to make this exclusive, it should be wrapped up in the way you present this stuff. So that's the formula. If you check those 5 boxes, differentiation, what's in it for me, price, condition, trial, close, exclusive, you're gonna come out with a deal more often than not. If you miss one, you're leaving the door open for them to run through when we get into the closing sequence. They're going to take a predictable objection and just run with it. We can pretty much kill shop around if we hit all of these. How many of you get shop around objections regularly? If you get a shop around objection, it is a deficiency in your pitch. That is the way that I would recommend everybody in here looks at it. That's how I looked at it. There are some people, there's a percentage of the population, it doesn't matter what the hell you do. Sales Jesus could fly down into the house and they tell them, get bent, we don't make a decision on the first day. But even if that is legitimate and you're talking to that type of person, we can't accept that as reality. You just have to always take responsibility for your outcome and try to get better. And I will say, when you get really good at this formula and you really hammer this shit home throughout the entire process, shop around becomes less and less frequent. Then you just start hearing think over, sleep on, that kind of stuff. But make sure you're hammering those. All right, cost versus value, we touched on here. Price conditioning word tracks. If you guys have a hard time price conditioning, really pay attention in this book to this one little section because it gives you a lot of different options in there. He did the same thing for trial closing, gotta love them. Now, at this point, we want to make sure that they are able to take the product for a test drive. And instead of me just talking at you guys, because it's post lunch, you guys are sleepy and so am I. I want to actually have somebody come up here and do a product presentation for us. Sound good? We already talked about it. We coordinated at lunch. Now we're gonna do a window presentation. And what I wanna have happen here is just kind of see how you would do it naturally. We have all kinds of stuff in these kits. We got a Provia window here, a Provia window kit, a soft pack. Perfect. And as we go through this, I want you guys taking notes. What I would do is take a piece of paper out, and just write down differentiation, just make 5 categories. Differentiation, what's in it for me, price conditioning, trial close, and exclusivity. As we're going through this, and I'm sorry, what's your name? Nick. Oh, Mick Jagger. Nick Jagger now, remember it. As Mick is going through this with me, I want you guys to tally all these things up. See how many times Mick differentiates, engages me with trial closes, price conditions in creative ways. And then we're gonna go around, I wanna hear back from you, what you like the most, what you would have added to them. So you just went out to your car, you got your samples, came back in, we already did our evolution, now you're gonna show me the product.
Alright, and so as a promise, I wanted to, show you what I have, go over some of the options and put in your final selection so that way I can get to that demo develop proposal that you're looking for.
Sounds good.
Alright, perfect. So now
First thing I'll tell you is that what I'm gonna show you here is a. Excellent. Can you hear me? Testing. Perfect. So. Here I have a Provida interior window. That's what I'm gonna show you first. All right. Now, the first couple of things that I want you to know is that Provida is an American-made product. It comes from Sugar Creek, Ohio, right in the heartland of Amish country, and it was heavily, just dramatically influenced by the Amish community there. Right. Now, when you think about the Amish, what do you think about that? Craftsmanship, right? That and sweet beards.
Cheap labor.
Yeah. So. Funny story about Amish people. So when I first moved to the States, I was a young man. I was about 11. I was at the mall with some of my mates, and I turned around and I was just like, "Why are there pilgrims here?" And my buddies were just like, "What are you talking about? They're just Amish." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" And they go to explain this to me. And this was a weird culture shock from me for being a person from the United Kingdom, because it was just like, that's ridiculous. And they're like, "You don't have anything like that there?" And I was like, "Listen, everybody's got that one uncle that's stuck in the 60s, right?"
The 70s.
Exactly. But nobody's stuck in the 1800s. You know what I mean? So, but absolutely, just like you referenced. So the excellent craftsmanship that goes into all of the Provida line products that they make is something that you're going to get to see here that I brought for you. So within the Provida interior window, the first thing that I want you to notice is that it's going to have nice, thick, chunky frames. All right, now trick question. What is the best insulated door or window in your home?
I don't know.
It's your refrigerator door.
Of course.
Now, why is that?
Because it's got gasket seals.
It does. It absolutely does. So when you open this up, Dan, go ahead and pull that up for me.
Oh, nice, real smooth.
Yeah, it opens up nice and easy, right? So I'm gonna move this around for you. Sure. So that way you can see. That way you can see from the back.
I'm spinning around so they can see from the front. How's that?
Yeah, even better. So then, you see this here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is pile. Now, are you pretty used to seeing that on most of the windows that you've looked at and the ones you have here in your home?
I've had a couple people tell me about it, yeah. My windows are super old, we don't have this.
Oh, you don't even have the pile?
These are old wood windows, yeah.
All right, well, what you're gonna notice on top of the pile, you're gonna see that on almost every, mid-level or even some of the builder grade level windows. Now, on these replacement grade windows that we're talking about here, right? Also, what you're gonna see is old weather stripping. Now, go ahead and put your hand on that for me, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Feel how nice and thick and strong that feels?
Yeah, it's heavy duty.
Absolutely. Now, that is something that you feel right at your front door and also in that refrigerator.
Yeah.
What that does is that it creates a really tight seal. Okay, that tight seal is what's going to be part of how it stays so well insulated and energy efficient. Now, within the frames and then at the meeting rail, right here where they set the sash, it's also reinforced by fiberglass. Now, I know you said that something that you liked, that you'd seen, was that composite window by one of the other companies that have come out, right?
Yep.
When it comes to the Provida interior window, something that's a little different, and that's going to be kind of special about it, is it's reinforced and it's a composite option as well, but it's reinforced by fiberglass. Now, why do you think they're reinforced by fiberglass?
I don't know.
Fiberglass is actually a thermoset material. Now, thermoset, what that means to you is it is going to take a really, really hot temperature to cause expansion and a really, really cold temperature to cause contraction.
That makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that they do that?
Well, because we live in a crazy planet. I don't want that thing expanding and contracting all the time.
Absolutely. That's the number one cause of seal failure. That expansion and that contraction, that movement that you're going to see, everything is naturally going to do that. But when you get that seal failure is what lets that gas seep out. And when that gas seeps out, that's what's going to give you that cloudy look.
Oh, sure.
So being reinforced, on top of being much more energy efficient, it's also going to make sure that you don't have to deal with that. Sound good?
That makes sense. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, perfect. Now, the next thing that I'll show you here.
You check this around?
Yeah.
All right.
So I know that I unlocked it. Go ahead and lock this window back. Easy peasy, right?
Smooth.
Do you notice something different about the hardware on this one?
Yeah, there's no release.
Yeah, there's no
How do
release.
you- These, do they tilt in?
They sure do, yeah. So they tilt in, but they're also made by metal. What's very common on these what's very common on the vinyl windows and even like those builder grades and sub builder grades, almost all of the hardware is plastic. Now, why would you use plastic hardware instead of metal?
It's cheaper.
It's cheaper,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that's really special about the Provia Jura window that we have here. And then within these rigid frames, where they're reinforced by the fiberglass, they're also going to be very well insulated by the graphite insulation.
I'm gonna press pause real quick right here. For those of you who are selling windows like this, do you have a corner cut? Yeah. Let's see, this big or the other big? Other big.
Yeah, it's right there.
So the corner cut. This is one of the issues that we run into, I think, as salespeople too, is we talk about this stuff, you pitch the same thing over and over and over again, so you know it really well. Most homeowners you talk to never seen it before. So we tend to cut corners in our demo because we've already done it and we think it's redundant. But the homeowner has not. It's without shattering everything.
I believe in you.
I appreciate that. So you're talking about graphite infused neoprene insulation. Bust it out. Whip it out. Show it to them.
Absolutely. So right there, Dan, the dark bit, that's that foam graphite insulation that we were talking about.
Alrighty.
Yep, I see that. Now, when we go to install this on your home, okay, what we're gonna do is we are going to surgically remove the windows like we were talking about earlier. Okay, and then when we go to place them in the existing framework, we're gonna install low expanding foam insulation. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna make a very tight seal from the home to the window. Now that's gonna do a couple more things for you, okay? Because what a lot of people do is they'll just kind of install it, they'll caulk it up. This is gonna make sure that it is airtight, so it's very energy efficient. It's gonna make sure it's watertight, so you don't have to worry about the leaks and the wood rot, whether it's inside or out. And then lastly, it's a full synthetic material, so you don't have to worry about wood destroying insects like you would on your old wood windows. You're not gonna have to worry about that because you've got a full composite window as well as a composite material that's welding into the home.
That makes total sense. So let's pause for a second there. That's called the rule of three, what Mick just did. You guys pick up on that? Rule of three says anytime you're giving people features and benefits, if you give them one feature, hit them with 3 benefits, it sticks. We have pattern recognition software in our brain. As soon as we hear 3 benefits, now it's valuable, it's cemented into our subconscious mind. And that's what you just did. We do this, and here's why, this. Plus, you get the added benefit, you do a cherry on top, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, would you go with a company that wouldn't use low expanding spray foam insulation during the install?
Not anymore.
Okay, perfect. Now, when it comes to the window, what would you expect? Because when you talked to me earlier about one of the windows you'd seen that you liked, you told me that they had a lifetime warranty. Do you remember how long did they said that lasts?
Yeah, it was 20 years on some of it, 10 years on others. I don't remember all that stuff, but it's 2010 and 2.
Okay, 2010 and 2, perfect. Now, with that 2010 and 2, how long do you remember was the glass warranty for?
That was 20.
20?
Yeah.
Any and all glass breakage was covered for 20 years?
Ooh, I don't know about the glass breakage part.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit more about this one because I feel like, what does a warranty really tell you about the product?
How good it is, how reliable it is, what I should expect.
Right?
Yeah.
With every product or with every project you're gonna look at, you're gonna get 2 warranties, right? Like we were talking about earlier. One is gonna be from the manufacturer, and that's how long the manufacturer believes this product is going to last you. That is how long they say, this is a good product and this is gonna take care of you for this long. And then you have the install warranty. And that's how long the company is telling you they believe their installer's work is going to last you.
Got it.
Right? So I know you said that that one was 20. What you get here is what we call our lifetime warranty on the menu or on the Provia Jura window. Lifetime, we define that as 50 years, non-prorated, and it is fully transferable. Okay, and that covers every component of the window. That is the hardware, that is the seal failure, that is
the framework, that is the screens, and that is any and all glass breakage.
My kid hits a foul ball and cracks the window, you guys take care of it?
Absolutely. It's covered, and then backed by the lifetime warranty or lifetime install warranty that we talked about.
Nice.
So in comparison to the one that you were looking at earlier.
Yeah, yours is a lifetime warranty.
Yeah, so I'm glad you said so. Now, when it comes to something like this, and what you're seeing with the Parade in your window, would you settle for anything else?
It depends on the price, I don't want to.
Okay, well, price aside, assuming that I can show you something that, or like we can make this really affordable for you and get a package that's built custom for your home, is this the quality of window that you prefer?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, absolutely. I love hearing that. So now, my last question to you, Dan, when it comes to this window, because I know you said that this is definitely what you would prefer. Is there anything that's missing? Is there anything else that you would expect?
I don't think so. You said both these sashes tilted?
Yep, both sashes tilted. This guy moves down here. It also has the locks here, so that way little fingers and critters can't get their noses and fingers in there.
Yeah, that's good. We have both.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, so I know you said that this is definitely what you would prefer, and I can totally see why. When it comes to, we were talking about just a little bit ago, that on average, you normally see about $2,200 a window, you know, and that's just based on averages. I'm not saying that's the price, you know, I don't know what the price is until I put it all in. But can you see why this guy would cost something like that?
Oh, yeah. I might not want to pay it, but it's a nice window.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Now, one of the things that I didn't do for you, and you're gonna see a lot of, when they came and showed you the other window that we were talking about, did they use a heat lamp?
One guy did, the other two just, they were here for like 15 minutes, the shot meeting.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Now, when you saw the heat lamp, what did that do for you? What did that tell you? How did that help?
It was cool to see how the glass actually reflects heat instead of letting it pass through. And it's clearly an upgrade over what we have.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it sounds like that's a pretty good product. So
yeah,
what I want to tell you, Dan, is there are 3 glass manufacturers in the world, right? And almost all window companies use carbon. Okay, so there's only really 2 decisions to be made. How many panes? And is it filled and insulated with a gas? Okay, this is going to be filled and insulated with argon gas.
Okay.
And I don't know how much you follow this, but krypton gas is bloody hard to come by right now.
Sure.
And then you have the option of a 3rd pane, but realistically, in a lot of situations, you don't need it. Do you have a preference between 2 and 3 panes?
I mean, what's the benefit of, I'm just assuming 3 costs more?
3 definitely can cost more, but more importantly, it gives you a slight advantage for the energy efficiency. Now, after talking to you and knowing about our climate here in the Midwest, I will tell you that 2 panes is what almost everybody selects. But in the event that you had a preference, I wanted to make sure that I put that selection in for you.
Sure. Well, if you think 2 panes what we need, we price it out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, so nothing you would change about the window, and this is the quality window you would absolutely love for your home, assuming the price is affordable.
Yeah, you say that.
Okay, perfect.
Nice. Give a round of applause. Yeah, 100 points for sure. Maybe 200. Actually, I'm glad this just happened. What just happened here?
I made a mistake.
We forgot to lock it. Anybody ever make a mistake? Yeah. We keep on rolling. We make a mistake in the house. Now I want feedback from you guys. Ooh, Dominic's here.
I got some feedback.
Yeah.
Great job, by the way. One more round of applause. That was good. All right, now, I'm a nitpicky a-hole with this stuff.
True.
That was really good. But one word I want him to omit from his vocabulary forever after is the word price.
Yeah.
When referring to his product or his service. Why? Why would I want to omit the word price from my vocabulary when talking about my product?
Negative connotation.
Are you trying to win a bidding war with Truck in the Truck?
No.
Are you trying to be a low price competitor? No. Is price the reason they're gonna buy from you?
No.
Why are they gonna buy from you? Because you offer what?
Value.
Value? What else?
Affordability.
Yeah, the 5-star white glove experience. We don't apologize for being a little bit more initially. We can brag about it. Why? What's the benefit of being more expensive initially? What additional things you're able to do as a company not only offer better products, but what else? What's the benefit of running a profitable business?
They'll be around to help them down the road.
Rick Grasso always used to say, it's not the thief in the industry that bothers me, it's the honest idiot. And what he means by that is a lot of contractors that start businesses that have good intentions. It's not like they're bad people, but they're uneducated and they fall into this trap of the race to the bottom. And they go into every house telling John Murray homeowner, our prices are so low, we lose money in every job, and they're telling the truth. And then what happens the moment one job goes south? They're literally living paycheck to paycheck, job site to job site, right? And when one job goes upside down, they either don't fix it because they can't afford to, or they try to fix it and they go out of business. So we don't apologize for being more expensive, we brag about it, because that allows us to attract the best quality salespeople, true? None of you want to make money. That allows us to attract the best quality installers, true? I always say, hey, you want better installers to install the products you're selling, don't you? Be more profitable then. You want better leads to run? What do you gotta do? Be more profitable. We're not here to win a bidding war chucking a truck that doesn't go flying. So anytime you're referring to your total investment, never use the word price, focus on investment or affordability. Investment. It's an investment. Is it an investment?
Yeah.
So I just want to be, I used to tell my salespeople, you ever see How I Met Your Mother? He did Slapsgiving?
Yeah.
What was Slapsgiving? Basically, anytime throughout the year, you never know what's coming, you get slapped. So anytime you hear a salesperson say the word price, we're referring to our product, it activates Slapsgiving, and they never know when it's going to happen. As a matter of fact, I tell you exactly when it's going to happen. You're going to sell $2 million this year, you're going to win a vacation, you're going to feel really accomplished. You're going to be in the Bahamas, on the beach, getting ready to take your first sip of the Bahama Mama, your toes are in the sand, you're kicking back, you're like, this is the life. And the Dominic comes running down the beach, slaps the shit out of you, your Bahama Mama goes into the ocean. All because you said the word price in the house, okay? Isn't that a fun picture? Okay. So that's really important though. It's those little things that can make all the difference. So there's things like Doug Wyatt, a friend of mine, he does training. He calls these dirty words of anti-persuasion. Things like cost, price, deal, fee, contract, payment. Like it's like nails on a chalkboard. And that can make or break a sale. That's how sensitive this stuff is. So I just wanted to chime in, give my 2 cents, but amazing job. Continue the role playing. That's how we can fine tune our communication. So.
All right, Dominic, thank you. I mean, it's not really Dominic was just saying what you just saw. How many points of differentiation did you guys hear? How many features? Quite a few, yeah. A lot of trial closes. That was never my strong suit naturally. I had to work on that. It seems like that is a natural strong suit for me. Yeah. Always checking in. Was there a lot of sense engagement? How many times did you tell me, here, touch this, feel this, open this? Over and over and over again. If you've ever been on the other side of one of these presentations as a customer, the more engaged you are, the more value is being built. Facts don't sell. Touch this, open this. You ever have somebody where they go to operate the window and they basically say what I said, like, wow, that's so smooth. So anytime somebody comments on a valuable feature, something they like, I would always try to tie in a real life experience. I'd be like, oh, my wife loves that too. We got those windows, the lift rails contoured to her fingertips. We had these old ones that used to be real hard to open and close and stick. And one day she bent one of her fingernails back on that lift rail. Ugh. And anytime I tell that story, the woman at the table just go, oh God. And I was like, I know, I heard the scream from downstairs. So I didn't realize that I wanted that feature so bad until I heard her when we were actually testing the window. She's like, oh my God, it's so smooth. I've never been bending another fingernail back. I was like, that's what happens. We have one little traumatic experience and it makes that imprint on us forever. And you never know what that's going to be for somebody. So I thought you did an awesome job with that sense of engagement. Analogies are also a great way to make these things relatable. So when you're talking about things like graphite infused needle core insulation, how can you make that valuable and relatable to people? Story I used to tell all the time is if we're talking about that particular insulation versus something like polystyrene, which is used to insulate cheaper windows, I just be like, you guys ever put beverages into a Yeti cooler? How many of you guys have used a Yeti? Yeah? How long does that ice stay frozen in a Yeti cooler? Forever. It's still frozen. It's amazing to me. How much do Yeti coolers cost? Depends on the size, right? You want the one with the little sixer, you just put a 6-pack in there, that's only $250. You want the big dog for the softball tournament, it's like $1,000. It's ridiculous. When those things first came out, we were laughing our asses off. Like, who on earth would spend $500-600 on a cooler? This company's gonna go under with that. What happened? Took over the freaking market. You go to Gander Mountain or Dick's Sporting Goods right now, there's aisles of just Yetis. And everybody else started to copy that formula. Now there are a bunch of competitors selling coolers at that price because it was proven that people will buy it if it keeps their ice frozen for 8 days. How would you keep a cooler full of ice for 8 days beyond me, but it can do it, goddamn it, it's engineered. Well, they use graphite infused neoprene insulation in there. It costs a lot more. Now, how many of you guys have ever bought one of those cheap styrofoam coolers at the gas station they got on the boat? How long does your ice stay frozen in that thing? An hour and 7 minutes. Well, you did the test too, right? That's how much time we have to drink this beer. No problem. Came on, cooler. How much does that cooler cost? You sell them at the gas station. I used to fill it up with beer and walk out of the car and the handle would snap off. So hour and 7 minutes is down to about 7 minutes. So if you want to price condition people with a real world experience like that, an analogy that they can relate to, I had a lot of success with it. They started laughing just like you guys did. I'd be like, that's the difference. You can get a guy who comes to your house and shows you a window, oh, it's an insulated frame, it's all the same. We're selling a Yeti cooler. We're selling you your refrigerator door. You guys ever see Sub-Zero refrigerators? Yep. What do those things cost? A ton. Why? Because they're awesome. They're insulated within an inch of their life. That thing, when you're talking thermal regulation and energy consumption, those things are top of the line. But it's because we're keeping the heat on the right side of the wall. All of this stuff, especially with windows and doors, we are eliminating thermal bridging. We're trying to eliminate radiation, conduction, convection, all these issues when we're talking about these different types of building materials, and we're talking about a window in particular. I need a completely non-conductive thermal break in there, and that is what you get inside that window frame. And people need to know about it. But you gotta make it relatable for them. If you start throwing out graphite infused neoprene, they're gonna fall asleep. What else did you guys notice in that presentation? Because there are a couple things that I really liked here. Yeah.
Super strong tie downs.
Super strong tie downs. Yeah, he's a tryout close king. Particularly at the end, he got the 4 pre-closed questions and he hammered me on them. And I gave him a soft commitment on one, and what happened?
No, that's not good.
Not good. So he restructured the question and asked it again. How many times do people hedge their bet when you're trying to get them to commit to one of your products and they say exactly what I said, which is like, well, it depends on the price. What did he say? Putting price aside, is there anything that you would change in this product? Is there anything else you want in this product? Nope. It's fundamentally perfect. Well, then if I can make it affordable and fit into your budget, is this what you want? Get that commitment from people. These 4 pre-closed questions are crucial. Now, how many times do you guys actually do this in the house? Does everybody do this at every freaking appointment? It can be challenging sometimes because people don't want to commit. If you're talking to a homeowner and you're trying to ask them targeted, calibrated yes questions, you guys ever see them get nervous and start to back away a little bit? Why do people do that? Why do we resist the urge to commit? They're being trapped.
We love saying no.
We love saying no. So when I was working at WindowWorks, I learned these 4 pre-closed questions. And it was the same thing that we have in our book. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate our product? What am I trying to get you to say? So what are you going to resist saying? I can't stand 1 to 10 questions, but the premise of the question is sound. I want to know how you feel about this thing. So what you did there, Mick, was How do you feel about this thing? You change anything about it, what would you change? It's open-ended. You're gonna need to describe my level of interest in this. Very important. Once you get a commitment on the product, what else do you need to get a commitment on? The company. So how do you do that?
Job done right, if you hire us?
Yeah, do you trust us to get this job done the right way the first time? Great attention to detail. That's a yes-oriented question. You will get people to commit to that. But there are 3 types of yeses you guys can hear in those situations. You can get a commitment yes. What else can you get? A soft yes, counterfeit yes. You guys ever have somebody yes you right out the door? You're talking to a guy who does that as a default, because I don't want to say no to you, it's a collaborative. I will yes your ass right into the parking lot. It's not intentional. It's just that I value the relationship and I don't want to hurt your feelings. And a lot of customers are like that. So instead of asking calibrated yes questions, I always recommend going open-ended question with it or hitting him with a calibrated no response. If yes puts us on guard, then no is the answer. So if I'm just gonna recalibrate those pre-closed questions as calibrated no questions, how would you do that?
Would you accept the lower quality of installation?
Would you accept a lower quality of installation? What else? Let's keep it going, brainstorm here.
Do you have any concerns about the product that you see in front of you that show?
Yeah, do you have any concerns about this product? Oh, none at all, it's awesome.
What would you say is your favorite thing about what you've seen so far?
I like that. What is your favorite thing? What do you say your favorite thing is that you've seen on this so far? Get to sell it back to you.
Let's say, what would you see failing with this?
Yeah, if this thing were to fail, how do you think it would fail? Nice. Get them to really go down the road with it. Guys, if you buy this thing, you're gonna be living with it for the next 30 years. I want you to imagine you wake up 30 years from now. I died of a heart attack 15 years ago, so you came home. And the window is sitting in an environment where it's 70 degrees inside, it's 25 below outside. Based on the way we built this thing, is it still holding up? Based on the way we describe the installation, is there anything that you can see going wrong with it over time that isn't predictable, that we wouldn't have covered under the warranty? I want them to know themselves into a box. They're like, no, man, you guys will cover everything. I want you to really look at this with a critical eye, because if you hire us to do this, as cool as you guys are, we never want to see you again for this. If you hired our company to install this product, the way I described it here this afternoon, what kind of an outcome do you think you guys would expect? So you get commitment on that. It's going to go really well. We trust you guys. We love that product. What's the only thing we have left? Affordability. That's it. But the way we get there is by implementing the 4 keys to holding a listener's attention. So one of the things that Mick did really well, he asked a lot of questions. How many questions do you guys ask every day in the house? 1 million? When we broke down the data from Zero, we started to see what kind of macro data they're putting out there for what separated the best sales reps in the country from average sales reps. The one thing that jumped out, and I know this is gonna be shocking to you guys, Dominic and I were like, oh shit, really? The best sales reps, the top 1%, asked 5 times as many open-ended questions as average sales reps. Now, this also continues throughout this entire process. So don't get stuck in these yes or no closed-ended questions just because it's time to get commitments and enter the closing sequence. We have to make sure that we are getting a comprehensive scope of how these people feel. Are they 100% sold? Would you guys feel more confident if you went into every closing sequence and you knew that the only thing you had to do was fit in their budget and they were ready to go? That's the whole freaking point of this. Otherwise, you just shoot from the hip. So asking questions, one of the 4 keys to holding the listener's attention. Second one, we talked about a lot. Telling stories. Make sure these are in the right order in your book. We got 4. So we got ask questions, telling stories, engaging their senses, and entertaining them. I can't read this tiny little print on here. 2 starts with E. It's either entertain them or engage their senses. I think it's entertainment based on what I'm saying. So how many times do you get people laughing in the house when you're going through your presentation? All the freaking time. I always think selling's like dating. If you got them laughing, you got them. Looks fake, humor doesn't. Telling stories, we told a lot of stories. But when you're getting your product presentation, how can you weaponize a story to make a point? Have you guys ever showed somebody a feature of your product and you explain what they get, how that thing performs? And then you tell them a real life story about another customer who bought a product that didn't have that thing and what they went through? Super compelling way to build value with them. You're like, I'm not saying you have to buy this thing, but now that you know what happens if you don't get it, would you even entertain somebody if they brought a window or a roof in their house and they didn't offer that?
Also, helpful when you do their window that they have, if you're replacing too, you're talking about superior. And see a lot of people cheap, a lot of windows, and stuff like that, gardens in windows. You can also compare right there, you see, at this problem with your window, here's how you solve that, you know,
It's very helpful when people have a product that has failed horribly. You just walk up and you're like, see this shit? You don't want this to happen again, man. Here's how we solve it. It's great. Anytime I would do that with people, they were like, that makes sense. Those are some of the sweetest words a customer can ever say to you. Like, oh, is that why they do that? That makes total sense. Like, that's why they do that. And I always just be like, thank God for nerds, right? I mean, Jesus. These guys are sitting in some lab in a wind tunnel, cranking the temperature up and down and beating the crap out of this thing. I couldn't figure this out. Who the hell decided to put low E on glass? A wild idea. It makes a lot of sense. Metal's reflective. What do we put that on glass? But then how will we see through the window? Get Bruce in here. He's smart. Yeah, make it real small. So make sure you're telling stories, you're entertaining people, you're using humor. And then something that Mick did really well, sense engagement. If you got somebody and they're sitting there with their arms crossed, what's the easiest way to get them to uncross their arms? Hand them something. If their arms are crossed like that, they're telling you with their body they're bored. You gotta pay attention to their body language, their facial expression. If you are handing them things and they're taking it for a test drive, is there any way that they're bored? It's impossible. They're literally testing this thing out. What do you guys think of that feature? Dominic had this experience with this woman where he's talking to this old couple. He was the third person out in the house showing them windows. And when he was doing his product presentation, they tilted the windows in, show them how easy it is to clean them. And the woman went, oh my God, I love that. And right off the bat, light bulb went on in his head. He's like, these last two guys seem perfect. No, unbelievable. How many windows tilted for easy cleaning? All of them. Right off the bat, when she said that, hot button was triggered, he caught it, and he was like, you know what? That is one of the things that people love about this exclusive product. Right off the bat. It's like, everybody loves this. It's the same thing with the screen. How many windows do you guys sell that you can poke a hole in the screen and wipe it away? Anybody sell that memory mesh? Oh man, I used to do it all the time. Take a golf tee, stick it through the screen, poke a hole in it. Uh-oh, now what? You pull it out and I go, here, wipe that away. And they wipe it away and you stop. do that again. It's hilarious. And I remember first time I saw that, I was like, stop. Holy crap, that's incredible. So the heat lamp presentation, you steered away from it, and I can tell, you know, that's something that you do because you're educating people on the fact that almost every window they see, the vast majority of custom built windows are going to have cardinal glass. There are varying styles of cardinal glass, you know, 272, 366, whatever it is. But I still want to differentiate on it. And you were able to do that even without doing a heat lamp presentation. Now, I did a heat lamp all the time. That's how I made a lot of money selling this stuff. I know a lot of reps who have sold successfully without doing it. But I like showing people this stuff because, and I've had people where they're like, hey, listen, you don't need to show us that. We've seen a heat lamp 3 times already. You guys ever hear that one? When somebody says that to you, if you're really good at doing a heat lamp presentation, I would lean heavily on that part of the sale. So I would incorporate my thermal camera, my laser thermometer, chiller spray. We do all kinds of stuff to just make it undeniable. It is proven fact that this glass is unfreaking believable. And if you put this in your house, this is how we tee up the ROI close, essentially. If they don't see it, it's a lot harder to get them to understand what type of energy savings they should experience if they upgrade this window. But if they try to talk me out of it, I'd be like, with all due respect, John and Mary, if you had already seen what I'm about to show you, there is no way you can still be shopping for windows. Because one thing I know about other sales reps is that they're lazy. So do I know what the quality of that heat lamp demo was that they saw? Could have had a rep who just didn't want to do it. I'm not gonna count on somebody else doing their job. And because they already did this or some half-assed version of it, the homeowner's gonna talk me out of doing my job. I'll not let that happen. How many times have you been talked out of doing a component of your sales pitch and it came back to bite you in the ass at the end? I will say I personally left millions of dollars of business on the table in my career because of that very problem. They've already seen it. I don't want to upset them or bore them. So I'm just gonna skip it. And then at the end, what do they say? We need more bids. Price is too high. You can't build value after you're supposed to be done building value.
Be a size t-shirt can.
Oh, baby.
I want a t-shirt. I'll do it. Good morning. I told you to
What's that t-shirt say? So for those of you who don't sell windows, you're probably like, damn, will you tell us about something else? Jesus. Man. How about kitchen cabinets? How about showers? All we want to do is create some sort of entertainment, some shock and awe when we're doing this. When I was selling shower systems, the people who were selling VCI, how do you sell VCI? Or jacuzzi? Yeah. We used to have a little Barbie Dreamhouse bathtub that came with that kit. You guys still have that? Yeah, a little tiny bathtub. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because when you get your demo kit for the first time, or if you get anything that's new in your demo kit, you got to practice this stuff at home. I do not want to practice in front of the homeowner. One of the things that happened there with Mick, you put the window down, you had to lash it, it shot open because the constant force balance doesn't throw it, pull that thing in. Has anybody ever broken anything or done something in the demo that backfired in front of the homeowner? Yeah, what'd you do?
One of my cabinet samples, you know how I take the little mallet and smack it with the hammer? Gave it a little bit too much mustard.
Whoops. These things are so durable, you hit it with a crack. Shit.
That was a tiny little dent, they didn't notice, but still.
You're just trying to recover, you're like, don't hit it with a hammer. Seriously. I shattered a window in a woman's dining room one time, cut my hand open, I was bleeding all over the place. Whoops, I sold it. That was a good one. It was a self-generated, it was a referral. And what happened there is for years I was just pounding on the glass with my bare hands. We used to use double thickness safety glass. You could fire a freaking 2x4 and shit at 85 miles an hour, it was great. But they switched out our samples and they went cheap on the samples. And they went with single traditional glass. And nobody told us. Thanks, Betsy. Nerve damage. So I went to hit this thing and I shattered it and I sliced myself open. And the woman goes, was that supposed to happen? Awesome. He's like, yeah, I shatter one of these every 4 hours. It's like a graveyard on these things. I love bleeding on people's property. I think she felt bad, that's why she bought it. And right off the bat, you gotta recover quickly. So I looked at her, I was like, listen, don't hit this thing in the same spot 3 times a day, 6 days a week for years. It will eventually shatter. And she was like, I won't. Okay, now I'm getting woozy. You got paper towels? So if you're doing this with a shower, what happened at one point is we used to take a Sharpie marker in that presentation, and because the tub and the acrylic is non-porous, you can write on it with a Sharpie marker, and then you say one of the alcohol swabs that comes in the kit, you wipe it off. And ta-da! My next trick. So I was with this pretty cool couple, and they had a little kid, and I was talking about how I had a kid around the same age, and we used to put those bath bombs in the water. They turned the water blue and pink. I was like, I love this tub because it's non-porous. So like when that water turns electric blue and I have a white tub, I'm like, wait, I don't want to be scrubbing this shit and have a blue bathtub. It just goes right down the drain. There's nothing for this color to stick to. Check this out. I pulled out a Sharpie marker and I was like, nah, kids, I ate shit all over the place. And I wrote shit in big black letters on the skirt of this little tub. And I held it up and they started laughing and I reached my bag and I was out of alcohol here. Awesome. And she goes, oh, don't worry, I got nail polish. Oh. I didn't know any better. So I'm like, let's give it a go. What happens to thermoplastic like acrylic when you hit it with? Oh God, it just ate it. But it didn't get the shit off. Smeared it around and just ate the surface of the like, jeez. That one I could not sell. But that was a rough experience. Tom Brady doesn't practice on Sunday, we should not be practicing in front of the home. That's the whole point of this stuff. It is fun to get people involved with that though. That's the wow factor. That's selling the sizzle. Is anybody gonna go into their shower with a sharp marker and write all over it? We're taking it to the extreme to show them like you could even be a freaking moron with this thing. And you can't kill it. You can bury stuff in the ground for 30 years, dig it out. It'll be exactly the same. That's what we like about it. The only way you get a return on investment for any of these solutions that people are offering you is if it is a permanent, maintenance-free solution. And based on what I just showed you, is this permanent solution? If you put this in, you think you'd have to spend hours maintaining the thing, getting up there on a ladder every couple of years, resealing this stuff, dealing with nail pops if you're talking about shingles. We're not gonna staple down 30-pound felt, we're gonna use synthetic underlayment and cat nails, right? Why do you want that thing to be stuck down or peel and stick underlayment? If that thing ever gets wet, if a shingle blows off, it's gonna wrinkle up, start popping nails, then your roof's shot. We don't want that, so we use higher quality material. It's more expensive on the front end. As far as cost of ownership goes, it's the lowest there is. So make it entertaining for it, engage their senses, hand it to them, get them to try to break it. If they can't break it, they're gonna wanna buy it. It costs more to engineer things that way, so never forget the price connection. Let them touch it. Now, we're getting into some of these conversational tools. I know that earlier Dominic was talking about words that we do not say. He threw out a whole list of them. What were some of the words we don't say? Price. Contract, payment, deal, today, sign. We're gonna talk about some alternatives to that. But before we get into that portion of this, I wanna know if you guys have had experience where you're going for a tie-down trial close, like what Mick did with me, and somebody hedges their bet. So they give you a half-hearted commitment. Has anybody in here gotten good at using mirrors? Yeah, what's a mirror?
What they said right back to you, usually like the last 3 words.
With an upward inflection, yeah, that's a good question. I always tell the same story, but this is when I started using mirrors after I listened to Never Split the Difference when I was at Window Works. And when I was going through the training at Mad City with Dominic, we were role-playing the qualification sequence. And I went to get a trial close on him and he hedged. I was like, it sounds like the only thing that stopped us from moving forward with the project this afternoon was the money. And he goes, yeah, that's part of it. So if you're in that situation, that's part of it. We mirror it. I just want part of it. And then I shut up. Mirrors are like superpowers, especially when you're talking to somebody who is assertive like Dom. Because then he just started to explain himself. I was like, well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's a lot of money, but the biggest problem we're dealing with is we got this truck, we got 6 more months of payments on it, and we don't want to take on any more debt until that thing's paid off. Got it. So what's the true objection? Time, can I solve that? How?
6 months, no payment, transition to 999 at 120.
Hallelujah. But mirrors get to the root of what the actual objection is sometimes. If you hear something, that's why active listening is so important. If somebody hedges or somebody's non-committal for any reason, if you mirror them, it opens up the room for them to talk. It's different than me just asking them a direct question, which can actually trigger assertive people. So if I come back to them and been like, what do you mean it's just part of it? Now we're arguing. What else is there? That's a direct question, and now that's a question that's designed to trap him if he's honest with me. If I just mirror him, he's gonna open up. We talked a lot about tie downs in here, very important. There's a whole bunch of different examples of these. The 2 that we focus on at Grosse University are standard tie downs and inverted tie downs. So standard tie down is where you just turn any statement into a question. Those of you who've been through the training know you can't do this with anything. Can't you? I'll spare you guys the rest of that. That's a standard tie down. A lot of people are really good at it. I am not one of them. I have to really focus on tying people down. I usually look for nonverbal tie downs, physical commitments, people chicken nodding. I actually prefer physical commitment from people. That's showing you that they're engaged. So you ask me a question and they're throwing eye contact and they're chicken nodding real hard. That's a tie down. We're talking about this particular type. Standard tie downs are probably the easiest. How many of you guys use inverted tie downs? Yeah, what's an inverted tie down?
Would you agree that this is by far head and shoulders above the competition?
Yep, so we asked the question before the statement. Wouldn't you agree that? Whatever the statement is. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now, when somebody agrees with you and they give you a strong commitment on anything, you guys ever done a presentation where somebody goes, holy shit, that's awesome. It is awesome, isn't it? You tag it. I want to reinforce whatever they said. Use their word. That is awesome. I said the same thing first time I saw this. Freaking awesome, right? Costs a little bit more to do this, but now you guys get why of it. Price condition. And then the unfinished statement. Now, those of you who've gone through my training know that I suck at these. I don't even attempt them when I'm in the house because it's not part of my linguistic profile. Some people are awesome at it. Dominic is good at it. Teamwork makes them. There you go. If they can finish your sentence, it's a good way to check in to see if they're actually involved and engaged with you. If people are finishing your sentences, they're locked in. There's a lot of benefit there. So one of the exercises that we're gonna have you guys do is actually write down different options here. 2 or 3 different tie downs, share them with the group, you know. You guys can take a few minutes to do that. Everybody's got this section of the book, and I want you to think of these based on your linguistic profile, the way you talk. So you're gonna do standard tie downs, inverted tie downs, and unfinished statements with tags. We'll do that for what, 5 minutes? Sounds good. Oh, yeah. We'll do it for 8 minutes, 2:15.
Yeah, but then you have the same paper. Get that fish.
Switch it a little bit. That's good. That's most of it. I appreciate it. Of course, you can see the sharks. You're already saying it. That's a really cool. Thanks a lot. That's from the community stuff, but I'm thinking what you realize all that. Like, it's just not like, no, it's not gonna work. I'll figure it out. With us.
Announcement, we got a t-shirt cannon moment sponsored by Zero, the leading virtual ride-along technology in the history of the industry. Who wants a Zero t-shirt? Got some Zero sweating. Wow, that many people. Zero spot. What PSI? I got, here's the options. I got 80, 100, 200, or 250. Which one should I get? All right, careful what you wish for. All right, let's do that. Who can be louder again? This side of the room, who wants it? This side of the room. We'll give you another chance. This side of the room. This side of the room. I think I just moved the spotlight a little bit. Sorry, guys. That's all right. You break it, you buy it. I gotta turn the PSI down. I keep trying to push the envelope here. All right, back to what you were doing. Tie downs, right? This is a fun t-shirt candy, isn't it? Wouldn't you agree? Isn't that true? Gross University is an industry-leading sales training group. All right, just thank you. One of these days I'll let Dan shoot it, but I don't want to get him all the fun.
I can't be trusted with the weather.
How's Dan doing, by the way? Let's do a Dan check. How's Dan doing? Who thinks Dan is the man? Dan is the man. This is a very historic moment. This is the first closers can that Dan is running pretty much exclusively, and Wendy. And I don't really know what I'm going to do with myself. Probably just shoot more of these at you.
Yeah.
No, it's really good. I just wanted to invite, if there's any top performers or top closers, and this could be during a break or whatever. I'm gonna invite anybody who's interested in a little podcast conversation, just a 10-minute conversation about the day in the life, your career, if you're a $2 million producer, $3 million producer, a $1 million producer, either way. It'd be good to have some conversation with some closers too. So I definitely welcome that. If you want to be on our podcast, we can film it right out there. It's a really good conversation and we'll have a lot of fun. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
All right, bring on the t-shirts, man. Keep it coming. That's what it does. Just reload all the time. Just all the staff is walking around with no shirts on now. What the hell? So what do you guys come up with? Anybody got some good times? Who wants to share for 50 points? Yes.
How many pieces of this project need to fail before it's useless?
Say that one more time.
How many pieces of this project need to fail before it's useless?
Oh, yeah, just one. I like it. It's a good one. Hit me. Yeah, I would. How does that hit me? Actually, let me give you a mic. You know what? Hold on one second. Let me give you a mic. No, I swear. By day 3, I'll figure out that you guys over there can't hear. There you go.
All right. Converted tie downs, just be, would you agree it's important to pick a window with the right spacers?
Yeah.
Then, for an unfinished statement, I just say, hey, to keep that cold winter air, not, out, not just now, but for a lifetime. We need to avoid spacers made of metal. Good job.
Nice. I dig it. That's the thing about unfinished statement is you gotta make sure that the other side knows where you're going with it too. Yeah, I got you, man. That's one of the reasons I don't use them, I will say that. Cause I don't know how much the other side is paying attention while I was talking. And then if I ask them one, it's embarrassing for them and me. Then you gotta slap this shit out.
I will say, one of my favorite unfinished statements is one that I intend to answer, which is Chuck in a truck, cheap as.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
It's good.
exactly.
It's a good one. Sometimes they don't even have to finish it.
Well, because that's just, cheap as, heck, right, exactly.
Exactly. It's good stuff. Please.
very accommodating of some nights that I struggle with calling them out. And then by the end of the week, it happens to be that, I can have a single commitment and that a single verbal response, because they're just, I could probably tell them that, you know, their refrigerator is pink, and they'd be like, yep.
Yep.
I'll avoid that, and also remain respectful and not like you're trying to force a response or.
That's where I like to use labels a lot. So if you're getting a lot of physical commitment from people, we always talk about the 7:30, 8:55 rule of communication. Only 7% of communication is actually the words we use. 38% is going to be tonality and pacing, and 55%, the majority of it, is going to be body language and facial expression. So if I'm getting that positive reinforcement, that body language, that facial expression, strong eye contact, I want to label what I think I'm seeing when I see it. So a label is just an information seeking statement, starts with seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like. You'd be like, it seems like that's pretty important. When you label something, they have to verbalize a response. Or they have to do an even more emphatic, and either way is fine. I just want to make sure that somebody just kick the plug out of the wall and they're on power down mode. You know? That's a good question. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. You gotta kick them out of their stupor, because people will just start to be on autopilot. You get them on the yes train, and they're all counterfeit yeses. They're just like, I'm gonna yes this guy right up. Using their name also helps. Telling dirty jokes always helps. Make sure you feel out the person so that you know where that line is. But anytime I can drop a little nugget to make them chuckle, I'm like, oh, welcome back, you know. Back to low intensity class. Yeah, now these are two of the tools that I use a lot, hypotheticals and takeaways. This just jives with the way I communicate. So how many of you guys use a lot of takeaways when you're selling? What is a takeaway?
Basically, just anything that says, hey, you can't have this.
So we can physically take things from them to see if they chase us, because fear of loss is twice as powerful as hope and gain. That FOMO, that works really well when people tell you things like the price is too high. When we get into sub-step closing, we'll talk about a total offer concept. And if I'm physically taking things away to get them to chase me, that is one form of it. Another type of form of takeaway, which I use regularly in conversation, is a pressure relief valve. So sometimes you guys will accidentally kick people into fight or flight. Never happened? All the freaking time. And they automatically object to you. So you say the trigger word, today. And they go, we're not doing anything today, right off the bat. We need to use a takeaway in order to pull that pressure relief valve and drop their walls before we continue talking. So a takeaway would be like, guys, just so you know, that price we're gonna work out for you is good for 30 days. The overall investment is locked in for a year. Stay away from the price. See, when you train it, you fall on some of these words sometimes. I want to make sure that whatever that objection that just came out of their mouth was triggered by is diffused. Have you ever had this happen where you're talking to somebody and they say something that pisses you off, and then they don't walk it back, and then you just can't hear another word they say for the rest of the conversation? It's because we're just looping. Dominic talked about how 80% of our thoughts are negative and 90% are repetitive. That's what happens when people get kicked in the fight or flight. So, situation like this, sometimes they don't even have to say anything, it's just body language. I was talking to a guy, and as I was breaking down the proper way to install a window and the way we would take care of it, he sat back and he folded his arms. He literally created physical distance between us, and he protected himself. Universal sign of what? Yeah, stress went up, he's closing off. So right off the bat, I just labeled it, and I was like, oh, seems like I touched a nerve. And then he unfolded his arms, and he went, no, it's not that you touched a nerve. I talked to another guy the other day, he said the exact opposite of what you just said. Is that important for me to know right now?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Because if I don't deal with this right now, that thing festers to the point where everything I say from that moment forward is bullshit. Because he trusted the other guy. Yeah.
I think what you're kind of talking about is like a pattern interrupt, because I've had that experience with a customer that was really heated up because of a bad experience before me being there. So kind of way to diffuse that is like I asked them, I'm sorry, have I offended you in any way? Have I said something to upset you? rather than labeling it, why are you acting this way? Because obviously we all know why is negative connotated. So in that manner, it kind of diffuses the situation. I'm like, all right, get a bad experience. Now I can ride on that train. So kind of feel like that's somewhat similar to what you're talking about.
That's exactly it, right? Because there aren't just two voices at the table. If there are two people at the table, there are four. And if there's three people, there's six voices at the table. There's three of us talking, and then it's all our internal monologues. And if they're husband and wife, or whatever the relationship dynamic is, if they've been together a long time, then there's the nonverbal communication you gotta pay attention to. You guys are working your asses off. Watching these people, trying to figure out what they mean. And if you miss it, the whole thing can go to hell. If you label it, or if you pattern interrupt just like that, you can get the conversation right back on track. That can be the thing that makes them feel comfortable enough, where right off the bat, like you trigger a hot button. And because of that, Chris Voss calls these black swans. That black swan is now exposed. And the black swan is one of those hot buttons that ends up creating that deal. So anytime you notice that something's not right, label it. Shine a spotlight on it. Don't run away and hide. You're screwed at that point. Sometimes we're afraid to do that stuff in the moment because we think that it could blow the whole thing up in your face. Well, it's either gonna blow up now or I'm gonna waste 2 hours with this person, and then it's gonna blow up. My time's valuable, so we may as well talk about it and get it out of the open. So I love using takeaways because they lower people's guards. Labels and mirrors are incredibly effective. Hypotheticals. How many of you use hypotheticals regularly? Yeah. Why are they so effective? They buy hypothetically before they buy in reality, right? There's no pressure. I have had this exact experience. Well, I asked somebody a question where it's a tie down about buying something right now. And they go, well, we're not doing anything, man. Like I said, we're just kicking tires on this. I'm like, oh, well, hypothetically, if you were to pull the trigger on this, how would you handle it? And then they're just like, well, hypothetically, I'd do it this way. Right. I'm like, oh, good boss. I mean, it's hilarious how people do that. They hedge their bet. This is the same thing that happens. I had a guy, I asked him to sign our initial visit report document. It said he was declining the IVR. And he's like, I'm not declining that. And I was like, what's the problem? He goes, I don't sign any paperwork. I'm not signing that thing. I was like, okay. So I wrote a line underneath it that says, I don't feel comfortable signing this document. And I was like, will you sign that? He goes, sure. Oh, God. Sales fun, isn't it? So we use these communication skills because people are really hesitant. They're naturally going to procrastinate. They don't want to do anything in the moment. But if you're talking about down the line, we commit to all kinds of shit. And that's the beautiful thing about the way we sell. How many of you guys have a price that's guaranteed for 1 year? No. How many of you have a 30-day price? All right. Is it easy to get people to commit to doing something in the next 30 days? Oh, yeah. Or the next year?
Yeah.
If you can get them to commit to doing it within 30 days or a year, you are at the 3-yard line. You're about 20 minutes from scratching paper if you have a system in place to get them across the finish line. And it takes nothing for them to commit to that. They do a reflection. Like, guys, based on what we found here, is this a 2025 project? Are you guys actually planning on doing this year? Or are you gonna kick it into next year? No, we gotta do it this year. Oh, okay. You just said it. So now what's the difference between us waiting 6 months and doing it right now? That's it. It makes no difference to me. Once we get to this point in the conversation, I am totally indifferent to the outcome of the appointment. Something that Jocko Willink said that really resonated with me. He always says, leadership's hard because it's not about you, but it's all on you. I feel that way about sales too. And you got to remember when you're sitting at the table with these people, even though your paycheck is affected by this, the outcome of this, none of this has anything to do with you. This is 100% about them. It's their stress, it's their house, it's their money. So we are agents of influence. We are just there to impart wisdom and help them walk through this minefield and get them out the other side. Nobody wants to do this shit. So you have to have your emotions under control, and using takeaways is a great way to do it. You can inject levity. You're the thermostat, not the thermometer. And if you get them to commit to doing something a month from now, you better come out with paperwork. Now, we talked about some of the bad words we never say. How about some magical words? Are there words that you guys say in the house regularly that get people to start to get excited about doing a project? Imagine. It's a good one. What'd you say?
Method, hello.
Hello.
Exclusive.
Exclusive.
Visualize.
Visualize, yeah. Congratulations.
Oh.
Say it again?
Oh.
Home. And we're talking about their home. We want people to get excited about investing in their homes. How many of you guys have done home improvement projects on your own homes? How's it feel once you finish it? It's freaking awesome. Fantastic. That's perfect. I felt this way with every car I ever drove. The AC goes on in a car, you're like, what a piece of shit. And then you get it fixed, and you're like, this thing. Turn like a kid. You feel that cold air? My wife's like, Jesus. No, it's like a great car. I feel accomplished. I feel that way when we put windows in our house too. We put a roof on our house. It was funny when we upgraded the triple pane windows, and for the first couple of weeks, Lori's like, what's that noise in the house? She's like, I never heard that before. It's the boiler kicking in. She's like, our old windows sucked. It's like, yeah, they did. It's like living in a new house. So we want to get these people to future pace. We want them to imagine what their life will look like once this is done. If they're excited about doing it, it's real easy to drag them across the finish line. And that's because we all have an action threshold. And as sales reps, we have to determine how high is this prospect's action threshold and how do we get them across it. Right? How many of you guys are really easy to sell? Salespeople are always easy to sell. They pretend not to be. I know all the tricks, but don't even try. Like 15 minutes later, you're like, what beer? I wish all my clients were salespeople. But my action threshold is super low. I already know what you're selling before you get here, or you wouldn't be in my house.
Yep.
I've done my research ahead of time. I know the industry, and you made the short list. If you don't screw up and the price is not ridiculous, I'm buying. You know why? I want to do this shit again. I'm busy. But there's some people who are on the other end of the spectrum. How many of you guys have a really high action threshold? Oh, you're a big bunch of softies. You ever talk to somebody who is just so analytical? They show no excitement over the upgrade of the product you're trying to sell. They don't give you anything back. It's the hardest customer for me. I can't read them. Go through the entire process, and by the time we're done, we're like, every time I ask them for a tie down, it's non-committal. They have super high action thresholds and a great poker face. So what do you do when you're dealing with those people?
They got parked in the garage.
See what they got parked in the garage, try to connect them however you can. How do you purchase other stuff? Maybe we can use that information to help you purchase this thing.
You know, the spec sheet.
Run the play.
Wait, is it run the play? What do you mean by run the play?
You already put everything you're asking, follow-up questions, layer questions, there's still gonna be enough, if it can't be to depth, just run the play.
That's it. Sandwich close, can you elaborate?
False. Just go on the grid and start making sauce.
Dude. Holly B, dude. Holly B is the rare type of salesperson who, if he went in my fridge and started making a sandwich, I would start laughing my ass. Most people I'd be like, what are you doing? But Polly needs a lot to. That's that level of confidence, man. Like, see, you can't say that when we're recording. Shit. You gotta do whatever you can do, but I like if you're not getting feedback and it's one of these people who are just really hard to close, we always say that sales is art. And when you're talking to somebody like this, you have no idea what they see as art. So we go into the surgical part of this, which is going to be our closing sequence. Closing is surgery. So if you're running the play and you do it effectively, our closing sequence is designed to work on human behavior. It works because they have a human brain. It does not work because of their personality type. And we're going to dive into that as soon as we come back, because I would imagine you guys want to get up and stretch your legs. Take a break. Yeah? It's 2:30. I feel like we're threading that deal. No, it's not. Just feels it. All right, why don't we take 15, we'll come back here. It's 2:35, so it'll be 2:50, we'll come back. Is my phone broken? Is it actually 3 o'clock? I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome to the Contractors for Profits for City podcast. I'm Rose Dominic Caminata, CEO of Ross University and industry leading sales trainer. In the world of business, we firmly believe that volume is for vanity and profit is for sanity. And the mission of this podcast is very simple: to bring on the brightest minds in the home improvement and home services industry that can educate our listeners on how to grow and scale a more profitable business. Today we have an extraordinary guest that I'm super excited to talk to, who has truly mastered the art of getting home sale at a very young age and has an impressive track record in the home improvement industry. I'm going to be dropping absolute bombs in this podcast, so make sure you get your notepads out, get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a good one. And starting his sales journey at just 11 years of age, our guest Bobby G, or Bobby Julio, and his relentless drive and pursuit for talent and sales led him to become a top performer in many different workforce sales roles. And his transition to the home improvement industry was guided by a mentor of mine, someone near and dear to the Grosso University family, Rick Grosso himself. And over the past 2 decades, he's mastered the one-call close sales process, selling things like vinyl windows, selling gutter protection. His in his final year, Bobby became the top income earner, started a lead filter, and out of 2,677 independent sales representatives, he was the top income earner. Today, Bobby offers advanced sales training through his platform, Next Level Sales Mastery, and he's here to share his wealth of knowledge and experience to help home improvement companies just like you grow more profitable business. So first of all, Bobby, I just want to thank you very much for driving down here to our Grosso studio, and I want to announce publicly, Bobby is our first podcast that we've ever filmed in our brand new studio, so thank you very much for that. So you drove down from the Dells, right? It's nice to have not only an industry legend in that studio, but a local Wisconsin as well.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for having me on and sending me that invite. You know, this kind of has taken full circle that you and I spoke of, that when I graduated from this, it was my mentor, the first time ever in home improvements was the Grosso. So I want to thank you for carrying on that legacy and changing the way, continuing to help salespeople grow on a high skill level so that they're not just.
So Bobby, if you don't mind, obviously you have an incredible background and experience. And one thing that I absolutely admire, I always love when people have a background in door to door and then they get into one call closing and the ability to get from constant rejection and people slamming doors in your face. Like you develop quite the obstacle immunity against being rejected, right? But kind of going back to 11 years old, how did that start? Some magazines read your door, and then what are some of the things, the skills you think you learned at a young age you took care of with you?
So I didn't think we had regrets, that's for sure. It was a group of guys that basically came from the community and they just took different kids in the community, asked them if they wanted to make some money, give them a little script that they had to follow. We went out and we went out and what I found that you asked, what, how does that carry over into sales now and what did I do? Very much like what you talked about, right? They used to tell us that we had to develop alligator skin.
Now, when I think of those things that took place back then.
Yeah, a little bit.
How today,
Like, you know,
we have to extract ourselves from the emotions of that thing. Right? We have to learn how to deal with those rejections and understand that those rejections are not rejecting us. But they're just rejecting that offer, that product, or that service at that time. Was like the key phrase of sales, right? Because at that time, you're the most impressionable. You're not handling rejection as well as maybe you should, or maybe a little more insecure and waffling at that age. But I feel like doing that at that age was an act of privilege and kind of was the segue of where I am today. And dealing with that rejection and knowing that that next door could be it, that the next door could be it. And learning very early on to, shake it off, shake it off. I feel actually privileged that I started out in door to door that way, because it enabled me to learn how to deal with rejection quickly. Now at 11, I didn't know that I was emotionally extracting myself or detaching myself from the situation. But in order to succeed doing that at that time, that's something that I had to do.
Yeah, that's amazing. I actually appreciate it a lot of owners is if your salespeople are having a hard time going through the no, obviously going through true rejection. Because let's be honest, in outside sales in this industry, what I'm seeing is very few salespeople actually get rejected. They get objections. Now, there's a big difference between an objection and being rejected, right? And you get rejected a lot in door to door because you're interrupting these. In outside sales, they have a preset appointment, they're expecting you, right? They have at least some sort of understanding as to which one is the meeting. And they understand that you're gonna be walking through the process. But a lot of salespeople, unfortunately, they pack it up and leave over objections, right? The problem is though psychologically, salespeople hear objections the same way that you're being rejected. And they never really fully developed that obstacle immunity. They need to tighten up their belt, get over the wishbone, grow backbone, with the relaxed certain confidence. And that's what, maybe is what you were exposed to at a young age. You were able to kind of develop that strong obstacle immunity that helped your skin. And what a phenomenal price of gift to have in outside sales. Because I just read a study recently, they said 82% of consumers buy after the fourth objection after the fourth no. Yet most salespeople will give up after one or two objections. If you can just be a little bit more assertive, a little bit more confident, a little bit more obstinate, go for the no a couple more times, you tap into a vast portion of opportunity where most people buy a lot of. And I don't know if you know my background, but when I first got into sales, and I sold like 45,000 that, and my second month wasn't my best, I was sold 49,000. Why? And I said, on the shopping block. Thankfully, I was competitive, and I had this salesperson that went through the same class with me. This guy was highly annoying. I couldn't stand to hear the guy talk. The thing is, the month I sold 48,000, he went up to 150. Rubbed me in the face. We own the bar. You know what? Walking out of the sale from now on, or I'm getting physically removed from the box. They're going to call the cops. I'm gonna get fired anyway. I have nothing to lose, right? And that's where the epiphany happened. I realized with that new found thick skin, that elevator skin. I was walking out of the sale.
Like, we don't actually work together.
I was walking out with orders, contracts.
We are very.
I'm like, that was the missing link. I was too tempted. So yeah, that is such a crisis background, and then obviously advancing. Crazy young age, 16 years old, I just started selling vacuum cleaners. I was actually transition take place, and working on the lessons now doing this presentation and things like that. So that's a great question, and it was kind of instrumental because things kind of changed there from a sales perspective. I'm a little older, right? I got the alligator skin. I'm doing well, but the thing that really transitioned was understanding results-based selling. Because I'm not just there selling a vacuum cleaner, I'm selling the results that that vacuum cleaner presents. We're not selling the rules. We're not selling what it is, we're selling what it does. We're selling what it does. So the big transition with vacuum cleaners, it was a big thing.
So I needed to understand that sales process a little better. I needed to listen to the mentors that I had in order to figure out what that system was. What was the training like when you first got into like Rainbow and I'm just curious, was it pretty high level or was it pretty basic? Oh, I think it was basic, but it was high level because one of the things that I am enforcing now, big time, is role play. And what they had us doing was constant role play. Drills for skills. A lot of drills for skills, as Rick Ross would say, practice, 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 repetition, praise, here's voice in my mind. Yeah, I can't like doing it flowers, practice, practice, for sure. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I like to say, how do you eat elephant one bite at a time? People are trying to eat the elephant whole. They gotta get the sales, etc. breaking down. But they had phenomenal chips too, right? So I listened to what they were saying, didn't question what they were saying. And if they were a little aggressive with the role play, they wanted it right back and forth and back and forth. So that was what was very common. And that's, like I said, brought me to a place where I really understood that I'm not just selling the business, I'm not selling all the great things it does and the flips and the switches on it, but I'm really selling the base presentation on program, it's drawn all of the dustings out of there. So if you got allergens, or if you got, sicknesses in this, all of it is gonna help that. So just lifestyle personally, when you keep all the reasons why they desire this, they're service God. And that's what's lacking. There's so many people that they're just so factual and logical about themselves. Instead of healing the emotional reasons why people want it, people don't buy what they need without what they want. And that whole aspect of passion and desire is kind of lacking in the world. And a lot of people, in terms of the national presentation, they're kind of falling into the trap and the actual software. Sales people, design and price, transition that for stop to the best of the world's national presentation. So I don't care how technology, AI, all this stuff. That just makes like the best way to kind of explain. Now that's where we got to slot out how we're creating CRM and whole service type. Most popular, plumbing, electrical, but that's made their way into roofing, and we're outside of the their largest. So they're helping us out, we're trying to train something, floor space for us, they're working alongside, window, so a lot of service space. A lot of these they don't bring these into company, there's literally no, different APEX, so APEX is part of the name of the HVAC plumbing, but it's the same strategy insofar as they keep the local branch. So like you wouldn't know that APEX is like partners with the business in the area, you can still have a local brand, same thing with Vertex. Same thing for doing it. So like you having to know what Mosaic is, you're not even to be like partners with like customers aren't gonna know Mosaic, it's just gonna be the employee. How do you think that impacted your school or just like the confidence level as a young kid or change? I was like super nervous, super quiet, super small, super timid. I tell people that I right? Even they do that. It just changed the quality. It's a really big market, but we want to get big, we want to be a, $1 billion plus. It's one thing to teach track people like 105 someone as well. But I think that's should agree that not too much changed. Just and I would say absolutely changed, especially when you graduated to frozen sales, which is sure might be that question. Yeah, they stopped in next line. You are doing 10 million sales. Eventually, they were different, unique, and less going to that type of product.
I think that.
When I started listening about Windows, so 5 years ago.
Was that I started to understand the systems, right? I started to
I knew a little bit
understand
about it because
that.
I did sales, worked in telemarketing and radio engineers for
Started to
million
realize that there was
telemarketers, calling local
But I
mom and shop
said every
businesses.
time.
We were on
So
like.
I started to say to myself, maybe some of those things are working, but I started to implement some spots for the radio.
Wasn't that fun? So did that for half a year, elections for a year. The worst job.
And I started to develop a system.
But, you know,
It's scanned.
it is, yeah, I don't know. For me, it's a lot of things scan.
So basically, it's success patterns that you find that are replicated in life. And it's just like, you know, if I wanted, like, I shoot basketball. Get to a regulation size court, regulation basketball, you do thousands of repetitions, different. Our team equipment, and like, if I want to run a free throw, like, 3-pointer, trick shot, whatever, you know, thousands of repetitions. And the goal is not to focus on shots and makes. What happened when you made it.
And then, you know, because I really worked with
It's in non negative results, you know, the picture misses and.
the first thing I started using.
Are you spending? Results and writing down as much as you can, what the hell did you just do? And I want to do is build on the success because potential where we're getting.
Not my to make notice, I'm like, I'm like, the person that lost has to do this part, you know, what it was.
You know, basketball, shot that after so many times, I think it's, you know. So you
They
build
got
teams.
four moves that I hear, it's more layoffs, you know, good timing that I choose to do. Learned a lot. I agree that
Right? He said, something did.
You name them, I probably have watched. I watched tons of thousands.
He said, like, well, I'll just ask you something. What do you think the federal government does when they're trying to find counterfeit money? That's what they said. They study all the different counterfeit people.
It's where it started. As you can see, I've worked with the hash, but it's, you have to develop a lot of things. So,
I wasn't.
no, it's okay, thank you. I'm very open about things. I don't have any powers I have. I persevered. I went to
I'm sorry, you're still working?
Yeah, I was able to persevere and. There were days that it wears you out, but I have to figure that out, you know. I was working on patient 35, I got a wife, I got still pushing. So, still managed to do it. I whatever you guys do, you got the sale at the end of the day. But I was percent better than last year. Just trying to keep asking, whatever life is. Whatever life is.
All the time, and they get the instructions, my favorites. And I used to have you
I was thinking again, because when you're doing something like that.
Yeah, I'm starting one. Yeah.
So when though, it's energy performing. I had like the worst pitch, but I did one thing that I was. As he said, for some reason, sometimes. After years, they call it. It's great.
At the same time, that's when the versions matter. Doesn't get too promising, right? I'm gonna be a little bit best presentation. And honestly, there's conversations with things that they want. It's just, you know, we do about.
That's no one.
Want to get over 10 million? Okay, do Grosso. Yeah. You want to keep testing the road? Do Grosso. It's not only just a sales system, you bring so much more to the table. Again, it's methodology, mindset, health, management. He has the stepping stones, he's been A to B. But again, he can't do the questions for you, you have to do it yourself. But again, down to you.
Certain training a couple months ago was maybe December, like that, 40 months ago. I started to start about it. I started about a lot of stuff. It was that we have the line, like, whatever. Yes.
That's really to be a high performance sales team. Gross University has the solution you need. I'm CEO of Gross University, the industry leading sales training and consulting group. We know better than anybody. Providing professional sales training while running your business can be an absolute challenge. And this is why we created a brand new program called the Sales Academy Masterclass. This program is absolutely changing the game for sales professionals and sales leaders alike. It is designed to elevate your team without disrupting business operations. Led by our expert sales trainer, Daniel Pillsbury, this intensive 2-week sales training opportunity combines live coaching, role playing, and a proven 11-step selling system to absolutely transform your sales team's performance. Participants will receive an exclusive 160-page workbook, access to high-quality video modules, and a daily live Zoom session with a world-class trainer to refine their skills and ensure they absolutely master the art of the in-home sale. More than just learning how to close sales, we educate sales warriors on how to sell on value and become expert negotiators so they can ensure they're delivering long-term profitability for you and your company. If you're ready to elevate your sales team and experience the kind of growth that will set your business apart from the competition, now's the perfect time to contact Gross University and start your journey towards a more profitable future. We can't wait to work with you and your sales warriors, and on behalf of our entire Gross University team, yes, you are closing.
That was longer than 15 minutes, sorry about that. Yeah, breaks. Whoa! I hear you. You guys all get caffeinated? Home stretch, everybody. Ah, man, let's give me, you know what, let's get a round of applause going, get the energy going in here a little bit, all right? Later, baby. All right, so you wrapped up a product presentation. Everybody back here? Here comes. All right, so you wrapped up your product presentation. You got these people drooling over this product. Your solution is awesome and they want it. The greatest close in the world is a masterful presentation, no? Yeah. Once you finish that masterful presentation, the homeowner should be saying three things. What do we want them saying? I want it, I need it, and I must have it. I gotta have it. Once you get that commitment, you can see them, they're frothing at the mouth, they're like, damn, for the love of God, we're quivering with anticipation. How much is it cost? I got those commitments from them. I go, listen, guys, I want you to look at this thing with a critical eye. If you change anything about this product, what would you change? They go, nothing. Nothing? Tag it. So this is what you want in your house? Yeah, we love it. All right. That's what I want to hear now. This is a pretty important question for you. If you were to hire our company to tear apart the water barrier in your house and install this thing, do you think you would get the outcome that you desire? Yeah. Well, guys, at this point, everybody pretty much tells me the same thing. When they love the product and they love the company, it boils down to one last thing. Affordability, it's the number. Is that where we stand? You get a commitment from them, I'd be like, in that case, if I can show you guys an affordable way to take care of this, would there be any other reason I couldn't ask for your business?
Whoa, we're not doing anything today.
Well, that's no problem. Like I said, the price when I work up is good for 30 days. I just want to make sure that if when you pull the trigger on this project, that we have the solution you're looking for. Do we? Okay, have you some smart ass man. I'm so sorry, sir. Price is actually good for you. Retail plus 12%. 140%. Yeah, so we go through our 4 pre-close questions. We get commitments from them. We know they want it. We're entering our closing sequence. Now, at this point, the selling part of your job should be done. How many of you guys like trying to sell features and benefits after the number is on the table? Too late. Wait, I forgot something. You're screwed at that point. I hate that. I do not like trying to build value after they know the cost. It's almost impossible. It's uncomfortable for everybody. And if we get commitments from them going into the closing sequence, they just told us our first if I would could you commitment, right? It's not the first one done in the sequence, but it's the first one in our closing sequence. Here, yeah, you make these numbers work, you can ask for my business. So we're gonna do it. Now I'm going in there and I know that the target that I have to overcome is affordability. So the first step in our retail closing sequence, it has 3 steps. Step number 1 is price delivery. So how many of you guys have gone through the training and execute price delivery really well? Yeah. What are some of the things we focus on when we are delivering price?
Financial terms.
Financial terms is the second step. ROI is the third step.
Retail close.
Yeah, retail closing is step one, say it again.
Take them through some. With everything, let's make sure I didn't miss everything. You're getting this. You gotta tell them what they're getting for the price you're about to pay.
Yeah, why do we want to do a features and benefits overview?
But they forgot.
Because they forgot everything. Been telling jokes for 3 hours here, guys. I know you didn't pay attention to any of the shit we were talking about. I want to make sure they know what they're getting. Human beings forget 90% of new information within an hour of learning it, especially if we're talking about vinyl. It is not something that's very sticky. That's why we repeat, review, remind. So we go through our features and benefits overview. Now we break it down a couple ways. I usually start with the installation package. And I always want to speak as if I am already the preferred contractor. I'm assuming the sale throughout the entire process. I'm going to continue right now. So guys, just want to make sure that I've checked all the boxes here for you. We cross all our T's, dot all our I's. So when the crew shows up to do the job, here's what you can expect. They're going to show up between 8 and 9 a.m. They're going to come in and consult with you first to make sure that any pets are put away, the house is ready, they're not boxing you guys in. They're then going to prepare the home so we don't damage anything, laying down all of their protective gear, drop cloths, whatever it may be, inside and out. Make sure all your furniture is protected and out of the way. At which point, they're going to measure all of the existing openings. I'm talking windows here, but all the existing openings with all the products they have out in the vehicle. We don't want to start doing demo until we have measured one last time. Nothing worse than tearing a window out and realizing you got one that's too big to replace. Now, at this point, you got one guy on the inside, one guy on the outside. Guy on the outside, they're gonna start on the second floor. We always want them to do the top level first. You get late in the day, you start to get tired. If you're up on a ladder, the chance of getting hurt obviously increases. So we do the hardest stuff first. Guy on the inside is going to make sure that they separate all the caulk on the inside of the window. Guy on the outside removes it from the outside. They inspect and clean the rough opening, make sure any rotten wood is replaced. We do not leave anything that's compromising the foundation of a brand new window. They take care of all that. If there's a shower, we do all the mold remediation. Whatever the scope of work is, you're walking them through how the team will take care of it. Once the opening is in good shape, new windows installed, they're going to shim it, center it in the opening, plumb it, square it, anchor it into the wall. Then we use that high density, low expansion foam all the way around the outside. That's that aerogel I showed you earlier, never fully hardens up and it keeps the air and water tight without inhibiting the functionality of the window. At which point, the outside guy is going to go down into the trailer. He's going to start hand breaking the aluminum capping to seal around the window. Beautiful picture frame all the way around. They do not face nail, they'll toenail everything in so that it looks like a beautiful picture frame. They don't dimple any of the metal. That drives me crazy. How about you guys? Gross. And then they're going to finish all the way around that with that waterproof elastomer I showed you earlier. So you get that watertight gasket that will expand and contract with the window season over season for as long as you guys live here, keeping you off a ladder. All of our guys are master certified. They are drug tested and background checked. They are specialists that just install this one thing every day. And because of that, they can do this entire house in as little as a day if everything goes smooth. If you guys do have any issues that they run into with the installation and it goes into day 2 or day 3, whatever it is, it's always the following day, weather permitting, you know, job hop. You guys have any questions about the installation? Did you guys visualize it? That's what we want. They can see how it goes. Now, the cool thing about these guys, we're not going to leave all the windows out on the curb for the garbage man to pick up. We take it all with us and get it out of here. We have our own dumpsters, if you guys do. You know. Where do you want us to set the dumpster? Asking all of these confirmation questions, assuming the sale. Once we talk about the installation, then we're going to go back and just hit the features and benefits of the product. So we're doing a total of 15 windows. They've got this, and this. I'm not going to bore you guys with that whole breakdown. But you guys should be able to go through line item by line item with them because we are building that value up one more time. And then check in with them. Is there anything important that I missed on here for you guys? Anything you want me to notate on the scope of work for the team? Remember, if it's not on the scope, it never happened. Now that sounds great. All right. So with that installation, with that product and this scope of work, we offer you the best warranty in the industry, which is right here. It's a lifetime on parts and workmanship, glass breaking, screen repair, seal failure, fully transferable even when you sell a home. Or if you die and you leave this to your loved ones, transfers to them. Any other questions? You guys might want to know what the price is, huh? I do too. I can't wait to crunch numbers here. You guys remember when we talked earlier about cost versus value? You guys remember what the average cost was for 10 white on white double hung windows here? 21 some change. Well, let's see what it was in Milwaukee in 2023 because I'm not. Yep, 21,680. 21,680 a unit. Now, based on everything that we talked about here this afternoon, if that's the average cost of this project, are we talking about an average solution for you guys?
No.
No, we are not. So I'm curious what you guys think the price tag is gonna be on this, and I like to play a game. How many of you guys do the guessing game with people? Yeah? Well, it's like, right here. See, that was the most emphatic yes ever. How's it go? Do you usually get positive responses from people that actually guess?
Don't show each other.
Yeah.
I bring a piece of paper, I go here, you see my penny, like, and then I'll say, oh, I did, and then $1,000, I'll take off, you know, $100, get within $500, I'll take off, $250, get within $100, I'll take off. Right.
Yeah, price is right. I love that. I wanna see closest to the pin. Who can get the closest to this number without going over? You can play this number different ways. Rick Rouse used to say, if you guys can get this thing within $1,000, I'll take you to any fine dining establishment you want, the entire Milwaukee area, as long as it's got golden arches. Whatever you wanna do to get a little humor in there, get them involved. I wanna see if my price conditioning landed. To be like, John Mary, I tell you what, I want you guys to each write down and guess what you guys think is gonna cost after going through all this. And this is particularly effective with collaborative people because they're more likely to play games. I do not do this with assertive people. As a rule, like I'm not doing that. Analytical people also don't really suffer fools, but I wanna make sure that I'm targeting like the intellectual part of the value proposition. So I'll just be like, listen, you're an engineer. Based on the way we manufacture this, all the components that go into it, you know what this costs, right? So I'm always trying to compliment their intelligence, and usually they're like, yep. Like, well, there's two of you, so it's not bad. Your arm and your leg. It's tough when it's just one person, you know. But I want to make sure that I can get them to guess if we have that sort of relationship. Now, I've had this happen where in a situation where I was laying down a price tag of about 22 grand, the guy guessed first, and he was like, I'd be like 26. And I was like, it's not a bad guess. Mary, what do you think? And she sat up and she just went, Dan, if it's more than 30, we can't afford it. I was like, Jesus. People really don't come to negotiation school, do you? I think it was just a reflex. It just came out, you know. We had been going back and forth, but she was so excited and terrified to see what the price was. I was like, oh, Mary, you are gonna be so happy. It's only 29,872. No, I was like, you're gonna love me, Mary. The coolest thing about this company is because we are a mass producer, a wholesale distributor of this, there's no middleman. So you guys get this level of quality for an average price. Check this out. We get the entire project done for only 21,642. And I slide it over between the two of them and set it down and shut up. So your price delivery is very important here. What stood out to you the way I just did that? You guys notice anything? Yeah. Yeah. In sales, whoever talks first. Right.
Just 21,652.
It's only. Yeah. Absolutely. Set it down between them. What happens if I'm like, John, and I hand it to him, how's Mary feel? She's out. If you're a married man, you know that that is the end. I would always rather have somebody answer to my wife than me in those situations because I know my wife and that matters to her. It doesn't matter to me. But there are a lot of people where if you're assumptive that way, you're gonna piss one of them off. Oh my God. Oh my God. You ready, gentlemen? All right. Who wants it? Come over here. All right, Roy's got it. Oh, man. Too much power, dude. Too much power. Load it up. I'll get you. Reload it, but make sure they're not linking this time.
That's right.
Yeah, dude. Ignite the greatness within. All right, so we want to make sure that we are delivering this price with a smile on our voice, confidently and assertively. Everything's no big deal. How many of you guys early in your career were terrified of delivering large numbers? How many of you are still terrified of it? It's okay if you are. There's an art to it. When I was working at Window Works, Scott Joe Tallman told me this. He's like, listen, I don't care how big the number is. You want to make sure you deliver it with the word only before it, because even if it's a huge number, it's going to confuse the shit out of people. I was like, that doesn't work. He goes, just go try it. And I did. And I saw people who were like, so like the eyebrows, like, what the? They look at each other like, it's a good deal, I guess. I was like, it is a good deal. Yeah, but you slide over with it only, and some people will react. Only, what are you talking about? You guys ever have somebody who gets mad at you when you show them a price? Only every day. What are you guys reporting this shit? No, man, they hear it. Right, that's why it's so expensive. Those are pesos, don't worry about it. No, they're not. They're dollars. The other thing that we're doing to make it more of a minimal hit to these people's psyche is we do not say $21,682. We want to use the psychology of numbers to our advantage here. Only 21,682. It sounds so small. You also notice there's no round number in there. How many of you guys give an exact number? Yeah. Why do we now want to give them a quote that's 25,000?
Sounds fake.
Sounds fake. It's made up. We don't want to give a number that ends in 0 or 9 because they're placeholders for a real number. Our subconscious mind is pattern recognition software. We pick up on this stuff all the time. Only $19,999. How much is that actually? Right. So if I'm talking to a homeowner, that's $20,000. $20. I just want to deliver to them in a way where worst case scenario, they're confused by it. Best case scenario, they go, yeah, that's about what we thought. Or, damn, dude, that's not bad. How many times you deliver a number to somebody and they go, holy crap, that's way better than we thought. You ever have that happen? Give yourself a round of applause for price condition those people appropriately. That's well done. A little dog clap. What happens if they come back to you and they go, Jesus, that's more than we spent on a whole house? You guys ever hear that one? Yeah. Bought this house in 1969. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'll buy it off you. We spent 13,000 out, I'll give you 26. Double your investment. It doesn't matter what they say to you. If you get a response from somebody and they go, holy crap, that's a lot of money. First of all, is that an objection? No. What is it?
Statement.
It is a statement of fact. That is a lot of money. Is there anybody in here who sells anything that's cheap these days?
No, cheap is relative.
Cheap is relative. We're selling based on quality and affordability. But when you throw out a big number like that, people have a freaking heart attack. What's the biggest number anybody's ever delivered out here? Anybody deliver numbers over 100 grand? Yeah, 200? 210.
330.
328.
Yeah.
330. How much? 758. Jesus. Those are big numbers, man. I remember the first time I delivered a number that made me literally shake. I was working at Window Works, my first year there, it's like 27 years old, so I was a kid. I was living in a house that I paid like 130 grand for. I delivered a price tag on Windows that was like 178,000 retail. It was huge. And when I slid it over to this guy, I was like, oh my God, 178,000, sir. Then he was like, oh, that's not bad. Renewal said it was gonna be over 200. So it's all relative. So the first thing to always remind yourself is when you're delivering a number, say it with confidence, make it sound as small as you possibly can, and don't spend your own freaking money. You do not have to buy this, thank God. They do. It's just numbers on paper. Say it with confidence, and you should feel that it's a good value proposition because these people are getting what they pay for. You guys sell kick-ass products. They're installed by people who are competent. You're using premium products and you're working for a company that's been around a long time. They know what they're doing. This is something that's going to be a solution for these people for years. They have to spend an extra 20 to 30 to 50% on it to make sure that it'll last that long. I am totally fine charging them appropriately. Like Dominic said earlier, it's the honest idiot in the industry that bothers us. Good people who don't know what they're doing, they drag the rest of us down. There's a right way and a wrong way to do it. We do it the right way. So say it with your chest. This is what it costs to do it. If people get mad at you, it's not your problem. They're not even mad at you. Don't shoot the messenger. They're mad because their roof is leaking. It sucks. Nobody wants to spend $40,000 on a roof, but they have to. So now we go into therapist mode. Now, the cool thing about closing is that we get into very predictable human behavior. If you front load the process the right way, we already know exactly what is coming. So the reactions you get from people are predictable. Have you ever had somebody who gets mad at you? Have you ever had somebody who gets sad? Have you ever had somebody who gets quiet? Have you ever had people who start bargaining with you? Do you ever have people that just accept it? Those are the 5 stages of grief. That's what they're going through. Sometimes you get all of them. You just gotta sit there, cover up, and let them work the body for a little bit. Whatever they want to throw at you, you wear it. Because what happens is as soon as you throw the price on the table, the clock starts. And we want to make sure that that clock goes for as long as possible before I do any sort of discount. The problem we run into is we get stressed out. When people hit us with a negative response, how do we feel? You get defensive. You start to get commission breath. Anybody ever had that? It stinks. How many times have you thrown a price on the table, they give you some sort of a negative response and you immediately start a discount? Anybody in here do that? Yeah. Everybody in here has done that. One call closing is hard to do. And we go right into our default mode, which is try to make them feel better, try to make it more attractive. This is counterproductive. You just spent 2.5 hours building value. Now you're cutting your own throat. Why do we do it? Because it's easy. But it doesn't work. We want to be in a position where we never ask for the order. We're in a position where we can assume it. So what we do here is we go through our features and benefits overview, we go through the guessing game, we deliver the price, we wait for a response. Now, no matter what they say, positive, negative, or neutral, we are going to move into phase 2 of this process, which is what? Financial terms. So how do you pivot to financial terms? Who feels like they have a good transition? Yeah.
So, obviously, you're more than welcome to write us a check, though most people will tell me that they prefer to break this down to bite-sized pieces. So the bank typically asks for about XYZ amount of dollars down. And then as a monthly investment, we have a few different programs that people would choose from. The first one is, let's just say 9.99 for 120 months. That's going to be the most affordable option when it comes to a monthly payment. Or, sorry about that. monthly investment. That would be a monthly investment of $248. If you want something a little bit shorter term, with a little bit less on the extra cost, you can do a 7.99 for 84 months. That would be a monthly investment of XYZ. Or if you're one of those lucky ducks who says, hey, I don't want to candy all over you, but I can take care of this for 30 years time, do all 12 months with no interest and no payments.
So we always give financial terms. Did you guys hear all that? First thing you did? Yep, go ahead.
Do you like the platter or do you like to work through it? Like the platter, there's 2 different ways really to do it. I'm just curious what you like.
So I've done it both ways. I like delivering options one at a time if I can. So right off the bat, I'd be like, guys, now that you know what the total investment is, if you were to pull the trigger on this project, how would you handle it? Is this something that you've been saving up for, where you stroke a check for using your funds, like most of the people I work with? Would you want to see some options to break it down monthly? Most people will give you a direct answer there. It's one or the other. I'm not gonna let them talk me out of delivering financial terms. If they go, oh, we're cash buyers, we never finance. I'll be like, I don't blame you. You guys, congratulations, you guys are in a good spot. If you got the money, obviously you're financially responsible. Would you be comfortable putting half down? And would you use a check or credit card for that? I wanna see what they say. Yeah, we put a check down. Okay. Yeah.
Because if they have a negative response to the question.
Well, usually that's based on the response they give you. So like if I throw on the price, they go, you're out of your freaking mind. I'm not gonna run away from it. I just be like, yeah, man. People are always shocked to see what it costs to do a project like this the right way in 2025. Now that you know what it costs to do this, how would you handle an investment like this? Go ahead.
I'll just say, a lot of times when you crack a joke that makes no sense, they respond, well, so you might say, yeah, I bet you thought it'd be more too than.
Yeah, go the other way, right? What a deal. Jesus. Giving the stuff away. But if they're upset, I'm just gonna reinforce never run from your price. If they're pissed about it, they're not mad at you. They're mad at the number. So I just reinforce it. Like people are always shocked to see what it costs to do this project the right way. Now that you know what that's gonna cost, how would you handle that? And if they come back and say, we're not paying that, you're like, all right. Well, you don't have to. What should we take out? We can get right into takeaways to try to get them back to the table if we have to. But more often than not, I'm talking about predictable human behavior. They're going to tell you either we're going to stroke a check for it or we have to see some finance options. Yep, you can go to hypotheticals if you have to. You can use takeaways. If people go straight into like that depression of all the phases of grief, if they just shut down, that's when you can pull out an accusation audit and you start to label all of the negative emotions they're feeling. Like, boy, I've been there. I bet you guys didn't wake up this morning and go, you know what I want to do today? Spend 26 grand. I'm sorry you guys are dealing with this. This really sucks. I've been there myself. I know you got a lot to chew on here, but last thing I'll show you is a couple ways that we can soften that blow for you. Because most of the people I talk to, they don't have this sort of scratch laying around and just cut a check for it. Even if they do, they don't want to give a contractor who they met 3 hours ago half of this money up front. Just take my word for it that I'm going to come back. So what most people are doing these days, one of the reasons I love this company is instead of putting half your money up front and just hoping that they come back, we work with a couple lenders. They only ask for 10 to 20% down. So it's a smaller investment for you. But even more importantly than that, and fitting it into a comfortable monthly budget, you're bringing a third party into this agreement. They're holding the note. It's like a prize fighter. You got somebody who's holding the purse for your neutral party. Because that way we have to deliver on our end. And by the time we're done with the project, you go around with our crew at the end and you have to sign off a completion certificate that says you're 100% satisfied before they release the funds to us. If you don't, they don't. Just mutually assured destruction, because we want our money, right? So we're gonna get it in a timely manner, we're gonna do it the right way. And this is your contingency plan. If we screw up, they don't give us the cash. You can actually dispute it. Coolest thing about the financing that we offer is a lot of it's interest-free. How many of you guys offer interest-free financing? Yeah. So if it's a lot of money, the next thing I want to do is establish a timeline. Just be like, hey, you guys could stroke a check for this, but what a lot of the wealthiest customers that I work with end up doing is they take advantage of the 12-month no interest, no payment. Because that way they don't have to put 10% down. In this case, we're talking about $2,200, $600, whatever. I forgot what the total was that. Then from that point, we come back when everything's ready to go. Right now, we're about 8 to 10 weeks out. We come back, we start the project, we work through it, we complete everything, at which point that 12 months begins on install. And you can pay it off at your leisure. Now, do you guys feel like you'd be able to comfortably pay this off in 12 months? Or would that put some pressure on you? If they were going to stroke a check, obviously they could do it right now. They'd be like, you guys can stroke a check for this. You can spread it out at 0% over 12 months if you choose. Or You can stroke a check on install day if you want, because the cool thing about these loans, there's no prepayment penalty. They can pay it off at their leisure, a lot of flexibility in there, yeah? Yeah.
You ever do like, well, two part, you ever do a soft takeaway when you know they're about to tell you no? So that way you're saying it for them, make it more desirable, and then the second question is. Which is what we do with the financing, if we're about to drop what we can do per month, and then the second thing is, we always say, like, using third party recognition, so you mind if I suggest something that I would suggest to a friend or family?
That's good.
And then they just, no, right there.
Yeah.
So, well, the way we do like the financing, is usually, it's a closing question survey, a lot of people that would say, you know, earlier you mentioned 300 a month is pretty comfortable. Is that still pretty comfortable for you?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I can, but if I can put this at or below 300 a month, would you say they get this taken care of? It makes perfect sense for you using us. Look, I have no idea if I can, but if I could. Like,
Would you?
is it a no-brainer for you to not take care of this? And then if they give me a yes, you're going under, but if they give me a, well, we got to look at our budget, and I go, look, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. That's just briefly, but I know you really want to get taken care of, and I can tell how excited you were. But before I take off, then I move into the next. So like I say, for them, you ever do that?
Yeah, if you can read it on their face.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you throw out an APR, for instance, which I try to stay away from, but if they ask a question, what kind of APR are you looking at? I'd be like, my favorite is 0%. How's your credit? Yeah, if it's free, I'll take it. But it's a good point. If you see that they're blocking something, I'd be like, I'll finish the thought. Like, biggest, most popular plan we're doing right now is 99 for 120, and they wrinkle up their nose, like, I would never ask you guys to do that, because with this house and the credit score you guys probably have here, 9.9, you've been working too hard to pay that. Beat it with a bunch. Yeah, but considering the fact that the prime rate is 7.5% right now, if you have an incredible credit, what is the sort of APR that you would be comfortable, with this sort of an investment on your home, on an unsecured loan? Now keep this in mind, guys, these loans are unsecured, so what is the difference between a secured and unsecured loan? No collateral. So prime rate 7.5%, if you want to get a mortgage today, what do you guys pay for it? Depends on your credit, but yeah, I mean, it's usually about a point or a point and a half under the prime rate is about as good as you're gonna get. If you have exquisite credit, and that's a secured loan, it's collateral. So if we can offer you something that's single digits on an unsecured loan, that's fixed rate, fixed term, and simple interest. Part of what you do as a sales rep is you sell the financing the same way you sell your product. Does anybody want to spend freaking 10% interest on anything? No. It sucks. Unless you're selling it. In which case, it is the greatest freaking financing available on the market. So what I want to do is I start with a short-term, no interest, no payment loan. I usually start with a bridge loan. You guys think you can pay this off in 12 months without having some pressure on you? If they say they can pay it off in 12 months, I go, okay, so 10% deposit's coming before you, that $2,600 not taking food off the table? No, I don't know why I keep trying to put this down. That's not taking food off the table, no, that's comfortable, man. And then you can pay out the balance in 12 months. Remember, the 12 months doesn't start till we install this thing. They go, yeah, we can do that. What do you do?
Welcome. I can help you. I told you I could keep this affordable.
What did I tell you? Affordability is the easiest part of my job. Welcome to the family. We're gonna do a beautiful job for you. All I need is your driver's license. We'll get this going. You usually put this in both your names, one of your names. I'm gonna take care of this. Assume the sale. We always assume the sale. How's it different than asking for the order, guys?
If that works for you, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah. How many times have you heard a salesperson do that? Where they have all the rapport in the world, and then in the closing sequence they're like, well, what do you think, guys? Hey, where'd my confident buddy go? All of a sudden, oh, sir. Assume the sale. Be like, guys, I told you that's the easiest part of the job. I'm glad we have what you're looking for. We can get this project started as soon as we possibly can. Welcome to the family. Thanks for your trust. Stick your freaking hand out there. That's the hardest thing for sales reps to do. We all understand how important that is. But the amount of reps who know that and then don't do it is staggering. Why is it so hard to stick your hand out? Fear of rejection. Fear of rejection is worse than death for a lot of people. That's why we make the big bucks.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ever, what would be something that you could give for like recovery? I had actually 2 sales reps over the last couple weeks ago. They said, yeah, it's great. It sounds perfect. I love that. I said, great, let's keep taking care of it. Shook their hand. They're starting to go over the contract and they're like, oh wait, we're not doing this right now. You know.
Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah. That's, yeah.
The gut punch moment.
Yeah. How do you have any specific, I've never seen anyone formally train that recovery from that point.
I mean, in those situations, I always fall on my sword. I'm like, oh God, I was being something. Sorry about that. I misheard, I misunderstood you guys, you know, something along those lines. I want to let them off the hook because if I'm feeling embarrassed, they're feeling embarrassed. Now it's awkward. It's always your responsibility to smooth that out. The easiest way to do it is to just take responsibility. Oh, my bad. I totally misunderstood you guys. Sorry. So yeah, that 30-day price, we can hold it for you, but it sounds like if you were to call me back in the next 30 days, this is the route you go. But yeah, that'd be comfortable. Awesome. Now what?
IVR.
We're not going to IVR yet. There's one more step and reps skip it all the time. ROI. Return on investment is the last step in retail closing. Now, we always talk about this because what is the percentage of the decision that's emotional? 100%, but once you guys leave, that emotion disappears quickly. And all they're left with is logic. And that's when they go, did we just spend 40 grand on windows? The hell? So we want to give them a logical justification for why they're purchasing this. So anytime I was doing this, I'd be like, now listen guys, I don't know about you, but when I'm looking at making a purchase like this, like you guys said, you're gonna take some time, think about it, discuss it. I'm sure part of this conversation is, we love everything, but is it a good investment? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Right? My wife and I have this conversation. For those of you who are married, do you guys talk about that when you're making big financial decisions? Is this a good investment? Is this a bad investment? So I'd be like, guys, at this point, I just go through this with homeowners. The path is math. We want to see if the numbers actually make sense for you, because there are some home improvement projects that are bad investments, yeah? So I'm showing them an ROI calculation. I want to do this based on the product I'm selling, obviously, but I always start with cost versus value. So how do you guys use cost versus value to break down ROI?
Earlier we talked about the by bringing the cost savings into
Earlier we looked over cost versus value, and you remember what a household window would be? You know, an average household window would be for your home?
Yeah, I got it right here. 21,680 for those 10.
Right, and that was average. You think we're average?
No, you guys are awesome.
Do you think we're gonna be a little bit more, a little bit less?
It'd be a little bit more for sure.
So, well, we'll use that number.
Sure.
And then, you know, what the resale value showed.
Yeah, I can see it right here. That's why I always keep this out, so I can go right back to it and hand it to me. So the cool thing about this, guys, is you're not actually spending $21,680. 61% of that gets taken from one account and moved into another. So your immediate ROI and added equity into your home when you upgrade this system is 61% of the initial investment. So we take 61% times 21,680. We go, so the day we do this project for you, the value of your home goes up by this amount. So how much are you actually paying out of pocket? You subtract that 61% from the total. You go, so guys, you're spending about $8 grand out of pocket, whatever that number is. So then the question is, how long is it going to take you to recoup the $8 grand? Now, the only way you get a return on investment with this is if it is permanent and maintenance free. And you guys told me earlier, I know you were sincere, you said this is a permanent maintenance free solution. It's a huge upgrade in my house. Stands to reason that everything that you invest into this house will appreciate at the same rate that the house has, as long as it's an upgrade that doesn't appreciate over time, right? What was your house worth 10 years ago? Then we pull it up on Zillow. Or if they live there, you know, I usually start with whenever they moved in. So you guys lived here for 10 years. What'd you pay for the house? $250. What's it worth today? We go on Zillow, we look it up. Holy crap, it's worth 500 grand. All right, so this investment has doubled in 10 years. Stands to reason that will double, you know, it's gonna continue to increase at that same rate over the next 10 years or thereabouts. That means that every 20,000 you put into this house today is gonna be worth 40 grand in 10 years. Plus or minus, let's be conservative and say it's only 150% ROI. You guys are spending 21,680 today. What's that worth times 150%? You lay it out for them. Now, all we're talking about here is equity. We're solving a problem and we're increasing equity immediately and then continuing to increase it over time. But how else can you actually get a return on investment when you put new windows in the house or a new shower in the house? Efficiency for windows, for a shower, it's quality of life. There's a whole bunch of different things. If it's a roof, you're preventing secondary damage caused by water infiltration. There's a whole bunch of different things you get into. But if we're sticking with the windows, energy efficiency. So what is the average energy bill that you guys see out there? 200, 250, 150, it's all over. Let's say 200. Based on the technology you sell, what kind of a return on investment or energy savings do most people experience if they replace all the windows in their house? 30, 40, 34%. I always want to be conservative. I'd be like, on average, our customers save anywhere between 20 and 60% on their energy bills. Obviously, every house is different, every situation is different, but let's be conservative and just say low end 20%. If your bill's $200 a month, you save 20%, you're saving $40 a month. Does that add up? You guys have a chart to actually show them that? I've got a calculator, if any of you guys want it, I've got a chart that just shows you based on your energy bill every month, how much that's gonna cost you every year, every 10 years, with no inflation, 5% and 10% inflation. So I'd be like, guys, if you spend $300 a month to heat or cool your house, over the next 10 years, you're gonna spend over $47,000 heating this home. If we can save you 20% of that conservatively, how much is that? $9,400. At that point in time, you have already recouped the investment that you made into your home, just in equity. So what if I told you, all I'm gonna do here today is I'm gonna take care of your problem that you're dealing with, these shitty old windows, we're gonna upgrade your quality of life, your security of this home, your health and well-being. And we're gonna do it for free. And 10 years from now, I'm gonna come back and I'm just gonna hand you a check for $9,400. Would you do it? Where's my check now? I'll see you in 10 years. Looking at the numbers, is that what we're doing here? Guys, can you start to see how these are the most expensive windows that you can own, the ones you already have in here? You're literally already paying for these, you're just not enjoying them yet. It is a mathematical certainty that if you upgrade this particular system in your house, it's going to pay for itself and start making you money very soon. That's why I've replaced windows in every house I've owned. They all sucked, but we put the good ass windows in there. It's a totally different property. And if you guys want proof of concept, just from my personal experience, we were spending $700 a month on fuel oil in Vermont. This house was built in 1840. We had these old ass single pane drafty windows. We had triple pane openers put in there. Cut our fuel oil cost in half. That. Just the windows. Still an old drafty house, no insulation.
Yeah, but we use wood.
We do use it.
What do you say?
We use wood for what, heat?
The homeowner goes, yeah, but we use a lot of wood.
To heat the house?
Yeah.
Why you want to chop down the floors? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly. I was just
No,
trying.
we use wood as well.
Do you, so one of the things I try to train is, committing each number that's on the ROI, because if we don't do that, then the entire ROI of the homeowner's trash. So I think, like as an example, I go, you know, we're looking at like 61% resale value. And obviously that's for Grand Rapids. You know, we're in Boone, Michigan. What do you think of it?
Nice.
And they go, oh, I don't know, and I go, do you mind if I give you suggestions? From what I've seen, it's not 61, it's right around 55. I just don't, I just want to be realistic. Then when it's like the amount you can save, I try my best to make my builders not say how much they'll save, because then the homeowner feels like you're guaranteeing to say, we just tested your windows, and then we showed you our energy efficiency of ours. How much do you think you'll save? Like, it could be upwards of 60%, 70%. It could. You mind if we use under just to be safe? So they'll like throw up 70%. I don't know.
I love it. It's a good way to do it. Remember, anything they say, that's the truth. Perception's reality. If they want to tell me they're gonna save way more, I'm not gonna disagree with them. I just feel like, why don't we hedge it, you know? I always want to go conservative with this stuff.
With some of the ROI on the house value stuff, what I've seen is if they purchased their house maybe 4 years ago, their house is even less in value than it was at that point. What do you do to navigate that part of it?
This is such a good question. So step one is what? Preparation. If I went on Zillow before I got there and I saw they bought their house in December of 2021, they are upside down on that day. Not gonna bring that up. It's a good call. We don't use information that torpedoes our sales pitch. But we gotta know that ahead of time. Has anybody ever had their mouth go faster than their brain? I know I have. Oops.
In the beginning, they don't want the pitch, and you go, look, I'll do this.
Yeah.
I'll test your windows right now. If they don't need them, I'll get out, and then I test them, they're like perfect.
Well, sometimes they don't need something, but that's when you can pivot, you can cross-sell different products sometimes, but if they don't need it, they don't need it, you know? Then I'm just, I want them to sell me on why the project has to get done. Guys, I've seen windows way worse than this. Why do you feel like you need new windows?
The brain short circuits.
Yeah, just get them to sell it to you. Sometimes they come back and they're like, well, they're just old, we haven't anybody look at them. Right, yeah. We gotta build trust first, and that's a good way to do it. But eventually I wanna get to the point where if I can find issues with it, I'm gonna try to sell them something, because that's the job. If I can't find issues with it, I'll pivot, try to sell them something else. If I can, that's why most people have drug problems. In this industry. Yeah. Say that one. It's a good question. So what do you do if you throw down the number and they go, let's get it started?
Gotta give them something. I wasn't, gotta give them something.
You gotta give them some discount. How many of you would give an IVR anyway?
Gonna be a heck of a lot smaller.
The beautiful job of, the beautiful part of this job is that you have a lot of autonomy here. So you can do a small IVR, but I wouldn't pivot and I'd use it as a button up instead. I'd be like, I'm so happy we have what you guys are looking for. I knew you guys were gonna love this. The price is no big deal. And you guys, if you were gonna pay this, you guys are gonna love me. Check this out. Because you're saving us time and I roll into the IVR, I'll do a truncated version of it because I'm not trying to over explain it. Our way of thanking you for trusting us with your home, you're saving us a return trip. We actually save you a little money, so. You guys save $500. But I want to make sure I have gone through these steps because the whole point of this is to keep the clock running. So we delivered price, we went through financial terms, we established a deposit, we figured out what's comfortable, we assumed the sale. They either buy financial terms or they say no with another objection. At which point we're going to pivot to financial terms, we justify the decision logically, and then the close the Dominic train is on, which you guys have seen me do it before. It's the corniest close in the world. You pull a $2 bill out of your wallet. So I'd always be like, guys, put very simply, if you're trying to decide if this is a good investment or not, if you had somebody who came up and they said, look, I got an opportunity for you. You give me $1 today, I'll give you $2 back. And we'll just do that every day for the rest of your life. That'd be a no-brainer investment, man. Pretty easy, double your money all the time. Well, I'll tell you what, I got a $2 bill right here. You guys got $1. Let's get the project started, man. It's a great investment. And I've done that close, the entire second year as a Mad City, I did that close at ROI. There were a few people I wouldn't do it with because they were super prickly and it just would have backfired. Use your judgment. But what started to happen is I pull out the $2 bill and they would laugh. Is it good when the customer's laughing in the closing sequence?
Yes.
Hell yeah. They're relaxed. It doesn't even matter if it's a sarcastic laugh. The neurotransmitters start firing, they get dopamine. And it lowers the tension. And if I'm being a ham with a $2 bill out of my hand, hey guys, let's go. And they're like, you out of your mind? I go, yeah, I can't blame the guy for trying. I put the bill back in my pocket. And if the worst thing that happens in that moment is it decompresses the situation and they laugh, now it gives me this perfect spot to slide right into the bridge to qualification. Because now I can throw my hands up like, I can't blame the guy for trying. Listen, guys, you've been fantastic. I really appreciate all the endurance. I know it's a lot of information. Do you guys have any other questions for me before I leave? But sometimes when you pull out that $2 bill, they start laughing and they go, what do you think, honey? And all of a sudden, like, honey, ooh. Ooh. You guys are calling each other pet names. That dude wants to buy this thing. He just doesn't want to make a decision, so he asks her, and vice versa. It's hilarious. Now, I've talked to a lot of sales reps about this particular close. For those of you who have already gone through the training and who have learned the ROI close, how many of you actually do that one? Yeah? How many of you don't? It's all right. It's hit or miss. I will tell you, when I was pulling $2 bills out of my freaking wallet when I was in Mad City, out of like the 500 and some leads I ran in 2021, I only went through 6 $2 bills. That's it. It only worked 6 times. The close is not designed to close. It does work occasionally. It's designed as a pressure relief valve and a nice smooth transition into the bridge. And you get one more free no out of the way. How many no's do you guys have to get before you get a yes? At least 4. There's a study that shows that 82% of all the sales that are made in our industry happen after the 4th no. So if I can get 3 of them out of the way at retail, and I've snuck some free ones in there when I'm talking about things like trial closes throughout the process, we're smooth sailing because I haven't discounted it all yet, right? And how much time has passed since I delivered the price? 10, 15, 20 minutes sometimes. They've been chewing on that number this entire time. Time is your best friend. It's the greatest weapon there is in closing. And it's going to lead you right into the qualification sequence. Now, how many of you guys are familiar with the Grey Goose story? Yeah, Grey Goose 5. The reason I'm going to bring this up, and I won't go through the whole thing, because you guys can read it in the chapter tonight. I know a lot of you have heard it. The entire idea behind the story is that it doesn't matter what is actually true. It matters the way people look at it, the way they feel about it. That is true for our entire value proposition the entire time we're selling. It's also true for the way you're comporting yourself in the close. So if they feel like you are there to help them and you've just been workshopping a problem with them instead of putting the screws to them and trying to close them, what kind of rapport do you have? The rapport is great. We're not going to do it, but we like you. That's great. They're still willing to work with you, and I haven't given them any reason to buy it. So now when I get to the closing or the qualification sequence, which is the next step, when I throw out the bridge to qualification, do they actually believe me that I'm leaving? That's the whole thing. You guys are stage actors. It's what we're doing all the time. This is show business. The better you can sell that play action, the better off you're going to be. You got to make sure that they bite. And that's hard to do. How many of you guys are comfortable closing? Nice. How many are uncomfortable? Yeah. I'm highly collaborative, as you guys know. Closing is the most uncomfortable part of my job. I don't like it. For those of you who don't like closing, how many would identify as collaborative? Yeah. So why is it so stressful to close? Why don't you like it? Still want to be liked. You don't want to damage the relationship. You just spent 3 hours building it. Yeah, you can feel the tension.
Yeah, but if you do a good close, then they like you more.
Absolutely.
You get better at it, and you more like.
That's not just a close, I mean, you.
Yeah, no, I think that.
You're not gonna come to story, you're not.
Right. Usually, if you kick them into fight or flight in the closing sequence and they're pushing the whole time, you screwed up an hour. If the relationship's not there, you may as well pack your shit. But if you've done a good job building it, your leash is a mile long. The reason that sales reps have such a hard time with this is because the power dynamic shifts once the number's on the table. They don't need you anymore. They got what they wanted and now you need them. That's when people start to change their behavior, they get desperate. You gotta fight that. So the thing that helped me the most when I was learning how to close is just act as if I'm not trying to close. I don't give a shit what these people do. How many of you guys are indifferent to the outcome when you're closing? It's a superpower. You have to develop it over time. You have to be completely comfortable getting up and walking out without the deal. Because it's not about you. It's all about them. And when you act that way, when you truly sell yourself on the fact that you don't care whether or not they buy, your closing percentage goes through the roof. How many of you guys experienced that? Yeah. It's fun, and then you go on a hot streak and you don't even feel like you're working anymore. You're just laughing and having a good time. That's what we always say: when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. It doesn't even feel like work. You just help people solve problems. And they're like, how can we get started? You know the amount of people who bought at financial terms when I stopped doing this shit? It's amazing. And that's the whole deal with the Grey Goose story. If they feel comfortable, they feel like it's a great deal, they feel like it's affordable, they will buy it. How many of you guys have seen the numbers and seen the payments and seen the financial terms and you're like, I wouldn't pay that shit? Yeah. So now, are you negotiating with these people? You negotiate with yourself. And if you have no belief in your price and the options that you're offering, you may as well go do something else. You got to sell yourself every single day on this, and then you got to stick to the system. And you got to be the thermostat, not the thermometer, which is why when I get nervous or frustrated or flustered, you don't rise to the occasion, you fall to your highest level of training. That's why you have to role play this shit over and over and over again. And that's what I want us doing here for the next few minutes. Let me see what time it is.
Got 1 hour, Dan.
We got 1 hour. It's perfect. It's 3:55. All right. 15 minutes. I want you guys to get up and do what we did yesterday. Mingle with people. I want you to go through price delivery. Yeah, I see you, Marlena. I don't want to do it. That's what gets you better. But here's what I want you to do, because we're short on time. You can make up some arbitrary number. Let's just say we're talking about a project that's 20 grand. I want you to go through a features and benefits overview. Do it for whatever product you currently sell. See how good you are at features and benefits overview, then deliver the price, pivot to a financial term where you give 3 options. So you deliver price and go to financial term, then stop. Then I want the person who's the customer to hit you with ROI. That way both of you guys get a chance to role play this. And if you're the customer, object to each other, you know. Have a little fun with it. Act like a true customer. Ready? We good? Get up. Switch tables. Go talk to people you haven't worked with before. See what it's like to deliver price this way. Oh, it's so much fun.
No, I think.
I've been here for 50 hours.
All right. So.
Yeah, no. Great, no, and once they everything, you know,
That's where I started to pursue. About realistically, that was a different one, realistically about. Alright, yeah, so, get all this.
Absolutely, everybody gets nervous, we'll have some fun with this. So, like I get started with that place too. Yeah, make sure, you know, come down to the. So, everything else that you like. Yeah. So, yeah, we're, so, everything's talking about it. Yeah, you know, and like in a kitchen, research, get you started, hire, interest.
So that's great. That is.
Only last year. Financial security.
That, they lost without it's definitely a lot of money, but it goes. Right, there, how good they have feel, they have that. Right? And now let me ask you this, something that. Is this something, how would you, hypothetically, you know, how much Absolutely, I totally understand here, I don't have that kind of. You know, monthly investment.
Now they know what that is.
Then if you want to go a longer or a little bit shorter term, maybe it's off a little bit sooner. You can do that. Here. Now, he wasn't able to build it there. That's gonna be variable or anything like that.
I don't even get to the move forward. It's like when she's straight.
Y'all be okay that you haven't paid off the gas. That one works for you?
What's it gonna be? Oh,
Alright, once it comes.
Why do you afraid?
Yeah, we know. Just grab me. Maybe do some monitoring.
They're all. That's something that always ask to. What is your idea?
No one else,
Sometimes it's part of me just wants to turn around and be like, I'm so
All right. How'd it go, everybody? Home stretch, last hour, we good?
Great to meet you guys.
You got 45 more minutes, we're leaving at 5. Fantastic, well, I'm here. All right, now, how many of you guys were able to come up with a pretty good way to deliver ROI? Yeah? Nice. How many of you are really good at selling financing? Did you guys benefit from role playing there? This is not a normal form of communication. This was one of the things that was the hardest for me to figure out. It was just the sequence of it, because people try to rush you along as you're closing. Slow down. Hit all these steps. Now, what happens if a homeowner tries to object to you throughout this process and they say something that is reflexive and they try to shut down the conversation? You guys ever get sucked into a situation where you're trying to deal with an objection at retail? That ever happened to you? What are some of the objections people give you right off the bat?
Why is the
It's
price-
more than we expected.
Why is the price so high?
Can I have this? Oh, is there anything more dismissive? Great, is this mine? There you go. Yeah, that's my copy. Yeah, you got a card, right? Should we call you or? Yeah. Thanks, Jim. So sometimes people are gonna hit you with objections and they'll be dismissive. They try to just cut this entire thing short. We have to persevere. So we talked a lot about objection handling in the retail closing sequence. This is something I had to consciously tell myself in real time regularly. Do not deal with their objections. We always want to acknowledge, ignore, move on. We talk about the AIM method, yeah? At retail, we want to aim. The only time I'm dealing with true objections and I'm actually trying to solve them here is if the objection is a buying sign, and if we can isolate it and solve it right now, I can stick my hand out and assume sale. That's it. So if somebody asks you, well, is that the best you can do? After you lay down the price, what do?
Act like it is.
Act like it is, support your price. Have you ever had a scenario where they ask you for a cash discount right in the moment, or they ask you that, it sounds like a buying question, hey, is that the best you can do? But you know it's a trap. You gotta not fall into that trap, that's the hardest thing, it took me freaking years to figure that out. I'm a slow learner. Stop taking the bait. We always want to acknowledge, ignore, and pivot, move on, right? So they say, is that the best you can do? I just feel like, yeah, I mean, that's our 30-day price fully loaded out the door. Now that you guys know what we're talking about here, we can write the financial teams. I'm not gonna get sucked into a discounting battle right now. Have you had this happen where somebody asked you if that's the best you can do, or hey, do you guys do a cash discount? I'm a cash buyer. And then you immediately, you're like, well, yeah, man, we can save you this amount. They're like, okay, cool. And then they got what they wanted from you, you got no commitment from them. You have no idea where you stand with these people. I hate that feeling. I don't want to be thinking when I'm closing, I just want to be following these steps. Because we already know this is proven. They're only going to say one of 2 or 3 different things. And if I can just get through the process, have you ever had somebody who blows up on you because the price is so high? And then you show them monthly and they go, oh, that's not bad. So what do we just like fill out an application for this, or $386 a month? That's no big deal. You don't know enough. So I don't want to deal with the objection. Well, how much did you think it was going to cost? You know, I'll be like, yeah, that's what it costs. Now that you guys know, we put the financial terms, but you gotta role play this shit constantly. It doesn't just happen. Now, once you get through this entire process, it's been 20, 25 minutes since the price is on the table. We're gonna roll into step 9. Now, right up here in the book, well, you guys are gonna throw it up on screen. As you read through this chapter tonight, you guys are gonna see the objection handling framework. It's a 5-step framework. You guys have probably heard this. I learned this before I got into Grasso. It was called Lyric. But the way we do it is we want to listen. If we get to a point where we are actually dealing with an objection, we want to listen for 4 to 8 seconds, just be silent, right? It's very important. When somebody hits you with an objection that you actually have to solve, that we just stop and take a beat. Why is that so important? Sit in silence. Calm down. Exactly, we want to switch brain if they have an emotional response. It kicks us into fight or flight. There's a knee-jerk reaction from them. They don't even know why they said it half the time. We want to make sure that both of us get out of that fight or flight response. We get right back out of the logic center of our brain. But sometimes, I'm sorry.
Take the time to comprehend everything you just gave. Absolutely.
Reflex objections are normal. How many times do you guys give out reflex objections on a daily basis? You ever had it happen? Never. I don't do it. Walk into the supermarket, hey, can you find something? Nope, just looking. We say that one all the time. That is a reflex objection. If you ask somebody why they said it, they couldn't even explain themselves. So by giving them a few beats of silence, sometimes they will fill that silence and keep talking. They'll elaborate on their position. I like when they keep talking personally. Once we've actually listened, then we want to show empathy and relate to their position, because what are they expecting when they object to you? A fight every time. If they're expecting you to zig, you should zag. So instead of fighting with them, just be like, yeah, it's a good point. This is a lot of money. You believe this? You think that's bad? Try selling it. You know, use a little humor. It's getting crazy these days. You know, when I started doing this, you could do this for 1/3 of the price. It's like, you should have bought this years ago. Price goes up 12 to 15% every year. When should that come back out? 2026? The more you spend, the more I make. It's a commission job. You know what? I think we should table this. Show empathy and relate to their position. They're not wrong. They're just stressed out. Then I want to confirm and repeat it back to them. Why is it important to confirm and repeat their objection?
Active listening.
Makes them feel heard.
It makes them feel heard. It makes sure we're clarifying that we are both on the same page. We want to get to the that's right moment. At which point, we want to isolate the objection. Now, why is isolating the objection so crucial? I want to deal with these things one at a time. How many times have you guys skipped that step and all of a sudden they're like, well, it's not just that, it's also this and this. And they just bury you under an avalanche of bullshit. One step at a time. So isolate the objection. Then the fifth step is solving. Most sales reps go from objection to solve because we're problem solvers by nature, but it doesn't work. Now I know that this is the right way to do it because I've learned this in multiple sales systems and then I implemented it. This isn't something that I'm peddling to you guys from the Grasso stage. I learned this from a previous sales trainer before I knew anything about who Rick Grasso was. But then when I learned it here, I was like, okay, so we're all saying the same stuff then? The system must work. How many of you guys know another sales system or ever been a part of it? Yeah? Is it very similar to the framework I just threw out here? Listen, empathize, repeat, isolate, solve. It's all the same because it works. It's all based on human behavior. But I don't even want to go down this freaking rabbit hole at retail. And why not?
They're not actually saying no yet.
They're not saying no yet. And have I given them any reason to buy yet? How long is this price good for? 30 days. The only point of retail closing is to get multiple no's out of the way. And because it's systematic, you actually close a lot of business in retail. How many of you guys have written deals in financial terms? Yeah. Price delivery, you ever throw a price on the table and they're like, cool, how do we get started? It happens, yeah. System reigns supreme. Different people buy at different stages of the process, but the main goal for most people is just shock them with the price, show them how they can pay for it, establish the veracity of the investment, and then qualify them. And that's step 9. Now, as we're going, we went through all this stuff, so I'm gonna burn through it. You guys can read the chapter tonight. Financial terms. That's the qualification. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Qualification. This was a game changer personally for me. This step, this was not in the first sales system that I learned, at least not this way. So after you've tried to close these people at retail 3 different times and you've gone through all this, how are they feeling? Exhausted. Pretty tired of having you at their house. Their guard is up. No matter how good you are at this, you create a little bit of stress, there might be some pressure. And that's where step 9 is the secret sauce. So tonight's homework, you guys are going to be memorizing this script if you haven't already. It has 3 components. The first one's called the bridge to qualification. The bridge is very simple. We are throwing in the towel. So when I'm sitting at the kitchen table with people, I've got all my stuff strewn all over the place, right? My iPad, all my paperwork, cost versus value. What I do at this point is I go, guys, at this point, you probably know more than you ever wanted to know. I appreciate the endurance. I think we got a pretty good solution here for you whenever you're ready to do it. Do you have any other questions for me before I get out of here? How many of you have done this before? When you do it, what kind of reactions do you get from people?
No, you've been great.
They're ready, they're relieved. What's the body language look like? It's almost universal. Shoulders come down. What kind of stuff do they say to you? Oh, you're so good, Jesus. You know? You did a great job. You know, if my daughter wasn't already married, I just they start throwing flowers at you. I'm like, well, I'm so happy I was able to help you, and I'm packing up my stuff as I'm doing all this. The guys, just keep in mind that price is good for 30 days. You guys be able to be back in 30 days, won't you?
Oh, of course.
Absolutely. Of course, I'll lie right to your face, dude. It's fantastic. Well, guys, I'm not the type of guy who's gonna blow your phone up. I hate when people do that, and honestly, I'm just too busy. So I'll be waiting for your call, but just so I have an idea, when do you think you'll be getting back to me? A week?
A year.
A year? That soon? No matter what they say, I'm just like, I look up as I've been packing up my stuff. I look up like, oh, nice, you guys really are serious about getting this done. Now, I don't like to be overly dramatic about it. It's like, holy shit, you guys see this? Nope. I'm just like, wow, okay, Cool, you guys really are serious, this is the top of your list then, huh? They're like, oh yeah, for sure, we cool. That bridge qualification, so what's happened in that script?
Guard down, shortening the time frame.
That's it, we're taking their guard down and we're getting them to shorten their time frame and committing to do the project, so without even knowing it. They just told you, I'm calling you back in a week. And we are gonna have a decision on this project. They've already committed that this is the product and we're the company, right? So they just told you, we're calling you back to start this project next week. So inadvertently, they have kicked the door open to now hear about my awesome promotion. I told you I'd make you aware of. I was gonna keep it in my back pocket until you fell into my beautifully placed trap here. Now, from that point, I want to go through the qualification questions. This is the second part of this script. So what are the 6 questions that we ask for qualification? Anybody? Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you really fell in love with what you saw here today.
Yeah, man. Awesome product.
And we know, whether it be with us or fine competition, we know that this is a project that definitely needs to get done. Is that correct?
Yeah, we gotta do something.
At that time, are you confident that we are the ones that can take care of this job, we're the guys for the job?
Yeah, I think you guys do a great job.
Well, then it sounds like the only thing getting in the way of us, taking care of this is just the cost, right?
Yeah, it's a lot more than we expected.
Well, let me ask you, if there was a way for me to help you on that cost. You wanna know about it?
Don't tease me now.
Dan, I promised you I'd go over the special promotion we had going on. I'll show you what that looks like.
All right, let's see it. Nice, some round of applause. Those are the 6 qualification questions. Do they sound familiar? When did we already ask these questions? The minute I pulled the driveway, I've been asking the same shit all day. Over and over again, we've been hammering on my company product design affordability. But it's one last check-in. So guys, I got the feeling you fell in love with the window. Oh, that's awesome. I love the shops you guys designed. It seems like you're excited about waiting. Oh, we're geeked about it. Well, based on what you guys just told me, it sounds like you're serious about getting them relatively soon. I guess the real question is, when you do pull the trigger on this, do you feel like we are still that company that would execute this job the right way? Yeah, it's gonna be great. All right. Well, sounds like the only thing that stopped us, past tense language here, guys. The only thing that stopped us from earning your business, or the only thing that stopped us from getting the project started while I was here, was the money. Cost a little bit more than you guys thought, huh? You get a commitment on that, I'm gonna drag their ass right to the objections I'm trying to deal with here. And it's amazing to me when you do this over and over again, how many people line up and they just are role playing with you right out of the book. How many times do you have people who just, they're like reading their part? It's amazing. I love when that happens. I just feel like, Mary? No, that wasn't your line, it's right here, it says, of course, Dan. So at that point, I know we're down to money. And they just opened the door to it. Now, if somebody gives you these commitments on the timeline, they've already committed to the company product and everything. Can they get mad at you for showing them a time-sensitive promotion anymore? Well, they can.
They'll try.
But should they? They shouldn't be able to. And you've given yourself an out. If they do get mad, the only reason I brought it up is because you said that you guys wanted to get this done soon and that we had what you were looking for and you were gonna make a decision in a week. So we want to make sure that we are not skipping this. The bridge drops their guards towards the timeline. The 6 questions is like a big funnel. We are just funneling this down to the only objection that's left on the table, which is what?
Right.
Affordability. That's it. At which point we get into the third part of this script, which is the explanation of the promotion. Now, the explanation of the promotion is designed to do one thing. We lay this out in basic terms, so we just go, well, guys, I have a promotion. Remember earlier I told you I didn't aware of any special promotions we were going on? Let me explain. At this time, we have kicked off this brand new promotion. It's pretty badass. We're offering it to everybody we meet. Now, I offer this to everybody. It's not for everybody. So I'm going to explain the details of the promotion to you very simply. If it makes sense, you want to take advantage of it, we'd love to get together and earn your business this evening. If not, you can simply tell me no. We'll hold that 30-day price for you. And the only way that we can save you money on this project, guys, and this is the part that I hammer down, the only way that we can save you money on this project without sacrificing quality, which we would never do, is by reducing our cost of doing business. What does that mean? This is not a sales gimmick. This is you scratch my back, I scratch yours. No quid pro quo. That's the way they have to see it. So you have to deliver this in such a way that they understand it. Have you guys ever had somebody where you describe the IDR to them when they get pissed off? I knew it. I knew it. I knew you were a snake when you pulled the driveway, son of a bitch. Heard this one before. So when I deliver it to them, I'm like, listen, guys, I explain this to everybody. It's not for everybody. The only thing I ask is once you understand the details, just simply give me a yes or no, and I'll take a no as graciously as I take a yes. You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you tell me no, I'm here, I hear you all the time. Or Dominic always says, when you tell me no, I'm just gonna go out to my car and cry. Inject a little humor. You gotta be totally indifferent to these people in the decision they make. But that is qualification front to back. So think about what's happened here. Pressure relief valve timeline was set. One more commitment on doing the project with you in a week. If I could, would use thrown on the table, it's a justifiable discount. And what we also just did here is we eviscerated the credibility of any other company who came here before us and threw a huge number at them and then started dropping right away. Because how are they doing that? They're playing with the price. It's not ethical behavior. We're telling you, there's only two ways we can do this, right? Sacrificing quality, we won't do that. Or just decreasing our cost of doing business, which you can help us with. And now you have perfectly teed these people up to hear the initial visit reward. That's why we call it the major close, step 10. Now, when we get into major close, which we're, I believe, going to put a pin in until tomorrow. Yeah, we got 20 minutes. We're going to talk about all the nuances that go into that, how much you should discount and why, and how to deliver it. But if you don't master qualification, the major close is far less effective. How many of you guys have delivered major close without qualifying? Have you ever been accused of being a sleazy salesperson? Yeah. Made a career out of it. So what I want you guys to do for the last 20 minutes, you guys know what I'm about to say, right? Role play. And this is it. We're going to take this all the way to the buzzer today. I want you guys to go through and role play the bridge qualification, 6 questions, and the explanation of the promotion. And I want you to do it over and over and over again until you can do it in your sleep. And then tonight, when you go home, I want you to keep doing it, because tomorrow morning, we're gonna have a contest up here, who can deliver the qualification the best. And if I know Dominic, there's gonna be big points on the line for that one. He always told us, we want you to know this script so well that I can wake you up out of a dead sleep 10 years from now and you can bam, deliver it. So let's get after it. Mingle, qualify. We're gonna take this right to 5. Then we'll do about 5 minutes of Q&A and get you on the hell out of here.
I'll come back here. What is it?
We're really not giving up on so you would like them to So that's a big thing. And then also, my moments of since I turned it on. Oh, no, that's not just. Getting it. We use. Shut up. That's the
So, I'm going to start back up myself here. Joe just. That's my expectation. Still looking at what about me? Doing great. Enjoy your questions. I feel I'm in the Joe, I've been doing this a while. It seems to me that you really think to stop you around the business. Well, Joe, if there are ways to save you a substantial amount of money, for the smile and there is a substantial amount of money. So I already know you like it double. But just a savings. But at the same time, after sure just give me a yes or a no. I didn't do that without sacrificing quality. Should have said that. Hopefully tomorrow when we do this, it's not. I'm not. First thing that got together. The IBR. I want to hear some IBRs. I'm going to hear more. It's very similar to what he does. You know, I'm in every house today right now, 6 days a week. I do like I sit there in my own down the road, talk to this guy. There's a lot of things that you go. There's so many things you go. It's not the only thing that's back here. But I think it's like which kind of playing in the budget, like you get tired of it. That's why we give you these tools. The other $500 million, I don't think. And a lot of these people, we check the box, the company was good, the product was good, the warranties all that right, and they decided to go over this on the initial visit. And I'm going to let them know what came out here too, right? Ready to get going immediately, and just understanding that customers are ready to move with the greatest values. There was my clients are like, but I can see here, it's like a great for business. Now, what time was I supposed to be at? What time was I here? I'm trying to be. No, I actually called you this morning and say, like, 9:30 and said that, Tim down in Cincinnati, he already, he saw it, he did some thinking, he put his cycle, so his hands are checked right out. I'll go take care of him really, I'm ready. Actually, for a company support. You might have finished. Realistically, people actually take that much. We got a whole bunch of space. What happens is we just lose it on that's what we do. So I'm going to, you know, kind of chase my tail and I go places myself. It's just like efficiency as well as economics. And like I said, there's an opportunity. So for the customers who are ready to give you what this one you take that opportunity. Also, business. I'll show you. It's the only way to just about right there when I say that. I got nothing better news in the August. A lot of people take over.
Dustin, what script are we working on? Qualification. What is the most important script in this entire book? The survey is an important step in the sales process. What's the most important script that you're going to learn in this entire camp? Well, the bridge is part of the qualification, but this qualification sequence will change your life when you master it. Why is this qualification sequence so important? Can anyone light me on that? Why is qualification, this script, this step in the sales process? Because it was so damn important that Rick Grosso turned it into an entire step of the sales process. Do you understand that? That this is the only script that is literally classified as its own step. That's how important this is. But what are we trying to achieve here? Why does this matter? Funnel down to not price. Isolate the objection. Yep. It's the homeowner's idea. They are the ones opening up the door for us to even talk about any incentive to move forward when. It wasn't our idea, it was whose idea? Have you ever had a customer that asked you, well, why didn't you offer that to me earlier? Exactly. Until we determined that we're only a few days apart. This was not for everybody, but since we're only a few days apart, I felt you deserve to hear I can save some money to move forward a little sooner. But this is such a powerful script, it's absolutely life-changing. When I memorized and mastered this qualification script, my closing rate went through the roof. The roof. Okay. Now, I'm not one of those guys that'll say, you know, I was a 91% closer, 150% closer. One thing I can say in my 10 years of in-home selling consistently, I never dropped below 50%. I don't care if I sold kitchens, I don't care if I sold roofing, I don't care if I sold windows. It was my goal to walk out the outcome I desired more often than not. That was my offset. There's salespeople that are better than that. I had salespeople I coached that would do 71%. I'm sure Dan talked about our 71% closer. And what was his mindset?
Why didn't I close?
The 29% I'm not closing, that's what I focus on, right? This qualification sequence is so beautifully structured. And this is why, like, there's certain scripts, in my opinion, that are non-negotiable. I like to define them as mandatory. Now, what does the word mandatory mean? Does that mean sometimes I will do it, sometimes I won't? I'm just gonna do it, you know, when I feel it's right? This is like a non-negotiable for me. As a matter of fact, if you went through my training, you didn't know the script forwards and backwards, you would not pass my training. Period. So I just want to explain real quickly like why this matters. I know Dan already covered this, but it's worth reinforcing. When you're going about the qualification sequence, the first thing I want to make sure I'm doing is getting the homeowner to be comfortable and relaxed. Can you close somebody unless they're comfortable and relaxed? Now, did we talk about telegraphing our punches? Did we telegraph the sale? What do? We blindside them with what? Velvet hammer, we blindside them. I want them to be comfortable and relaxed. So that's why that bridge is crucial, right? Any questions you have for me before I leave? That's one of the most difficult questions for salespeople to ask in this step, by the way. Because it's contradictory to what you're trying to do, right? So in your mind, you're like, oh, I'm trying to earn their business today. But you're literally asking them any questions before I leave. Now, why is that so important, though, to ask that question before I leave? It's a takeaway. Takeaway is a pressure release valve, right? It gets them back in their comfort zone, gets their guard down, and now I'm in a position where I can continue through the process. What happens to reps that just continue to close, not using any takeaways, no pressure release valve, they just continue to close like Rambo, machine gun closing. Have you seen that before? Maybe you've been guilty of it before. You gotta have good pacing. You gotta think like when price is on the table, when I'm in the negotiation table, I'm fastening my seatbelt. I'm in it for the long haul. Slow the hell down. Slow down. Get more patient. Use takeaways. Use the velvet hammer approach. So I get them comfortable and relaxed. And I ask them any questions before I leave. And what type of responses am I going to get? They get really kind and really positive. They're like, oh, no, you did a great job. You're such a swell guy. Oh, you did so amazing. I appreciate everything. So when they start complimenting you and start saying positive things, what is that a signal on? What are they feeling? They feel good again, right? They relax. And then I lead into it. As I mentioned, the total investment here is good for the next 30 days or 1 year. Doesn't really make a difference, whatever your preference is, but total investment is good for the next 30 days. You'd be able to get back to me in the next 30 days, won't you? Now, how much pressure is there to that? How much pressure? None. Zero pressure. They've never been communicated to like this from any other sales rep. Okay? So again, I'll soon be able to get back to me just so I know when to expect your phone call. And because there's no pressure, they're comfortable and relaxed, their guard's down, what type of answer are you gonna get? Because they see no harm in it. You're leaving, right? What's the harm? I'll call you tomorrow, Dominic. I'll call you on Monday. I'll call you next week. I'll call you the next 30 days. Regardless of what they say, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna act surprised, like, really, that soon? Now, it's important that you do act surprised. I gotta practice that moment, like, really, that soon? Because I wanna act and behave as if I never intended on going any further and offering any incentive to move forward while we're there until they just shine this spotlight on, wow, these people are looking to get this done in 2 or 3 days, a week, that soon. Well, they deserve to hear how they can save some money just from moving forward now, right? So that opens the door. Really, that soon? You definitely are serious about moving forward in the project, then, aren't you? And then the 6 questions. So what are we achieving with these 6 questions again? I know you just went through this, but it's worth repeating. What am I accomplishing with the 6 questions? So what's the first question? I really got this feeling you fell in love with our window system. Is that true? What am I reaffirming and committing them to? By the way, you're gonna feel like, wow, this seems like redundant, like I'm getting the same commitment over and over. Can anyone think of why that matters? Why would I want to get the same damn commitment over and freaking over again, like ad nauseum? Yeah, you're reprogramming their belief system. It takes repetition. How many times does the average person need to hear something before they retain it? Between 6 to 18 times. You want me to repeat that? So Rick Ross always talked about the 3 R's in sales. What are the 3 R's in sales? Reading, writing, arithmetic. What's a pirate's favorite letter? No, it's the C. Repeat, review, remind. Repeat, review, remind. Repeat, review, remind. Over and over again. So then by the time I go for the major close, guess what? They have formulated a new belief system that's in alignment with where I'm taking them. That's what an agent of influence does. Influence them in the direction which I want them to go. That requires they formulate a new belief system, which requires at least 6 to 8 times of repeating the same thing. So that's why we already got commitments on they love the product earlier, but I'm getting a commitment again. Let's scale of 1 to 10, right? I said that earlier. I really got the feeling you fall in love with our exclusive Windows system. Is that true? Now, when they say they love the Windows system, I'm closing the door on what? There's no question about the product. They love the product. That's great. And at some point in the near future, as you just told me, we're definitely going to be replacing the windows in your home. You're definitely going to be replacing the windows in your home at some point in the near future. And what objection is that squashing? Procrastination. See, most of your prospects who start procrastination clubs, they just never get around to it. People put things off and they put things off and they put things off. So I want to squash procrastination. So they're going to be replacing these windows. So procrastination's out. What's the third question? Yeah, when that time comes, you feel like this is the system, the Windows system, we're the company you want for your home. This is the product and we are the company. This is the product and we are the company. Not this is the type of product and we're the kind of company. Timid salespeople should have what? Yeah, this is a relaxed assertive confidence I have. Not high pressure, but relaxed assertive confidence. You don't want to tiptoe and beat around the bush. If you tiptoe and beat around the bush, they will steamroll right over you. You gotta have a relaxed assertive confidence when you're delivering these scripts, right? That's why tonality matters. This is the product and we're the company you want for your home. When they say yes to that, what did they just agree to? I love the window, we're definitely doing it. This is the product, you're the company. What did they just agree to, whether they know it or not? In a week from now, when they call you back, they are hiring you for the job. That's what they just committed to. They just gave you the verbal agreement, we're moving forward. That's why question 4 is what? Yeah, sounds like the only thing really keeping us apart is a total investment. Isn't that true? Money? And you just funneled all objections down to what? Now, if you knew that 100% of the time you had the ability as an agent of influence to funnel any and all objections down to money every single time before you deliver a monetary incentive to move forward, what percentage of the time should you close that thing? Wouldn't that be amazing at every single time? Now, I want to bring up something that's really important. A lot of times, sales reps will get a think over objection, and they'll throw a money discount at a think over objection. Or they'll get a shop around objection. They'll throw a monetary solution or a discount at a shop around objection. My question is, if the objection is not money, then why the hell are you trying to use money to solve it? Wouldn't it make more sense to funnel the objections down to money first and foremost, before I start throwing all these discounts at the homeowner until they roll over and buy? Is that a selling strategy? So that's what qualification does so beautifully. We're wiping a clean slate. All the objections are gone, all the BS, smoke screens for uncertainty. We're funneling any and all objections down to money. We're getting them to agree that if there's a way they could save money, they want to know how. So whose idea is it? Is it your idea or their idea? Yeah, I would love to know how you can save some money. So they can't get offended at you if you bring up a solution that allows them to save more money, right? So the qualification sequence, those 6 questions are beautiful. And then we tie back to the introduction, don't we? What's the last qualification question? Yeah, remember earlier we explained we had some special promotions that make it work. So we're tying all the way back to the beginning. Well, let me explain. Because in the intro we say, so if and when you're ready to move forward with the project, you have all the information you need to feel comfortable with your decision, right? Well, congratulations. We have now made it to the if and when stage. We're in the future. We made it. We've arrived. When's the future? Well, we're already in the future, now we're in the future again. It's any time into the future, here we are, oh. So we got that, now think of what we just achieved there, they shortened the timeline, they eliminated all the objections, we funneled everything down to money, and they said they would love to know how they can save some money, just to get the shit going. You should be feeling pretty confident at this point. How confident should you feel in your probability of closing the sale right now? But we don't stop there, we take it a step further, because I want a yes or a no. I don't want a what? Maybe. So what is the last two sections of qualification? Imagine if you could have all of your leads narrowed down to a yes or a no, for God's sakes. Because what do most salespeople pack it up and leave on? Not a yes or a no, but a what? A maybe. So that final script, you know, Grasso University just created a program where we can save you a substantial amount of money. Now, the only way we can save you money without sacrificing quality, which we would never do, simply by reducing our cost of doing business. Which, by the way, time out. What was that word track I just explained? The only way we can save you money without sacrificing quality is by what? By reducing our cost of doing business. Now, why is that an important part of this whole sequence? Does that make sense to say that if I had already thrown 3 or 4 discounts at this homeowner leading up to this point? How do most salespeople start their closing sequence? Here's our 1-year price, here's our 30-day price, here's our 1-week price, here's our 48-hour price, and then they start the closing sequence. What the hell are you doing? That's not sales, that's order taking. Don't apologize for it, make them work for God's sakes. Is it? Let me ask you a question. Do you have a retail price that you sell at? You have a retail price? Do you have like a bottom price you're allowed to sell for? So you have retail, and you have the bottom. If you did such a massive presentation, you rolled out your retail price, and the homeowner's like, where the hell do I sign? And they buy right at retail. Do they win? Why? They got what they wanted. Did they get the finest company? The finest products? You're gonna give them the 5-star white glove experience? Now, what if you take 10% off when they buy? Do they win? How about 20% off when they buy? Do they win? So knowing that, your #1 mission in life, because they win because they're gonna get the best value, they're gonna get the best company, best service. They win regardless of where they buy from. Your #1 mission as an agent of influence now, because even if you're good at closing, there's still a lot of people that are good at closing that suck at negotiating. Negotiation and closing are 2 different things. Your #1 mission in life, and I want everyone to remember this when they leave this camp, is to turn in the most profitable sale you can for yourself, your company, and your team. Now, I will say the caveat is, make sure it's within the confines of your pricing structure. I'm not condoning price gouging where I add 30% to my retail, I'm not saying that. However, within the confines of your company's pricing model, your #1 mission is to turn in the most profitable sale you can for yourself, your company, and your team, period, end of story. The dollar amount that they buy from does not have to be a win-win. A lot of salespeople think they need the lowest price I can give them, the best finance plan I can give them, and what's happening to the company you represent? What's happening to their margins? When the margins go to hell for the company you represent, what happens to the quality of your leads? What happens to the quality of your crews? We as salespeople want the finest leads money can buy. We want nothing but laydowns. We want the finest installers, but we're afraid to sell profitably. Right? So we have to understand that profitability matters, and this is why I don't condone throwing all these discounts before we even get into the major close and all this stuff. Make them work for it. The qualification, right? So you go through that sequence. The only way we can save you money without sacrificing quality, which you never do, is by reducing our costs in doing business. So I explained the program to both of you. If it's something you're comfortable with, that's amazing. We'd love to get together in your business this evening. If not, that's okay too. You can simply say no. You'll still hold the everyday investment for 30 days, fair enough. Now still, how much pressure is there? You notice your tonality softens a little bit too? And what should I be doing? You know, one mistake I see a lot of salespeople make is they get into the sequence and they get all serious. All of a sudden they get all business, right? It's down to business. And they get all serious, their tonality changes, they turn into a jerk, they get up borderline combative with the homeowner. Like, just keep it light, keep it fun, keep it smiling. The smile is especially important in the close. Humor is still important. Laughter still matters. So they agree to those terms. And then the last part is, now I just want to make it clear, John and Mary, at this time, we're offering this program to all of our customers. And the only thing that I ask is when you know the details of the savings program, you give me simply yes or a no, and we'll always handle those graciously as we do a yes. Of course, you can tell me no as well to my car and credit. Now, a lot of salespeople say, oh, that sounds cheesy, Dominic. Go up to my car and cry. That's ridiculous. Do I really have to say that in the house? What's my answer?
Yeah.
Only if you want to make more money. Only if you want to make more money. I promise you, if you can get them laughing, if you got them laughing, you got them. If you got them laughing, you got them. You get those neurotransmitters, it's feel good, pleasure drugs rolling. Laughter is vitally important throughout the sales encounter, especially in the close. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was very clear on how important this script is. If you take anything away from Closers Camp, make a promise to yourself, I'm going to master this qualification step forwards and backwards, upside down and inside out. Because if nothing changed to what you're doing, but you still master this script, your closing rate will skyrocket. It'll go up exponentially. And your confidence level at the negotiating table will be at such a level that you almost feel bad for them. I swear to God, you almost feel bad for them because you watch the homeowner pin themselves into a corner where there's nowhere to go. And I'm not trying to manipulate people. I'm not trying to take advantage of people. But again, I'm going to leverage whatever tactics and strategies I have so this homeowner doesn't make the mistake of bypassing our opportunity and going with some low-life truck in a truck and getting screwed over again. You know what's interesting? There was a study that was done in the home improvement industry that tracked people that did not buy from a salesperson on the first visit. They tracked them for 20, 30 years afterwards. There's like 20, 30-year study, figure out, okay, what ends up happening to those homeowners that we don't sell on the first visit? Anyone know what happened to them? They don't do anything. 80% of the homeowners didn't do anything. They didn't do the work at all. So I always preach to my salespeople, it's not just your one opportunity to earn their business while you're there, but for a lot of homeowners, it's their one chance to get the product, the service, the solution, the lifestyle enhancement they deserve. They're counting on you to throw out the wishbone and grow a backbone. Go for the no with a relaxed assertive confidence. Master the roadmap to the sale. Who wants a t-shirt? So this is vintage Grouse University from 2019. It's got our old logo on there, our old branding. Who wants an old vintage t-shirt? Look at that. Hell yeah, I got a new label here. There we go. A little safer without the t-shirt cannon. Who wants this one here? Oh, there we go. Oh, there you go. Oh yeah. You guys know I have my own set of cannons here. Look at that. All right, last but not least. Back in the corner. There it is. Hit him right in the foot. All right. So is that clear? Does that make sense? So if you want to win Closers Camp, take a wild guess what script you definitely need to know. This one. I'm going to make everybody, Dan and I are going to make everybody do this script. And I promise you, if you can't deliver this script verbatim, you're not getting the $5,000. So if you want the $5,000, what are you going to do tonight? Over and over and over again. I got one favor to ask. I want everybody to come here tomorrow with their Ignite the Greatness Within t-shirt. I apologize if you already wore it because you're like, oh, it's starting to stink a little bit, Dom. I want everyone to wear their Ignite the Greatness Within t-shirt they got. If you did not get one, make sure you talk to us. We can provide you with one. And we're going to take a nice group photograph tomorrow of everybody up on stage with their Ignite the Greatness Within t-shirt. How was day 2 of Closers Camp? So again, it's important for me that when you come to Closers Camp, you notice there's a lot of mindset training. Who appreciates the mindset training you received here? I promise you, I don't care how great the sales process is, if you're not in the right mindset, you will fail. You will fail. And that sounds negative, but that's the truth. Mindset is a discipline. You got to do it. You got to put in the work. You got to make it a daily discipline. I got to be intentional about my mindset. It will not just happen to you. You're not going to just be happy. You're not going to just be in the right state of mind. And of course, your personal health internally has a big impact on your ability to control your emotions. Is it important to control your disruptive emotions in sales? So I'm sure you've heard this, he or she who's in more control over their disruptive emotions will have the highest probability of getting the outcome they desire. So take care of yourself, take care of your mind. Make sure you're intentional about gratitude, happiness. We talked about this on the podcast, Juan. Absolutely beautiful. I want to share one thing that's crazy that Juan's doing. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but he actually tracked how many objections and no's he's been getting for the last 18 months. Has anyone ever tracked how many objections and no's they get? There's over 15,000 objections and no's he got in the last 18 months. Now, why do you think that's pretty empowering to be able to track that and keep that in your mind? Yeah, you want to develop that alligator skin, right? That backbone. Not being afraid of the objection, but what? Embracing it. I always joked about it. I said a sales rep that's afraid to go for the no and handle objections is like a fireman that's afraid to fight fires. It's part of the job. Instead of being afraid of it, let's smile, go long-headed into objection with a relaxed sort of confidence and make that the enjoyable part of the job. And I promise you, once you master the roadmap to the sale, you'll become like a well-trained chess player. Any good chess players in the house? How many moves ahead are you, sir? 3, 6? 6 is amazing. My 9-year-old son mops the floor with me in chess. I can barely focus on the move I'm on, much less. But in sales, isn't that the same thing? So I go through step 1 of my close. I make my move. The homeowner moves their piece. They make their move. Guess what? How many moves ahead am I? I'm 5, 6 moves ahead. I already know the roadmap to the close by heart, forwards and backwards, upside down, inside out. So I never have to get upset. Because I guarantee when you're playing chess with somebody and you're 6 moves ahead, when you make a move, they make theirs. You're not going to be like, oh, shit. They made their move that I already knew was going to happen. You know what objections are coming. You've heard them a billion times since the dawn of humanity, since they were trying to replace the windows in the Babylonian tower. Same objections. Hasn't changed. So you gotta put in the work. You gotta sweat in peace. Never stop learning. Never stop growing. I always say one of the worst things that can happen to a salesperson is having success doing it wrong. Having success doing it wrong. You can have reasonable levels of success doing it wrong. You can have exponential success doing it right. So this roadmap to the sale, as you know, I believe in it wholeheartedly, something to change my life. This is still only less than 10% of the equation, right? What's the other 93%? It's how you deliver the message. So you got to learn it, but then learn it at an unconscious level and learn it to where it becomes your voice and you insert your genuine authenticity, your charisma, your personality. Just like any movie that's well rehearsed by that actor or actress, it becomes pretty damn compelling and moving. And when you go into that house, you're on stage, put on a performance for God's sakes. You gotta be in your A game. Also, have fun. Is it important to have fun in the house? The salespeople that have the most fun, make the most money, and as a result, continue to have the most fun. Okay? So how are we feeling? All right. So what time are we gonna be here tomorrow? Any ideas? Okay, let's try to get here before 8:30 so you can have your breakfast and be in here just before 9 a.m. But be here. Hey, let's have fun tonight, but what is our #1 priority? Study, put in the work. We got a rooftop celebration planned tomorrow night for all you closers that want to celebrate with us. So you got plenty of time to celebrate. Let's put in the work right now. Fair enough? All right, thank you, Juan. Love you, man.